Lord of Mysteries, The Arrival of the New Black Emperor by author Huo Yang. Chapter 581-590. The old gentleman with the white beard hadn't expected Hobert to be so shameless. He had answered Hobert's question seriously, but Hobert had responded to his question in such a way. However, the old gentleman wasn't angry, he just smiled and said, "It's been a long time since I met a young man as thick-skinned as you." Klein thought to himself, a long time since he met one. The last one who was so thick-skinned wouldn't happen to be Rosal, would it? "All right, let's not waste any more time," the old gentleman said. "Before the crimson moon arrives again, I'll tell you how to leave this place." He seemed to lift his hand with some effort, pointing forward. "Do you see the wall over there? Is there a recessed area on it?" Hobert and Klein had already noticed that there were ancient, unadorned symbols on the wall, but a section in the middle was empty, preventing them from forming a complete pattern. At this moment, they looked closely. The blank area was about the size of 2 palms, clearly recessed inwards, as if the surface bricks had been dug out. As long as you can find the corresponding obsidian and place it in the recessed area, you can initially free this wall from its strange state, the old gentleman said slowly. "At that time, I'll tell you a complex special symbol, which is the key to opening the door of escape." At this moment, Hobert appeared to be listening intently, but a symbol suddenly flashed in Klein's mind, a vertical eye composed of many strange symbols. That was in Tingen City, when he was still a night watcher's, during his first watch at Channy's Gate, a message the Antigonus family's notebook transmitted to him by infecting the darkness puppet. Hobert asked, "Where is that obsidian?" The old gentleman chuckled, "It's in the hands of that mad mage." Hobert smiled and asked, "Old gentleman, do you have a method to advance to mad mage in a short amount of time?" The old gentleman was startled. "No. Then we won't be able to seize that obsidian at all," Hobert said seriously. Previously, the Ox Demon King and the Black Hound Spirit Beast had fought against Sequence 3S, but Hobert had never faced an enemy of that level. Before this, Hobert also had no concrete concept of what a Sequence 3 was like. After fighting the Mad Mage today, Hobert finally realized the difference between Sequence 3 and Sequence 4. Once one reached the demigod stage, each advancement was another qualitative change. However, advancing to Sequence 2 was a major qualitative change, while advancing to Sequence 3 was a minor qualitative change. Hobert had just thought about this problem. At the sequence of the Mad Mage, one could completely blast opponents of the same level with extraordinary abilities, because even area of effect extraordinary abilities would possess immense offensive power. Just as Hobert could now use methods like distortion, gravity to attack enemies, it was effective against Sequence 5 and Sequence 6, but against a Sequence 4 of the same level, it was better to just use his fists. Because the fallen Earl's physique and strength were comparable to half a demon hunter's, most Sequence 4s had to take Hobert's physical attacks seriously. The key was that Hobert could attack physically while also using extraordinary abilities, so even if the opponent was hiding in the shadows, or in a similar state, Hobert could still injure them. Hobert guessed that at the level of a Mad Mage, one could clearly change the surrounding laws, and using extraordinary abilities would become more cost-effective than direct attacks. These thoughts flashed through his mind. He heard the hooded old gentleman in front of him say, "That Black Hound Spirit Beast, which has a close association with you, is sealed in a room inside the mill. I'll help this young man from the diviner pathway again. Then, with 3 against 3, you might not be without a chance of winning." He looked at Klein. When you came in, you had a marionettist, didn't you?" "Yes, but it's already been eaten," Klein replied calmly. The old gentleman laughed. "Let me summon it from the history of this world for you." As soon as he finished speaking, Klein saw a figure quickly materialize beside him. It was the wraith that had been eaten earlier, and the marionettist's spirituality threads were still controlled by Klein. This immediately made Klein's gaze sharpen. The ability the old gentleman displayed was too strange. Then the old gentleman also strengthened the association between Klein and the marionettist, allowing the marionettist to also use Klein's abilities, and enabling instant position swapping with the marionettist. He then used a paper figure to erase the mental trauma Klein had just received, as well as the extraordinary virus that healing art could not immediately cure. This again astonished Klein with the old gentleman's abilities. He thought for a moment and finally asked, "Please forgive our rudeness just now, what should I call you?" The old gentleman smiled, "You can call me Cheritu." At this moment, Klein's mind was filled with a resounding, "Holy crap." Through his dealings with Hobert in the Tarot Club and by reading Rosal's diary, he certainly knew who Cheritu was. In the fourth epoch, there was a Cheritu who was at least an angel, but he had died in the Four Emperors' War. In the era of Emperor Rosal, there was another Cheritu, who was already a sequence of the miracle inventor over 100 years ago, and was believed by the magic mirror Rhodes to have lost control and become a monster angel during the process of advancing to sequence 1 mystic servant. No matter which one it was, he was an angel. However, he quickly thought that Cheritu was a surname, and perhaps the old gentleman in front of him was a member of the Cheritu family. The old gentleman, who called himself Cheritu, chuckled and said to Klein, "Judging by your reaction, you know me." Klein covered it up, "I've heard of that surname." Cheritu then looked at Hobert, "And you, young man, your reaction is too calm." Hobert smiled, "My father has a friend named Cheritu. He should be your junior, but I don't know his name." Cheritu nodded and asked, "Does he have any distinctive features?" "He's very punchable, but unfortunately, I can't beat him," Hobert said seriously. This seemed to be a common trait among members of the Cheritu family. At this moment, Hobert also wanted to kill or influence this projection, but this old gentleman was at least at the sequence 3 level, so he couldn't beat him. Klein thought to himself, "That should be someone from the Cheritu family." I remember Rosal wanted to beat Cheritu several times, and even threatened to beat every diviner from the Cheritu family he encountered. However, this topic didn't continue. Hobert then asked, "How do I unseal that Black Hound spirit beast?" "I don't know," the old gentleman Cheritu said, "it's sealed by a grade 0 sealed artifact. I can only help if I'm on site." Hobert understood. The Mad Mage sealed it. Yes. Hobert thought to himself, "This is interesting. To deal with the Mad Mage, I must first unseal the Black Hound spirit beast, and to unseal it, I must first deal with the Mad Mage." But regarding this aspect, Cheritu, this historical projection, obviously couldn't offer much more help. Cheritu then asked, "Do you need any other help? Perhaps I can provide some assistance in other areas." Klein then said, "Can you summon a fish from the outside world from the history of this strange world? Even if it's already food, it's fine." "Yes." As soon as Cheritu finished speaking, a lump of crushed fish meat, re-adhered, appeared in the wraith's hand. Cheritu added, "It can only last for 3/4 of an hour. When it's over, it will be as if it was never eaten." After Klein had the marionettist put away the fish meat, he said, "I also need the formula for the magician potion." Cheritu glanced at Klein, then at Hobert, and chuckled, "No problem. Once you retrieve that obsidian, I'll give you the formula along with the opening the door symbol." His gaze just now seemed to say, "No wonder you trust each other so much, it turns out you're both quite thick-skinned." Hobert said, "Mr. Cheritu, our meeting here is also a form of destiny. How about you also grant us the ancient scholar potion formula? After we leave, not only will we scatter your ashes into the river, but we'll also erect a monument for you by the river, gilded, no, a pure gold monument." Cheritu stared at Hobert for a full 2 seconds, "Let me think about it." Just then, the crimson moon shining through the church window suddenly became clear and bright, casting long shadows from the corpses hanging in midair. The church suddenly became strange, and even though the two people's spirituality couldn't connect to the spirit world, they felt strong danger signals. Hobert immediately grabbed Klein's shoulder, distortion, space twice, and arrived outside the church. The moon in the sky gradually revealed itself, and both of them felt a dense, watchful gaze suddenly coming from behind them. Almost instantly, Hobert used distortion to bring Klein into a room. The feeling of being watched by many eyes immediately disappeared. Outside the tightly closed curtains, figures began to appear, coming and going. After the two of them breathed a sigh of relief, they began to discuss their next plan. Hobert said, "After the red moon ends, I'll see if I can use this rapier in my hand and my association with the saint I'm looking for to trick the mad mage into temporarily lifting the seal. If the other party doesn't fall for it, we can only cooperate with them under the pretext of leaving this place." Klein, meanwhile, took out several mushrooms he carried with him. These are some special mushrooms. If eaten normally, they won't cause any harm, but if they encounter fish meat, they will rapidly begin to reproduce and will have astonishing power. Hobert smiled, "These are good things." Klein also said, "Later, I'll put on a show and have them all eat a little." The two exchanged a smile, as if their plot had already succeeded. The red moon outside still showed no signs of disappearing. Klein then said, "Aren't you curious why I'm looking for a sequence 4 potion formula?" Then he answered his own question, "This is a test for me." In Klein's opinion, this had to be explained, otherwise, as a blessed of the fool, to also look for a potion formula that seemed to be of the same pathway as the fool would be very unreasonable. Hobert was slightly stunned. Klein hadn't mentioned it, and he hadn't even thought of that point. He immediately smiled, "I've also encountered similar tests. One could only say, it's hard to expose someone's difficulties." Klein secretly breathed a sigh of relief and asked again, "Whose image does that stone statue depict?" "It somewhat resembles the appearance of a magic wolf, the magic wolf race, ruled by the destruction magic wolf in the second epic," Hobert briefly explained. "Judging from the sleeping souls in front of the stone statue and its appearance, it's very likely the Mother of the Sky." Hobert paused and then said, "After we get out of here, I'll have to confirm it. If this news is true, then this is definitely a major discovery. The Mother of the Sky is actually a descendant of the destruction magic wolf, or of the same clan." The latter option was just Hobert indicating that he wasn't completely clear, and was added for that reason. "If you get definite news, I hope to trade information with you regarding the Mother of the Sky, the Night Country, and Antigonus." Hobert nodded, "Okay." Then Klein asked, "What kind of plot do you think Cheritu in the church has?" Hobert pondered for a moment before saying, "I think or rather, his plot might be in the real world, not aimed at us. He might be using the characteristics of Mist Town to achieve some goal. But it's definitely not as simple as scattering his ashes in the river. I don't know if you've ever thought about why his ashes appeared here. This is Mist Town, not Cheritu's territory. If he died after coming to Mist Town, that wouldn't make sense either. In that case, he would either become food, or jerky. It's impossible for him to become ashes." Klein nodded, believing Hobert's words made a lot of sense. Hobert then said, "The potion formula he gave might be real, but the opening the door symbol he gave, I wonder if there's anything strange about it. Perhaps the moment he opened the door, his goal was achieved. More than that, we should be worried about what's outside the door. If it opens into the quiet church, that would be interesting." Hobert smiled. "Perhaps the quiet church is a relatively safe outcome." At this moment, the moonlight outside faded, the whispers gradually diminished, and the figures slowly disappeared. The two of them took a deep breath. What was coming had finally arrived. Klein had his marionettist transform into his own likeness, then used the wraith's ability to hide inside a coin on the marionettist. Hobert put his hand on the marionettist's shoulder and used distortion to arrive in front of the church door. Taking a deep breath, Hobert shouted to the town, "We entered the church and came out alive. And we found a way out. If you don't want to die here, let's talk." The mad mage reappeared on a distant rooftop, but his voice sounded very close to the two of them, as the danger inside related to spiritual threads. Lien, the mad mage, had also explored the church and nearly didn't make it back. Hobert was also from the lawyer pathway. There was no reason for a mad mage to be in mortal danger while a fallen earl safely found a way out. So, what ensured their safety was the marionettist beside him. "Yes," Klein shouted, This church is very strange, it automatically absorbs spiritual threads. I can control everyone's spiritual threads to prevent them from being absorbed by that power. Then we all become your marionettists. Panatia, who looked dignified and holy, appeared from a pane of glass dozens of meters away from them. Hobert, however, said that Mad Mage can distort this process. The Mad Mage still showed no intention of approaching. Then my spiritual threads will be sucked into the church. Hobert spread his hands. There's always a risk in trying to get out, but I think no matter how great the risk, it's better than waiting here to die. Panatia, who was smiling charmingly, suddenly said, "You found a way to get out, why aren't you leaving immediately? Why come to consult with us?" "Because they need this." Lien in the distance took out a piece of obsidian the size of a normal brick from his pocket. Panatia smiled. "Ah, so you have something to ask of us." "Just cooperation." Hobert said, "Only my companion can help everyone leave here. Moreover, once the crimson moon disappears, if we hide in the church, you won't be able to catch us. You've seen the situation inside the church, there are hundreds of corpses. My marionettist companion can connect their spiritual threads, end to end, so they can be used as food. Although the taste of those jerky will certainly not be wonderful, it's enough to slowly wear you all down." Klein recalled the appearance of those mummified corpses, feeling a bit disgusted. He actually didn't possess such an ability. Hobert was lying, but this lie was difficult to verify, as spiritual threads were something only the diviner pathway could perceive, and other pathways lacked sufficient understanding. And Hobert's statement was not groundless. Cheritu's spiritual threads inside were in exactly that state. Lien and Panatia both fell into contemplation. They knew very well that falling into such a stalemate would indeed be disadvantageous for them, because it was already difficult for them to suppress their inner madness, and in a few more months, they would go completely mad even without starving to death. While they were considering, Hobert suddenly drew the rapier in his hand. "Perhaps in a few days, you won't be qualified to negotiate with us. Look at this rapier, Mr. Mad Mage, you should be able to feel its association with the sealed saint on our side. As soon as I entered the town, based on their association, I sensed that saint was sealed in the mill. If we can unseal him, we can completely slaughter you and obtain that obsidian." Lien frowned slightly. The Black Hound spirit beast was indeed sealed by him in the mill, and even from a distance, he could feel that the rapier and the Black Hound spirit beast gave a very similar impression, which made him believe Hobert's words 1 or 2 points more. After entering Mist Town, the Black Hound spirit beast had continued to attack Lien, as its last command was, "Attack this old gentleman." This put Lien in great danger, and several times he almost exposed himself to the Crimson Moon's light. He had no choice but to use a sealed artifact on his person to devise a seal, getting rid of the Black Hound spirit beast's attacks. However, he was not skilled in sealing, and that seal was indeed very easy to break. Just as the entire town fell into silence, Mr. A, wearing a hood, suddenly emerged from a room. "Respected Mr. Mad Mage, I think I can help you establish a mechanism of mutual checks and balances." Lien glanced at the thin figure. "Speak." "I can use flesh magic to burrow into the stomach of one of them. If they break the agreement, I will immediately make him explode," Mr. A said cautiously. Lien smiled. "How am I supposed to trust you? I can give my hair and flesh to Ms. Panatia. If she finds any action outside of the plan, she can immediately cast a death. Curse on me." Lien shook his head slightly. He didn't trust Panatia either. Hobert then smiled. "As long as the seal on our saint is lifted, you will have a sequence 0 sealed artifact in your hand. Doesn't that sealed artifact have a way to instantly kill a shepherd?" Reminded by Hobert, Lien suddenly realized this was the case. He said to Mr. A, "You also need to give me some of your hair and flesh." Then he smiled grimly. "If you have any thoughts of betrayal, you will immediately become an irrational monster, and your soul will be trapped by me, forever unable to enter the spirit world. At that time, you will forever remain in Mist Town. Even if your body is eaten, your soul will resurrect in the body of the person who eats you, continuing to painfully be an irrational monster, forever. Actually, this could be achieved without hair and flesh. Lien did this to put enough pressure on Mr. A. Hobert swallowed. This was the most vicious curse he had ever heard. Even Mr. A was a little moved. Then, before we leave, I will burn your hair and flesh in front of you, before the door to leave here, Lien said, and with a distortion, he appeared before everyone. Mr. A nodded. Good. Then he looked at Panatia beside him. Panatia also said, I will also burn your flesh before leaving. After the basic cooperation agreement was reached, Hobert said, then, let's first go to the mill over there together. Before entering the mill, this Mr. A will burrow into my stomach. No. Lien said, let him burrow into the marionettist's stomach. He knew very well that the key to this operation was the marionettist. Hobert gave a helpless smile. We have a very good relationship. I know his sister and brother, he knows my wife, and he even attended my wedding. Klein, standing by, felt a bead of sweat. He understood, of course, that Hobert's earlier words were meant to make the Mad Mage proactively demand Mr. A burrow into his stomach, because that would also create sufficient restraint on Hobert. However, Hobert's subsequent explanation might be counterproductive. Fortunately, Lien said again, I stick to my idea. Hobert spread his hands. All right, let him enter the marionettist's stomach. He had just been playful for a moment, and his spirituality felt much livelier. With our mutual checks and balances in place, we will release our saint. I will explain our plan to him, Hobert said. Then we will all enter the church together. The marionettist will control our spiritual threads, place the obsidian in the corresponding position, and after filling in the corresponding symbols, the gate will open. We will each remove our threats, and I will go out first. Lien interrupted again. No, I'll go out first. Hobert thought of a compromise. You and our saint will go out together. Lien thought for a moment. Okay. No. Panatia then said, I want to go out with you. Lien, however, suddenly smiled. Don't worry, I'll cover you. After all, I still want to continue experiencing extreme pleasure after we get out. Hobert was slightly stunned. Perhaps it was because Panatia had allowed Lien to experience extreme pleasure that a simple alliance existed between the two of them. Panatia smiled enchantingly. Of course, no problem. Mr. A was about to speak when Hobert smiled. Only I can guarantee your safety. I am from Military Intelligence Section 9 and know some inside stories about the cooperation between the royal family and the Aurora Order. Mr. A was startled. I remember you seemed to have defected. Before the Backland Smog event, Hobert and his son had defected. Hobert, however, smiled. Since when do Military Intelligence Section 9 matters need to be reported to you? Mr. A seemed to understand something. All right. After everything was discussed, the 5 people, wary of each other, walked step by step towards the mill. After a few steps, Klein casually pulled out a few mushrooms from his pocket, tossed one into his mouth, and chewed it, his mouth watering. Lien and the other 2 immediately looked over, and saliva instantly appeared in their mouths. Hobert casually took a mushroom from Klein and put it in his mouth, then said to Lien and the others, bear with it, you'll have food once we get out. A hint of madness appeared in Panatia's eyes. No, since we've started cooperating, we must share food. Mr. A had even less reason, as if he was about to pounce and snatch it at any moment. Exactly. Share the food. Even Lien said, as you said, there will be food after we get out. What is this little bit of food? Share it with everyone. The temptation that food brought them exceeded Hobert and Klein's imagination. Klein reluctantly said, only 2 for each person. Panatia almost shrieked. You already ate 2. Hobert waved his hand. Give them all. Whatever other food you have on you, give it to them too. Klein distributed the mushrooms to them. Since Klein and Hobert had both eaten, Lien and the other 2 only briefly identified them before wolfing them down. Klein then took out the lump of fish meat and took a bite himself, except the mushrooms were eaten by Klein, and the fish meat by the marionettist. Then Klein reached out, sharing the fish meat with everyone. Hobert frowned, indicating he didn't want to eat. Lien hesitated for a moment but also didn't reach out to take any. So the remaining fish meat was divided between Panatia and Mr. A. After Mr. A recognized it as ordinary fish meat, he immediately stuffed it into his mouth. Panatia waited a few seconds, and seeing no abnormality in Mr. A, she also stuffed it into her mouth. Only after all the food was eaten did the madness in the eyes of the three gradually subside. This made Hobert sigh. The desires of human instinct are truly the most susceptible to temptation. The Sequence 3 Mad Mage had only eaten a little less fish meat than the Sequence 4 Despair Witch. Soon, they arrived at the mill. Mr. A gave a few strands of his hair and a small piece of his flesh to Lien and Panatia respectively. Then Klein controlled the marionettist to open its mouth, allowing Mr. A to burrow into the marionettist's stomach. After Hobert and Lien witnessed all this, they entered the mill together. Opening the inner door of the mill, Hobert saw a bracelet inlaid with emeralds floating on the ceiling. The bracelet filled the entire warehouse-sized room with vitality, and strange creatures constantly appeared. For example, wheat ears that bore ladybugs, sunflowers that could bounce around on their own, and so on. And in the very center of the room, there was a creature taller than a man, with a dog's head and a human body. Its eyes were tightly closed, its body covered in black fur, and the expression on its face was very kind and reassuring. Just seeing this face could bring peace to one's soul. This was precisely the black hound spirit beast Hobert was looking for on this trip. At this moment, its entire body emitted a pale white glow, and the strange creatures around it quickly lost their vitality under the illumination of the glow. Then new creatures appeared, and the black hound spirit beast continuously emitted a pale white light. Lien stared at the black hound spirit beast while retracting his bracelet. The vibrant life in the room suddenly vanished, and the black hound spirit beast slowly opened its crimson eyes. Hobert and Lien had already averted their gaze. Even a demigod or a ferryman would suffer severe damage to their spirit body if they made eye contact. After the black hound spirit beast broke free from its sealed state, it immediately began to attack Lien, and the atmosphere in the entire room instantly became cold and terrifying. Hobert stepped forward, as if to explain something, but after approaching the black hound spirit beast, he pointed at Lien. "Kill him." Lien's eyes narrowed, and as he retreated, he shouted, "Kill that marionettist. No one is getting out." At this moment, the madness in his heart almost overwhelmed his reason. His current mental state left him no energy to wonder why Hobert was breaking his promise. Mr. A complied, or more precisely, even without Lien's command, he would have still emerged from the marionettist's belly in a crude manner. Mr. A, who had burst out from the belly, knelt on the ground, continuously vomiting, spewing out one vivid mushroom after another, and more mushrooms sprouted densely on his body like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Because Frank Lee had used the flesh and blood of a rose bishop when cultivating these mushrooms, Mr. A was the best nourishment for them. Panatia also clutched her belly with a pained expression. Her belly was growing larger and larger, as if something was rapidly proliferating inside. Lien only now realized that they had been tricked. He took the sealed artifact and quickly left the mist town, preparing to run towards the cornfield outside the mist town. The black hound spirit beast followed closely behind. Any living creature that entered its sight quickly withered away. It opened its mouth slightly and uttered a chilling syllable. Lien and Panati's movements instantly became somewhat stiff. But Lien immediately granted the effect of the undead language to a cornstalk outside the mist town, and continued to run out of the mist town. Hobert, who came out after him, told the black hound spirit beast not to pursue Lien, but to join him in ambushing Panatia. The reason was simple. The Mad Mage's purpose in going outside the mist town was likely to seal the black hound spirit beast again. At that time, even if Hobert killed Panatia, he would still have to face that Mad Mage alone, and he would still have no chance of winning. In this interval, Panatia had a sharp ice dagger in her hand. She cut open her abdomen, sliced off her stomach, which had swelled to the size of a horse's belly, and threw it on the ground. Vivid mushrooms quickly grew from both sides of the stomach and rapidly formed a cluster, covering the stomach on the ground. Amplify. Hobert immediately amplified Panatti's injuries, turning them from severe to fatal. The Black Hound spirit beast reached out to Panatti, and Panatti immediately fell to the ground, as if countless wraiths were tearing at her spirit body. Use. At this moment, Lien returned, causing the Black Hound spirit beast's spirit tearing to end prematurely. Lien also realized at this point that he needed to keep Panatti alive to hold off that fallen Earl, so that he would have a chance to reseal the Black Hound spirit beast. Chaos. Hobert, while watching the Mad Mage, also ensured that the fatally wounded Panatti had no opportunity to transfer her injuries. The Black Hound spirit beast moved into position at the right time, summoning the Underworld Gate, but it couldn't connect to the Underworld here. The bronze door with intricate patterns showed no signs of opening. However, this massive bronze door separated Lien. Hobert seized this rare opportunity, drew his rapier, and thrust it forward. The rapier instantly lengthened, piercing through Panatti's head, who had just recovered from the chaos state. The rapier widened, bursting Panatti's head. Splash! Panatti instantly turned into shattered glass. She appeared by the window of a house. Arrogance. Hobert once again interrupted Panatti's attempt to transfer her fatal injuries to other mirrors. On the other side, Lien had already used chaos to pass through the Underworld Gate, which had failed to connect to the Underworld. The bracelet on his wrist immediately became dazzling. The cluster of mushrooms that had grown around Panatti's stomach instantly became as tall as towering trees. These mushrooms quickly began to multiply, and soon the entire street was covered with a dense layer of mushrooms. The mushrooms under Hobert and the Black Hound spirit beast rapidly grew larger. Just as they were about to be engulfed by the mushrooms, Hobert quickly threw the rapier in his hand to the Black Hound spirit beast. The moment the Black Hound spirit beast caught the rapier, the mushrooms enveloped them 3 layers deep. From within the mushrooms, Hobert saw that the surrounding mushrooms had grown gaping maws and sharp, tusk-like fangs. Hobert was about to use chaos, but he keenly noticed that these mushrooms were not trying to bite him. On the contrary, they seemed to have seen something terrifying and were trying their best to avoid Hobert, but unfortunately, their roots were embedded in the ground, so they couldn't escape. Hobert, as if sensing something, took out the healing fork. Swish! Hobert actually saw the mushrooms trembling, which made him curious. The healing fork actually had such an effect. No wonder April had told him to take good care of it. There was no time to consider this question. Hobert easily escaped the mushrooms' encirclement and looked towards the Black Hound spirit beast. The mushrooms around it had already withered, and the rapier in its hand emitted a pale white glow, cloaking the Black Hound spirit beast in a pale white armor. An extreme fear and sorrow in the face of death filled the entire street. The Black Hound spirit beast seemed to have returned to its power when it was under the ancient death god, like a war god emerging from white light. All the mushrooms on the street were withering, which made Lien somewhat incredulous. This Black Hound spirit beast, which seemed to have little intelligence, suddenly seemed to become agile, and a portion of its strength seemed to have risen by a level. The rapier was gently wielded by the Black Hound spirit beast, and Lien's spirit body immediately detached from his physical body. He uncontrollably walked step by step towards the Black Hound spirit beast, and with each step, his spirit body became fainter. But he took 2 steps and could go no further. It turned out that the hand wearing the bracelet had not detached from his physical body. Seeing that bracelet, Lien seemed to have thought of something, and his spirit body stopped there motionless. On the other side, Hobert had no time to watch the battle with the Black Hound spirit beast. Association. He strengthened the association between Panatti and the mushrooms on the ground, which made Panatti's face contorted in pain, and her exposed intestines wriggled back and forth, as if new mushrooms were about to grow. Then Hobert infused his spirituality into 1:109, and 2 pillars of fire reappeared behind him. Dozens of fire crows rushed towards Panatti like rocket projectiles. Panatti, in great pain, quickly used mirror doppelganger again to evade Hobert's attack. She was completely unable to counterattack now. She had even taken out the straw doll meant for transferring injuries, but Hobert's continuous attacks left her no time to use it. Distortion. Hobert distorted Panatti's idea of escaping into an attack. The despair witch, who had just entered the mirror world, suddenly charged towards the fire crows. Boom! The small doll in Panatti's hand exploded and flew out, and her already severely wounded body was blown to pieces. Amplify. Hobert, who had already rushed close, amplified his strength and broke Panatti's spine with a single punch. Panatti, who had fallen into a brief coma, didn't have time to use her mirror doppelganger ability this time. Panatti suddenly straightened her arms, her nails rapidly lengthened, and slender, slippery tentacles suddenly grew from her mangled body. Hobert immediately realized that she was about to lose control. He once again infused his spirituality into 1:109 slaughter. With one strike, Panatti completely lost her vitality. Hobert had no time to rest and immediately went to help the Black Hound spirit beast. After the pulling of his spirit body just now, Lien, with the help of the sealed artifact, finally regained a trace of reason. When he returned to his body, Lien's spirit body had already suffered severe damage. The Black Hound spirit beast, as if emerging from light, approached step by step with a long sword. With each step it took, the fear in Lien's heart increased, causing him to lose the courage to face the Black Hound spirit beast directly. He didn't even know how to use the power of the bracelet, because no matter how he used it, it couldn't harm the Black Hound spirit beast. Or rather, even if it was a grade 0 sealed artifact, it would still be difficult to harm the Black Hound spirit beast. The Black Hound spirit beast was like a rock in a torrent. No matter how powerful the life force, it couldn't affect it at all, nor could it cause any mutation in it. Before this, Lien had never encountered such an enemy. For a Sequence 3 holding a grade 0 sealed artifact, there was almost no one on the North-South continent who could harm him. Even an angel of the church, he could safely escape from using the sealed artifact. But now it was different. Lien felt a sense of powerlessness. In his youth, when he wanted to restore the glory of the Solomon family and visited family members everywhere, seeing that they had long lost their ambition, he had never felt such despair. The Black Hound spirit beast approached step by step, and Lien decided to flee the battlefield. This unprecedented sense of powerlessness was related to his spirit body being severely damaged and his will no longer being so firm. But more than that, the Black Hound spirit beast, an enemy that couldn't be killed and attacked Lien relentlessly like a machine, had destroyed the will of this mad mage. Just as he was about to escape, Lien realized something was wrong. He found that his legs seemed to have become unusually heavy. Looking down, he saw that his legs had, at some point, become enveloped in a layer of constantly swirling black mystical mist. At the same time, he found that he had grown much taller, and his hands had also turned dark black at some unknown time. Lien's mouth twitched. At some point, he had already entered a state of semi-loss of control, and his body, like a stress response, had transformed into a semi-mythical creature. At this, his last trace of reason vanished. The accumulated madness over half a year, and the Black Hound spirit beast's assault on his will, made him completely abandon himself. With a roar, he now only had the instinct to fight. From Hobert's perspective, this mad mage's body swelled several times in a very short period. At first, black mist, like curly hair, appeared around him, and finally, these black mists solidified, turning into a suit of armor. With a roar, he forced the Black Hound spirit beast, which had been approaching step by step, to begin retreating. Hobert shouted, "Give me another deprivation amulet." Klein, who had long been hiding on another street, threw over a black crystal-like amulet. Hobert caught it and rushed towards the battlefield. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. Hobert saw the form of the Solomon family's mad mage demigod-level mythical creature and breathed a slight sigh of relief. When those curly black mystical mists first appeared, they did indeed somewhat resemble curly-haired baboons. He had worried about this, because if it really was a curly-haired baboon, even if he could fully control the mythical creature state in the future, he would absolutely not use it. But the mists quickly condensed into a suit of ancient black armor, somewhat resembling a tall, mighty ancient knight. This included the faceplate, which was expressionless. Just one glance at it made people feel as if all hope in life was gone. This reminded Hobert that the Black Emperor's image was armor and a cape, and this image was likely the final form of the mythical creature of this pathway. Then the demigod-level mythical creature state would only have armor, regardless of whether there was a curly-haired baboon inside the armor, but this image was still acceptable. At the same time, the Mad Mage exuded a powerful majesty that made people dare not question him or resist him in any way. Even a demigod like Hobert felt an urge to rush over and pledge allegiance to him. At the center of the street, Mr. A, who had previously devoured the mushrooms, had grown into a giant mushroom, with a crimson top mixed with white patterns, and a body composed of many smaller mushrooms. Those white patterns on the mushroom's midsection depicted a face, Mr. A's face. Originally, Mr. A had begun to devour the mushrooms on the street, making himself larger and larger, but suddenly, intimidated by the majesty emanating from the demigod-level mythical creature, this giant mushroom immediately collapsed to the ground. The face depicted by the patterns first showed brief pain, then became blank. Extraordinaries below the demigod level, once they look directly at a demigod-level mythical creature, will immediately lose control and suffer severe mental damage. Mr. A's condition was now almost the same as losing control. His expression became blank, indicating that his spiritual body had died due to the immense blow it suffered in a short period. On that battlefield, the Black Hound spirit beasts held their rapiers high, exuding a terrifying majesty, and the aura they released also made Hobert dare not approach. Hobert stayed on the edge of the battlefield, not daring to look directly into the eyes of the Black Hound spirit beasts, nor at the facial expression of the Mad Mage, only able to judge the direction of the battle by their figures. The battle had lasted for more than 10 seconds, and they seemed to have remained motionless, but Hobert knew that their extraordinary ability combat had never stopped. The Black Hound spirit beasts were still attacking the Mad Mage's spiritual body, while the Mad Mage's surroundings were constantly in a state of madness, resisting the Black Hound spirit beasts' attacks. This could be seen from the fate of the mushrooms on the street. The mushrooms desperately fled the vicinity of the Black Hound spirit beasts, and those that fled a little slower would be covered in a layer of pale white light and quickly begin to wither. They let out wails like a baby crying, crawling with all their might, but ultimately could not escape darkness, turning into rotten mushrooms, often dragging a long black mark behind them. And on the Mad Mage's side, everything around him was distorted. Mushrooms that were originally prostrate on the ground, wanting to surrender, suddenly appeared on rooftops, inside houses, constantly changing positions. The mushrooms themselves were sometimes prostrate, sometimes standing up, trying to absorb the surrounding spirituality to grow rapidly, and sometimes they were bouncing around as if they had taken stimulants. The mushrooms, further away, were shouting and charging towards the Black Hound spirit beasts with open mouths, like fearless warriors, eventually covered by pale white light and falling on the path of their charge. Their lives did not end there. A smaller mushroom emerged from their mouths, continuing to shout and charge madly, but soon withered again, and at the same time, an even smaller mushroom would appear, continuing the mission of the charge. Under the influence of the Mad Mage, the mushrooms that had lost their minds finally opened their mouths and bit the Black Hound spirit beasts. Their sharp teeth could secrete some black liquid, and even a drop of this black liquid on a saint's skin would quickly cause a mutation. However, the Black Hound spirit beast's skin was as hard as iron, and these sharp teeth could not harm them at all. More crucially, those black liquids could not provoke any reaction from the Black Hound spirit beasts, let alone mutation. They didn't even get goosebumps. The black liquid just flowed down, onto the ground. This was also Leon's most helpless point. The Black Hound spirit beasts had received the blessing of the ancient death god, and ordinary Sequence 0 sealed artifacts simply could not change the state of this blessing. The Mad Mage seemed to gradually adapt to the demigod-level mythical creature state. The expression on his faceplate suddenly turned into a smile, and all the mushrooms on the entire street were attracted by the expression on the faceplate, willing to fight for the Mad Mage. Even Hobert felt his emotions being forcibly distorted, and the hand clutching the amulet loosened, seeming to find it very difficult to make the decision to attack the Mad Mage. Taking a deep breath, Hobert granted his current negative state to a mushroom on the street, and only then did he regain his fighting spirit. The rapier in the Black Hound spirit beast's hand thrust forward, and a pale white light formed an illusory bird shape. This white bird was very blurry, roughly identifiable as an undying bird that had become extinct on the North-South continent. The appearance of the illusory undying bird seemed to make everything within a certain range become lifeless. Hobert and the mushrooms all became unwilling to speak a word, unwilling to make a move, and even unwilling for any emotional fluctuations to appear. The Mad Mage's faceplate changed form again. It was a somewhat rigid arrogance expression. The illusory undying bird seemed to have suffered a heavy blow, becoming even more illusory and gradually losing its form. Hobert also jumped out from the corner. At this moment, he seemed to feel that he also had the strength to participate in this war. But the moment he jumped out, the Mad Mage waved a hand at him, and the air in front of Hobert seemed to explode, releasing a huge amount of energy that blasted him away. However, the moment he was blasted away, the air in the direction he was flying suddenly became condensed, as hard as an iron plate. Hobert was thus slammed hard against the air, and even with a demigod's physique, he was so battered that he felt like his body was falling apart. Fortunately, at this time, the Black Hound spirit beast's new offensive attracted the Mad Mage's attention, and Hobert was spared further attacks. Hobert half knelt on the ground, taking advantage of the intense pain to keep his mind clear enough, and threw the deprivation amulet in his hand at the Mad Mage, chanting the ancient Hermes language spell, theft. This amulet stripped the Mad Mage of his abilities of distortion, arrogance, and charm. Hobert breathed a sigh of relief, quickly rolled back into the corner to catch his breath, and continued to observe the battle. Without the ability to distortion, the Mad Mage lost a huge advantage. And the theft of arrogance and charm caused the Mad Mage to lose some of his mental attack capabilities. At this point, the battle became even more intense. While they were clashing with sustained extraordinary abilities, the Black Hound spirit beast once again raised its rapier high, brewing a new attack. Hobert seized the opportunity, took out the deception amulet, and once again chanted the common spell for this batch of amulets in ancient Hermes language, theft. The Mad Mage completely ignored the rapier raised by the Black Hound spirit beast at this moment. 2 seconds later, the rapier burst into light again. The unprepared Mad Mage had a white flame ignite on his shoulder, rapidly spreading throughout his body. Ah! The flames made the Mad Mage let out a painful roar. His spiritual body was being burned by the flames. The white flames were the ferryman's lamp fire, flames ignited using the spiritual body as fuel. The Mad Mage immediately granted the lamp fire to the mushrooms on the street, and half the street was engulfed in raging white flames. The mushrooms fell batch after batch amidst their screams. Fortunately, Hobert immediately hid back in the corner after throwing the amulet, otherwise his spiritual body would also have suffered some damage. These flames had no temperature. On the contrary, Hobert felt cold all over, breaking out in a cold sweat. After all the spiritual bodies within the burning range were incinerated, the white flames automatically extinguished. On that battlefield, the Mad Mage was severely wounded. His spiritual body was now very weak, already at a disadvantage in the battle. While passively defending, he looked towards where Hobert was hiding. Hobert naturally felt the other party's gaze, but with the Black Hound spirit beast blocking, he wasn't afraid. Because the Black Hound spirit beast had gained the upper hand, Hobert seized the opportunity to attack again, throwing another deprivation amulet, once again stripping the Mad Mage of his abilities of madness, amplify, and grant. With his main abilities stolen and his spiritual body severely wounded, the Mad Mage quickly suffered a complete defeat. The Black Hound spirit beast pressed closer step by step. With each step forward, the Mad Mage's life force diminished, and his black armor withered. When the Black Hound spirit beast was a few steps away from the Mad Mage, the Mad Mage was already too weak to maintain the demigod-level mythical creature state and quickly reverted to his original appearance. 4 steps away, the Mad Mage's muscles stiffened. 3 steps away, the Mad Mage's heart stopped beating. 2 steps away, the Mad Mage's already very weak spiritual body began to dissipate. When standing in front of him, the Mad Mage's body had lost all signs of life. Hobert breathed a sigh of relief. He had originally thought the Mad Mage might lose control at the last moment, but fortunately, the Black Hound spirit beast had completely suppressed him, giving his physical body no chance to lose control. Just then, the bracelet on the Mad Mage's wrist suddenly emitted an emerald green light, and his already dilated pupils suddenly regained vitality, rolling rapidly, dodging the rapier thrust by the Black Hound spirit beast, and charging swiftly towards Hobert. At this moment, the Mad Mage's eyes were still filled with madness. In front of him, there was still only one thought: to fight. To defeat all enemies in sight. Hobert quickly began to distortion the distance, preparing to circle around and hide behind the Black Hound spirit beast again. Suddenly, black viscous liquid appeared on the ground, and the mushrooms on the street once again let out painful cries. The parts touched by the black liquid turned a rust-like color. This was Fallen, one of the few abilities the Mad Mage could still use. As a fallen Earl, Hobert would not suffer damage from Fallen, but he felt his strength and spirituality greatly weakening, and he was quickly caught up by the Mad Mage, who was leaving afterimages. Weakening. Hobert immediately put the Mad Mage into a state of weakening. Seeing that the opponent's speed was still incredibly fast, he poured his spirituality into 1:109, slaughter. Hobert chose to counterattack at this time, firstly because continuing to flee would be more passive, and secondly because he could feel that the Mad Mage was no longer as powerful as when they first met. The opponent's incredibly fast speed might be due to the ability of that Sequence 0 sealed artifact. Slaughter made the Mad Mage stumble, and the Black Hound spirit beast behind him caught up, thrusting a sword through the Mad Mage's chest. The Mad Mage's body rapidly expanded. He was actually preparing to enter the demigod-level mythical creature state again. At the same time, he completely ignored the Black Hound spirit beast's attack and raised a hand towards Hobert. Hobert felt an unbearable stinging sensation immediately appear in all his muscles. He gritted his teeth. Use. He prematurely ended the Mad Mage's spiritual output, because Hobert's use had little effect on Sequence 0 sealed artifacts and could hardly prematurely terminate abilities cast by Sequence 0 sealed artifacts, so Hobert could only target the Mad Mage. Although the Mad Mage's attack stopped immediately, it still caused Hobert's body to undergo some mutation. Fortunately, 1:109 had the ability to control flesh and blood. He temporarily suppressed this mutation within his body and, through 2 consecutive grants, granted it to the mushrooms on the street. Thus, on the street, 2 mushrooms as tall as towering trees appeared again. Fortunately, under the Black Hound spirit beast's control, the rapier rapidly withered the Mad Mage's life force, which made the Mad Mage's spirit become listless again, leaving him no time to continue attacking Hobert. Finally, the Mad Mage once again lost his vitality and fell onto the layer of mushrooms on the ground. The Black Hound spirit beast pulled out its sword, chopped off the Mad Mage's head, and at Hobert's command, also cut off the arm wearing the bracelet. But what Hobert did not expect was that the Mad Mage's body turned into tightly arranged mushrooms. One of the 2 mushrooms that had grown tall due to Hobert's granted mutation earlier suddenly began to shake. 2 hands stretched out from the mushroom, tearing open its skin, and the Mad Mage emerged from the mushroom. Only his 2 ears had turned into 2 brightly colored mushrooms. Hobert immediately realized that this was not rebirth, but a new vitality the Mad Mage gained from that Sequence 0 sealed artifact. As long as the creatures, created by that Sequence 0 sealed artifact were still alive, the Mad Mage could not die. However, if this method was used too often, the Mad Mage would inevitably mutate, just like his 2 ears that had turned into mushrooms. He believed that in just a few more times, he would also turn into a monster and be completely at the mercy of the sealed artifact. Hobert retreated, leaving the battlefield to the Black Hound spirit beast, while considering how to permanently kill the Mad Mage after the battle. He could only think of two methods at the moment. One was to burn down all the creatures in Mist Town that were created by that Grade 0 sealed artifact. The other was to snatch the bracelet from the Mad Mage and seal it with the Order Crystal. He could wait a little longer to see if the situation would improve once the source of these mushrooms disappeared. These mushrooms were the dried mushrooms in Klein's hand, a product formed by combining them with the fish meat summoned from the historical void. The fish meat would disappear after a while, so theoretically, the mushrooms that Mr. A had turned into would lose their source of power. However, the mushrooms on the street continued to proliferate. For example, the mushrooms that had been stripped of all vitality by the Black Hound Spirit Beast. After the Black Hound Spirit Beast left that spot, new mushrooms grew from these rotten mushrooms. New mushrooms also grew on the corpses of mushrooms that had died for various reasons. And it wasn't just mushrooms growing. At both ends of the street, where the mushrooms hadn't been hit much, they had grown as lush as bushes, and strangely shaped insects had already appeared. Hobert shook his head, thinking that the vigorously growing mushrooms on the street might not disappear with the fish meat, or rather, since they were created by a Grade 0 sealed artifact, it was impossible for them to be limited by a piece of fish meat. Thinking of this, Hobert poured his spirituality into 107 feet, prohibition of mushroom proliferation here. The mushrooms on the ground swayed, and new mushrooms still grew, but at a much slower rate and with smaller sizes. While the Black Hound Spirit Beast was entangled with the Mad Mage, Hobert injected his spirituality into 109 feet, Fire Raven spell. Dozens of fire ravens created a large fire on the street, but after the fire, the mushrooms continued to grow, and even the fire was squeezed out. Then there was only one way left. Hobert said to the Black Hound Spirit Beast, "Take his bracelet." The Black Hound Spirit Beast looked at the bracelet, and as soon as it reached out, it pulled back, as if the bracelet would scald it. Hobert immediately understood that although the bracelet's ability had no effect on the Black Hound Spirit Beast, if it held the bracelet in its hand, it would likely affect the balance of its physical state. Hobert was about to order the Black Hound Spirit Beast to capture the Mad Mage, but then he felt that this command would be difficult to achieve. At this moment, the Mad Mage, due to a lack of sufficient sanity, had also weakened considerably, so in the current battle, the Black Hound Spirit Beast had a considerable advantage. However, trying to capture the opponent was almost impossible. After all, they were at similar levels, making it difficult to perform overly complex operations. He could try to kill the Mad Mage again and snatch the bracelet at the moment he gained new vitality. So Hobert approached the battlefield little by little, waiting for the right moment. Chaos. The Black Hound Spirit Beast took advantage of the brief opportunity when the opponent fell into chaos, and once again stabbed the Mad Mage with a sword. The Mad Mage's vitality withered rapidly, and he fell to the ground as if all his strength had been drained. Taking this opportunity, Hobert quickly stepped forward. Just as he was about to take the bracelet, he saw the Mad Mage's seemingly weak hand suddenly clench into a fist. Hobert's eyes narrowed, but it was too late to dodge. The Mad Mage threw a punch. He used the law of concentration and diffusion of power, causing the power of this punch to first concentrate and then rapidly diffuse. The effect of this operation was astonishing. When Hobert was first hit, he felt as if the power of this punch had pierced through his chest. Immediately after, the power spread violently, and Hobert's chest actually exploded, like a blown-up balloon, creating a hole the size of an adult's palm. The hole was exactly where his heart was, and Hobert immediately felt as if all the blood in his body had lost all momentum, and he could no longer feel the warmth and power of his heart. The Mad Mage, lying on the ground, grinned ferociously. His other hand gripped the rapier and actually pulled it out of his body. Although this process cost him a large amount of life force, he still didn't die. It wasn't until he stood up that Hobert discovered that the Mad Mage's back had grown mushroom-like rootlets, and the mushrooms on the entire street were withering. It turned out that the Mad Mage, who had already undergone some mutations, was creating a false impression that he had become very weak. In reality, he was using the mutation of his body to continuously absorb the vitality of the mushrooms. Madness and dementia are different. The former has a certain degree of intelligence, but that intelligence is usually applied in unexpected ways. The Mad Mage must have sensed Hobert's thoughts, so he simply lured him close and then, with one strike, left Hobert on the verge of death. At this moment, Hobert, with an empty chest, saw the Mad Mage's second punch coming. Because of the close distance, the Black Hound spirit beast also had no time to rescue him. This punch was enough to take Hobert's life. Hobert's surprised expression suddenly changed, and he grinned with a shallow smile, uttering in ancient Hermes language, "Theft." This time he used the luck-stealing amulet. At the same time, the black crystal amulet he had just taken out of his pocket disappeared into the illusion. In an instant, Hobert became the one throwing the punch, and a huge hole appeared in the Mad Mage's chest. The fates of the two were swapped. At this moment, a smile crept onto Hobert's face, and the instant his punch struck the Mad Mage, his other hand had already grabbed the bracelet on the opponent's wrist. The Mad Mage was punched in front of the Black Hound spirit beast, but his bracelet remained in Hobert's hand. Hobert's hand, holding the bracelet, trembled violently. His fingernails became sharp and long, his pores opened, and feathers grew out. His other hand quickly took out the order crystal from his body, which transformed into a small box. He swiftly placed the bracelet inside the box and closed the lid. In just 1 or 2 seconds, the hand Hobert used to hold the bracelet had turned into a claw covered in bird feathers. He quickly granted away most of the mutation he had received, and his hand gradually returned to its original appearance. However, the mutations accumulated in Hobert's body were already numerous at this point. He could only suppress them with the flesh magic of 109 feet for now, and then gradually transfer them out after leaving. At this moment, the Mad Mage, who had been cut into 3 sections by the Black Hound spirit beast, suddenly said, "It's yours." Leon's eyes regained clarity. "My extraordinary characteristic is also yours." Hobert said, "Should I say thank you?" Leon ignored Hobert's words and instead asked, "The wooden stick with surging order power that I held earlier was yours, wasn't it?" Hobert nodded. "Yes, why didn't I see you use it?" "I tried to escape from here with it a long time ago," Leon said weakly. "Unfortunately, I failed." He then asked, "Where did you get that wooden stick from?" Hobert looked into Leon's eyes, knowing he was about to die, so after a second or two, he said, "From the Creator." The Creator. When Leon came in, the Creator's reputation wasn't very prominent yet, but he didn't have time to investigate this question now. Instead, he said, "Can I ask you for a favor?" Hobert said, "I may not have time to help you complete it." "You can listen first," Leon said. Every year on December 1st, members of the Solomon family gather in the northeast of Johnai County. The specific location is Mount Pendle in the northern suburbs of Limon City. I have a stone key in my pocket that can access the gathering place. Leon took a deep breath, as if using his last ounce of strength. You go and raid the members of the Solomon family, obtain their extraordinary characteristics, make some of them your captives, your servants. Exploit them ruthlessly. Hobert frowned. That sounds like a trap. Leon smiled helplessly. The decision to go or not is yours. Hobert was silent for 2 seconds before asking again, "Why do you hate your own clansmen so much?" "They've become a bunch of cowards," Leon said with a face full of pain. "I've been working for over 200 years to re-establish the Solomon family. But it's useless. These bastards have forgotten the glory of being a Solomon. Our ancestors once ruled the entire North Continent." As he spoke, his tone became somewhat sorrowful. This is the extraordinary world. They are now greedy for comfort, and in the future, they will surely face a catastrophe. And that fool Nast has completely become Rosel's dog. Even though Rosel has been dead for over 100 years, he actually says that Rosel is the true emperor. If this continues, the Solomon family will be completely beyond saving. Hobert nodded. So you want to use hatred to ignite their fighting spirit? It's best if. Leon's voice abruptly stopped, and his eyes gradually lost their luster. This time, without the bracelet to provide him with vitality, he was truly dead. Hobert said to the unblinking Leanne, "Whether it's a trap or not, I will go. I can't guarantee whether I will accept the people of the Solomon family. Perhaps the Solomon family will exist in the form of extraordinary characteristics, provided they truly have such a gathering." Then Hobert recalled a long time ago, when he was still Sequence 9, the case he took on where he obtained the teleportation statue. At that time, the notes kept by the Solomon family member, who went by the alias Henry, recorded an incident where a family member was preparing to restore the family's glory. Henry's elder did not respond to this call. Later, this mad mage found Henry's residence about half a year ago, but by then, Henry's family had already died. Hobert guessed that the ambitious Solomon member mentioned in the notes might be this mad mage in front of him. Perhaps he had long ago completely lost patience with the members of the Solomon family. Hobert shook his head. 200 years is enough time to do many things. All I can say is that your method might be wrong. He said this as if delivering a final verdict, then looked at the Black Hound spirit beast. "Give me the sword." The Black Hound spirit beast extended the hand holding the sword, then pulled it back, actually resisting Hobert's command. Hobert was slightly taken aback. "If I still need you to fight for me, this sword will still be yours to use." The Black Hound spirit beast covered its chest with its other hand, bowed slightly to Hobert, and then handed over the sword. This made Hobert realize that this rapier might have restored a little bit of the Black Hound spirit beast's sanity. But now was not the time to consider this. Klein, who had been hiding, saw that the battle was over and came from another street. He had not yet advanced to demigod, so even if he had been there earlier, he wouldn't have been much help. Next, the two began to divide the spoils. The Mad Mage was killed by the Black Hound spirit beast and Hobert, so the Grade 0 sealed artifact bracelet and the Mad Mage's extraordinary characteristic naturally belonged to Hobert. Mr. A died from seeing a demigod-level creature in Klein's mushrooms, but the mushrooms played the main role, so the mutated wriggling hunger still belonged to Klein. Finally, there was the extraordinary characteristic of the Despair Witch. She was mainly killed by Hobert, but the mushrooms also played a significant role. So Hobert suggested, "I can use the extraordinary characteristic. I can let you have it, and I'll give you £20,000 in cash, how about that?" Jonathan and the others' defection was basically ready, just waiting for an opportunity. What Hobert didn't expect was that some extraordinaries from the witch pathway also defected with Jonathan. After observing them for a period of time, if there were no problems, he could consider using these forces. If he could have an extraordinary characteristic of the Despair Witch, it would greatly enhance the creator's standing in their minds. Klein's expression was a bit complex. £20,000. Hobert spread his hands. "I calculated it at £60,000. If you were to sell this extraordinary characteristic, you might not get that much money, and you would likely attract some trouble for yourself." "I know." Klein nodded. "I mean, deal." His reaction just now was not dissatisfaction with Hobert's price, but surprise that Hobert could offer so much. After dividing the spoils, they took the obsidian found on the Mad Mage and re-entered the town's church. Klein didn't dare to look into the Black Hound spirit beast's eyes, so he never knew what it looked like. He also thought its black fur all over its body was just a sign of this saint's particularly thick body hair. It wasn't until he entered the cathedral that Klein realized the saint's spiritual wall was stiff, as if frozen by ice, and wouldn't actively float towards the top of the cathedral. The moment he touched the other party's spiritual wall, his entire body turned cold, as if the severe cold from their spiritual wall had transferred to his own. Klein recalled Hobert's earlier hint, this saint was once a death god's guard, so there should be something special about him. So Klein only controlled his and Hobert's spiritual wall, and moved deeper into the cathedral. Cheritu was still sitting diagonally behind the stone statue, wearing a hood and with a face full of white beard. "Very good, you have shown enough wisdom and strength." He reached forward and pulled out a yellowish-brown parchment, a quill pen full of ink, and a bottle of ink. Cheritu picked up the quill and quickly wrote words and symbols on the parchment. these are the open door symbol and the trickster potion formula you requested. They can only last for 3/4 of an hour and cannot be taken outside. Hobert asked, what about the ancient scholar potion formula? Cheritu glanced at him. Young man, one shouldn't be too greedy. Then he chuckled. Don't forget to take my urn. No sooner had he finished speaking than his entire being suddenly split into countless tiny specks of light, spreading outwards and merging into the void. Only a small urn remained on the ground. Hobert and Klein stared blankly at the urn on the ground for a while before looking at the open door symbol. It was a vertical eye composed of many mysterious patterns and hidden symbols. Klein whispered, a long time ago, I obtained a similar symbol from the Antigonus family's notes. Hobert knowingly asked, is it exactly the same as this symbol? There's a certain difference. Klein pointed at the symbol. This crescent moon pattern and a zigzag mark have swapped positions. Hobert glanced at the urn on the ground. Under what circumstances did you obtain that symbol at the time? Klein briefly described the situation at the time. Use the symbol you obtained. Hobert said, compared to this stingy old gentleman Cheritu, I'd rather trust that notebook. Klein thought the same, but his idea was, compared to the strange Cheritu, who clearly had other motives, I'd rather trust that notebook. Klein placed the obsidian into the indentation. The two fit perfectly, without any gap. The wall quickly glowed, gradually becoming transparent, revealing the flagstones outside, the dilapidated walls, and the clouds floating in midair. Hobert and Klein exchanged glances. Finally, Hobert broke the silence and said, perhaps this town is a hidden area in the Hornassus Mountains. Klein had a similar guess, and he remembered another thing. In one of my divinations, I learned that about 100 years ago, a Cheritu lost control when he advanced to sequence 1 and turned into a wriggling mass of maggots clinging together. Hobert glanced at the urn. Let's go out first. He smiled. But one thing is certain, the symbol Cheritu gave us is problematic. Then Hobert said to the urn, I know very well that as long as the door is open, your goal will be achieved. We're using each other. Don't expect us to scatter your so-called ashes into the river, but we can help you scatter them in Trier when the strong winds blow in winter, so you can cover your entire hometown. Perhaps you can even ride the wind and see the triangular estuary. The so-called triangular estuary is where the Intis Republic's two major rivers, the Rhine and the Solenzo, converge into a larger waterway, and it is a famous scenic spot in that country. Klein was slightly stunned, feeling that Hobert seemed much more arrogant now than before. There was no need to state such things. What if old gentleman Cheritu got angry, jumped out of the urn, and stuffed them into an urn too? That would be amusing. However, Klein didn't say anything. He thought this might be a form of acting, just like when he was a faceless man or a clown. While his mind wandered, Klein finished drawing the symbol he had obtained from the Antigonus family's notes. As his last stroke fell, the obsidian emitted pure rays of light, flowing along the complex vertical eye pattern. The entire cathedral suddenly became illusory, with everything above, below, left, right, front, and back inverted. Before Klein could clearly see the situation outside, Hobert had already pressed down on the obsidian. This symbol isn't right either. Klein was a little confused. Not right either. Hobert explained, you didn't have time to see clearly just now. The situation outside was similar to the situation inside this cathedral, except there was an extra chair, and on the chair sat the wriggling maggots you just mentioned. In fact, Hobert hadn't seen anything just now, but as someone who knew which symbol to use, he could only eliminate the wrong options in this way. He couldn't just blurt out, how about you try the symbol representing the Black Knight goddess? When Hobert said that, Klein had no doubts. He had fully experienced the difference between Sequence 5 and a demigod today, and believed that the scene Hobert described was seen by Hobert as a demigod, while he himself had not seen it. Klein frowned tightly. Try another symbol. What to change to? Hobert saw that the time was right and analyzed. We just saw that this place might be the night country in the Hornassus Mountains in the real world, related to Antigonus and the Mother of the Sky. This strange town also seems like Following this line of thought, Klein said, "We can try the symbol representing the fool." Hobert nodded with a hint of helplessness in his heart. Good idea. He thought to himself, shouldn't a normal person think of the symbol representing the Black Night goddess? However, Hobert then thought that the Hornassus Mountains, Antigonus, and the strangeness stacked together could indeed make one associate with the diviner pathway and the fool. Klein picked up the obsidian, wiped off the symbol on it, and put the obsidian back into the wall. He took a deep breath and drew the fool's symbol, composed of half an eyeless eye, and half a twisted line. But this time, the transparent door remained unchanged. No reaction. Klein frowned tightly, wondering what went wrong. Nonsense, Hobert thought. You haven't established a connection with this town, so why would there be a reaction? If there really was a reaction, where would it be outside? It wouldn't be Source Castle, would it? He said directly, "We can try the symbol representing the Black Night goddess." Then Hobert explained, "We are suspected to have been sent in by the Mother of the Sky, and this place is related to secrecy." Makes sense. This time, Hobert wiped off the symbol on the obsidian and drew the symbol from the Black Night holy emblem. Suddenly, the transparent door rippled like water. The two first saw an ancient palace in the distance. Then, looking down at their feet, they saw a bottomless cliff and clouds floating in midair before them. They seemed to be on a mountaintop somewhere. It worked. Hobert and Klein feigned drawing a crimson moon on their chests and praised in unison, "Praise the goddess." Then the two exchanged smiles. Clang! Just as the two were about to leave, the urn behind them fell over without any wind. Klein's gaze became solemn. The ashes in the urn had disappeared without a trace, which meant that, as Hobert had predicted, as soon as this space was opened, Cheritu's goal was achieved. However, now was not the time to consider this. The two and the Black Hound spirit beast immediately passed through the illusory door. Their vision first darkened, as if they saw a boundless night and brilliant stars, and then they found themselves on a mountaintop. Hobert grabbed Klein with one hand and the Black Hound spirit beast with the other. The space before them became illusory. Stepping in, they truly entered the spirit world. In other words, they were out of danger. Hobert simply used travel to reach the mountains west of Backland. The two exchanged glances, feeling that last night's experience was somewhat unreal. Klein said, "Cheritu's goal has been achieved." Then he asked, "I wonder what impact it will have." Hobert seemed to consider it for a moment before saying, "We have the protection of the Fool and the Creator, so we're not afraid of him finding us." He paused and said, "Even if there are any effects, they won't affect us anytime soon." Hobert was originally going to briefly discuss this issue, but he noticed that the power of order on the Black Hound spirit beast was rapidly dissipating, and it might escape his control at any moment. Fortunately, Klein was also eager to return, so the two quickly said their goodbyes and left using travel. Hobert didn't go far. He emerged from the spirit world again, preparing to sacrifice the Black Hound spirit beast to the country of disorder. However, while setting up the altar, he found that the creature had already entered the underworld on its own. Hobert drew his rapier and quickly chased after it. The Black Hound spirit beast was like a fish in water in the underworld. Hobert couldn't even keep up. After chasing for 2 or 3 minutes in the underworld, just as Hobert was about to give up, the Black Hound spirit beast finally left the underworld. Hobert cautiously opened a crack, saw no danger outside, and followed it out. Outside, under the morning sun, was a scene of birdsong and fragrant flowers, a wilderness. However, strangely, there was a hill covered in beautiful flowers before them. These flowers were vibrant but not gaudy, differing somewhat from ordinary flowers. The flowers were clustered together, like a carpet made of flowers. At this moment, the Black Hound spirit beast stood quietly before the hill. Hobert was all too familiar with the other party's stance. The ancient death god's corpse was in the hill. He also walked closer and immediately realized that this was not a hill at all. It was a mound made of dense vines. Only the vines were completely covered by flowers and green leaves. Hobert looked around nervously, fearing that members of the Kastcha family would rush out to fight him to the death. However, his restored spirituality made Hobert feel no danger. On the contrary, this mound gave Hobert a very intimate feeling. This emotional sensation indicated the presence of extraordinary elements within the hill. Hobert guessed that the ancient death god's corpse might truly be sealed within. Judging from the fact that there were no guards, the sealer was very confident in their seal. Ordinary extraordinaries would not be able to find this place at all. Hobert was that, unusual, extraordinary, or rather, he knew the connection between the Black Hound spirit beast and the ancient death god's corpse. He had also considered following the Black Hound spirit beast to retrieve the ancient death god's corpse, but no matter how he thought about it, the risk seemed too great. It was highly likely that the Kastcha family members, who hated him to the bone, were guarding the corpse, waiting for Hobert to deliver himself to them. Hobert glanced at the hill again. Since there was no danger, he could consider re-obtaining the ancient death god's corpse. But a new problem arose: how to break this seal. At this moment, Hobert's spirituality seemed to sense something, and he reached out for the healing fork. This magical item looked unchanged, but Hobert felt that it seemed different from usual. Recalling its performance today, Hobert thought, "I can give it a try." So he placed his other hand on the intertwined vines, and at that moment, Hobert felt all the anomalies accumulated within his body being absorbed by the vines. During the battle with the Mad Mage, Hobert had accumulated many anomalies in his body. Fortunately, 109 feet had the ability of flesh and blood magic, otherwise, Hobert's body would have long become extremely ugly and inhuman. The anomalies of the spirit body would be a step slower, so for Hobert, who was already a demigod with a strong enough spirit body, there was time to process these anomalies little by little with flesh and blood magic. Immediately after, a 3 to 4 meter square opening appeared before Hobert and the Black Hound spirit beast, and the Black Hound spirit beast stepped in first. Hobert observed for a moment, and seeing that the Black Hound spirit beast encountered no danger, he also entered the vine-woven opening. Inside the thick vines, there was another layer of firm, almost ripe soybeans, not only around but also underfoot. Hobert reached out and touched the wall. There seemed to be gaps between each soybean plant, but these soybeans were filled with an invisible force. This force was like liquid crystal, poured into those gaps, not only blocking Hobert's outstretched hand from touching but also blocking spirituality. Further inside, there was another layer of dense, golden yellow wheat. Hobert found himself uncontrollably recalling the joy of harvest when he saw this wheat. He immediately realized that his emotions were being influenced by the sealing power here. Hobert quickly reined in his spirituality and emotions, but he found it didn't help much. Because there was no warning of any danger, Hobert let the joy of harvest fill his heart. In the center of the mound, there was a small space where the corpse of ancient death god lay in a neat wheat field. The aura of death, sorrow, and fear on him was completely suppressed by the harvest aura of the wheat field. However, the pale white light emanating from him still turned the circle of wheat around him black and white. The Black Hound spirit beast was already kneeling beside the corpse of ancient death god, continuing to guard his god. Hobert, meanwhile, pondered how to carry ancient death god out and sacrifice him to the country of disorder. Just then, the surrounding wheat suddenly swayed gently, rapidly turning from golden yellow to grayish white. Finally, both the stalks and the grains decayed completely, returning to the earth. Not only the wheat, but the outer layer of soybeans and the outermost layer of vines also completed the process of decay almost in an instant. Eventually, Hobert found himself in a desolate valley. The joy of harvest disappeared, quickly replaced by the fear and sorrow of death. The seal on ancient death god's corpse was lifted, as if waiting for Hobert to capture him into the country of disorder. Hobert was slightly stunned and, pretending, made a gesture with his arms crossed as if cradling a baby, praise Mother Goddess. If he were to say there was no arrangement by Earth Mother in this, he wouldn't believe it for a second. But the problem was, his faith in the Creator wasn't very devout, let alone being a follower of Earth Mother. Why would Mother Goddess give him the corpse of ancient death god? Didn't Earth Mother know that the last time ancient death god's corpse appeared, it was released by the Creator? This was clearly impossible. Since she knew and still did it, Hobert could only think of two reasons. First, Mother Goddess also found it difficult to handle ancient death god's corpse. After all, their authorities were almost opposite. Mother Goddess symbolized new life, harvest, and growth, while ancient death god represented death and decay. So, would Earth Mother consider her seal on ancient death god a burden? It's important to know that ancient death god's corpse wouldn't stay put. He would change positions every once in a while. Back then, Trensus's nobles built such a large underground structure precisely to make this corpse get lost, so even if it changed position, it would only appear within the confines of those hundreds of rooms. So, for Earth Mother, this seal might be a burden. The second, of course, was divine investment. Of course, Earth Mother was not investing in Hobert, but in the Creator. After all, the current situation was becoming treacherous. Even gods could not see through the future, in which direction the pattern would develop. At this time, having one more friend was always better than having one more enemy. Hobert glanced at ancient death god's corpse again. Whatever the reason, he should put this guy away first. This was a divine artifact for stealing home. After setting up the altar, Hobert began to pretend to pray to the Creator. Because now he only needed to silently recite the incantation in his mind to enter the country of disorder. Even if Earth Mother was still watching, Hobert was not afraid of being seen through by her. The process of entering the country of disorder, unless observed at close range or subjected to targeted interference, even a god, if far away in the astral world, should not be able to discern any clues. Upon arriving in the country of disorder, Hobert seized ancient death god's corpse and the black hound spirit beast, performed a simple seal, and immediately returned to the real world. He unhurriedly destroyed the traces of the altar, and after once again feigning gratitude to Earth Mother, Hobert used travel to return to Backland, to the Earl's mansion study. He sat in the chair and waited for a few minutes, feeling no gaze and no warning of danger. So he erected a spiritual wall and once again sacrificed all the spoils of this operation to himself. For a long time recently, Hobert hadn't bothered to erect a spiritual wall when entering the country of disorder, because he had the protection of ritual power when sacrificing or bestowing upon himself. In this operation, Hobert encountered two strange incidents, which made him much more cautious. Using a spiritual wall to provide an extra layer of protection could also effectively avoid being spied upon. Upon arriving in the country of disorder, Hobert first carefully checked his spirit body and found no problems. Then, in the basement of St. Samuel Cathedral, why did that sealed artifact made from Mother of the Sky, or rather, Black Night Goddess, point at him? Hobert leaned back against the iron throne, smiling helplessly. Even if Black Night Goddess had some scheme, he had no way of knowing it. After all, she controlled the authority of secrecy. Things she didn't want others to know were difficult even for gods to perceive. However, thinking that he had no grievances or recent enmity with Black Night Goddess, and even a bit of a relationship, Hobert decided to temporarily put this matter out of his mind. Of course, this decision also contained a great deal of helplessness. Next, Hobert took the healing fork, which was sacrificed along with him, into his hand. Because the negative effects of this magical item were very weak, Hobert didn't need to use the power of the country of disorder to reseal it at all. Even when it wasn't needed, it was only temporarily placed in the country of disorder and never seriously observed. At this moment, Hobert used the authority of the country of disorder to carefully examine this magical item. It was still in its original state, seemingly unchanged from before. Hobert withdrew his gaze and stroked his chin, lost in thought. He hadn't noticed anything different about this magical item before. Today's early morning operation, the avoidance of those corn and mushroom-shaped monsters, and the opening of a seal that was very likely Earth Mother's, made Hobert realize that this sealed artifact was definitely not as simple as it appeared. After thinking for a while, Hobert guessed that this magical item likely contained a mark similar to the one Mr. Azek gave him. This mark couldn't grant Hobert the relevant abilities, but it could produce some unexpected effects when it came to areas related to what the mark represented. Hobert nodded, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt this was possible. As for whose mark it was, Hobert believed it should be Earth Mother's. Logically speaking, given his mother April's condition and experiences, it was more likely that the mark belonged to fallen Mother Goddess. However, the ability to open Earth Mother's seal essentially ruled out the possibility of fallen Mother Goddess. After all, that seal was on Earth, within the barrier. Fallen Mother Goddess's power was limited, making it impossible for her to bypass Earth Mother and open the seal she had set. Moreover, if it were the mark of fallen Mother Goddess, Hobert felt that he would have been more likely to be directly killed by Earth Mother when he was in front of the hill made of vines and flowers. Then the question arose, how did his mother April, who seemed to have some association with fallen Mother Goddess, get Earth Mother's mark? Thinking of this, Hobert recalled a memory. When he was betraying his country with Christine, the royal family sent a female demigod to control Christine, who was only sequence 5 according to intelligence. Through Christine's words, Hobert learned that the female demigod was deeply in love with his biological father, Rex. Later, the female demigod's strong resistance to the Earth Mother Church's missionary efforts in Backland, because she did not get her beloved, was quite intriguing. Connecting this with his mother April being an extraordinary of the cultivator pathway, and her own statement that she only sought help from an evil god after Rex's death. When she found herself being corrupted by the evil god, to prevent Hobert from being harmed, she could only leave her son. Connecting these clues, Hobert came to a guess. Before his mother April established contact with fallen Mother Goddess, she was very likely an extraordinary of the Earth Mother Church. Because she was influenced by fallen Mother Goddess, she had to leave the church. This guess made the logic of these events flow smoothly, but the fact that April could obtain Earth Mother's mark still seemed a bit abrupt. Such a mark was not like a small red flower from kindergarten, handed out as if it cost nothing. Earth Mother had so many devout followers, yet no one had ever heard of anyone receiving Mother Goddess's mark. Why did she specifically give this mark to April? Hobert realized that there might be a game between Earth Mother and fallen Mother Goddess at play here. Or perhaps Earth Mother had always been using his mother April to monitor fallen Mother Goddess. Hobert rubbed his forehead. But, a new problem arose. Why did this mark fall into my hands? This made him think of what April had said before, about a test she wasn't very confident about. Could it be that if that mark had always been with her, it would have been easy for fallen Mother Goddess to discover clues during that test? That would make sense. Hobert sighed, a little worried about his mother April's situation, and a little regretful that he hadn't asked at the time what the specific test she had to go through was. But immediately after, Hobert realized that this was also something he could hardly interfere with. Finally, he could only sigh. I still need to advance as soon as possible and strive to improve my strength. So, Hobert looked at the extraordinary characteristic of the Mad Mage. It looked like a palm-sized metallic liver, continuously emitting black mist and constantly wriggling. During the wriggling, a human face was precisely outlined on its surface. This human face was constantly making expressions of anger, smiles, confusion, and so on. In the outside world, if it were not in a sealed state, it could continuously distortion the emotions of surrounding creatures, making their emotions constantly change according to the expressions on the face. It should be said that this extraordinary characteristic itself was a relatively powerful Sequence 1 sealed artifact. Hobert sighed. The extraordinary characteristic is here, the ritual is ready, now I just have to wait for the potion to be completely digested. After glancing at the extraordinary characteristic of Despair Witch, Hobert finally focused his attention on the Sequence 0 sealed artifact worn by the Mad Mage. Evidently, that was a sealed artifact of the apothecary, or rather, the Moon Pathway, and it was the first Sequence 0 sealed artifact Hobert had obtained. Hobert used the authority of the Country of Order to learn about the abilities of this sealed artifact. It can create monsters with black venom. They usually have the appearance of ordinary plants, but they are very aggressive. As long as they are contaminated by the black venom, the holder can cause the target's spiritual balance to destabilize, their body to undergo significant mutation, and easily induce loss of control. After the target mutates or loses control, a new life can be born from within the target, and this new life will cause the target's spirituality to completely lose control, leading to a painful death. Hobert opened his mouth. This sealed artifact was actually very powerful. Then he smiled helplessly. Too bad it encountered the Black Hound spirit beast. No matter how powerful, this was only an angel-level sealed artifact, while the Black Hound spirit beast's blessing came from ancient death god, completely not on the same level. Therefore, this ability of the sealed artifact could hardly shake the essence of the Black Hound spirit beast. If it were another Sequence 3, it would have died painfully after giving birth. This sealed artifact also had other abilities, which were similar to Hobert's guesses. When the holder is injured, the bracelet can automatically absorb the life force of surrounding living beings to supply the holder. Even if a fatal injury is sustained, it can quickly reshape a complete body for the holder. However, the holder cannot continuously receive life force from the bracelet for more than 3 minutes, otherwise the holder will gradually be assimilated by the creatures providing the life force. Its other abilities were more ordinary. It will accelerate the holder's running speed, so fast that they leave afterimages. Under moonlight, strength and spirituality can always remain in their most abundant state, and even if strength and spirituality are overdrawn, they can be quickly replenished. Hobert nodded. Overall, this was a very good sealed artifact. However, the negative effects were also considerable. It loves to listen to people's conversations. If it doesn't hear talking for more than an hour, it will cause all living beings within an 8-kilometer radius to gradually evolve. If it doesn't hear talking for 3 consecutive hours, it can create a batch of brand new plants and animals. Hobert thought to himself, if given enough time, wouldn't it create a civilization? There were also other negative effects. Approximately every 6 hours, it will summon a monster from the spirit world. Some of these monsters are benevolent, but most bear strong malice towards the holder. These spirit world creatures are at least Sequence 4 level, and at most angel level. Approximately every 12 hours, it will absorb the life force within an 8-kilometer radius, or cause all living beings within 8 kilometers to become pregnant, including males. Not only that, the bracelet also needed to be recognized as its master. Continuously feeding it with fresh blood for a month will prevent most of its negative effects from harming the holder. Otherwise, merely holding the bracelet will turn one into an ugly monster in just 3 seconds. Afterwards, it must also be continuously fed with fresh blood. Even stopping for 1 day will render all previous feeding efforts futile. Hobert couldn't help but frown. He now strongly suspected whether that mad mage was made to look so weathered by this bracelet. After all, having to say a few words to the bracelet every hour, just thinking about it made it hard to get a good night's sleep. Following that, Hobert wondered how the mad mage sealed this sealed artifact. The first and fourth negative effects were understandable. Demigods inherently sleep less and could endure this sealed artifact. How were the second and third negative effects avoided? Especially the second negative effect, although the probability was not high. If an angel-level spirit world creature was summoned, even if the mad mage had this bracelet, he might not be able to resolve this level of spirit world creature within 6 hours, and it might even be difficult to win such a battle. So the mad mage must have implemented some seals, otherwise he would not have dared to wear it frequently. Soon, Hobert thought of a method: distortion of this bracelet's concept of time. If facing a Sequence 2 angel enemy, as a Sequence 3 mad mage, the only thing he could do was run away quickly. But for an angel-level Sequence 0 sealed artifact, the mad mage could completely implement effective seals. For example, if it had been alone in a quiet environment for over half an hour, he could distort its concept of time, making it believe that the past half an hour was only half a minute. Theoretically, the intermittent negative effects of a sealed artifact are not subject to subjective influence, they will automatically release negative effects when the time comes. But from the perspective of an extraordinary of the lawyer pathway, any rule has loopholes. Since the intermittent period of the sealed artifact's negative effects has a certain pattern, and is not always effective, then there must be a timing mechanism involved, right? Whether the sealed artifact itself is timing, or a mysterious force in a mystical sense is timing, without this timing mechanism, the negative effects would not exhibit regular intermittence. After reaching demigod, one can distort some abstract or conceptual things. Hobert was confident in distorting this bracelet's concept of time, though it might take several or a dozen distortions to succeed once. This is a sealed artifact, not a extraordinary. As long as it succeeds once, a sealed artifact without self-awareness will find it very difficult to change such a result. The use ability, which one possesses at the fallen Earl level, also has similar effects, but for the same sealed artifact, it can only be used once in a short period, which is less convenient than distortion. The more Hobert thought about it, the more he felt this was the case, but he would only be able to test if it was effective in a month. Within a month, Hobert had to first feed the sealed artifact with his own blood. This point was difficult to avoid with distortion. For Hobert, mere avoidance was not enough. He tried sealing it with the power of order and, as he expected, he would only be able to seal the negative effects of a sequence 0 sealed artifact after advancing to sequence 2. And it was only to seal the negative effects of angel-level sealed artifacts, even archangel level, meaning sequence 1, sealed artifacts were difficult to effectively seal. The effects of sealing and avoiding are similar, but the processes are different. Avoiding is like deceiving the sealed artifact, while sealing actually weakens the negative effects. Next came the time to name the sealed artifact. Hobert had two naming methods before him. One was to directly give it a name, and the other was to use a number. Hobert detested naming things, so he ultimately chose to use a number, and using a number also sounded more sophisticated. He remembered that the fool started numbering his sequence 0 sealed artifacts from 60. To avoid duplication, Hobert decided to start from 70. Thus, the code name for this bracelet was born, 0 to 70. Hobert then materialized a new stone platform beside the Iron Throne, placing 0 to 70 on it, specifically for holding sequence 0 sealed artifacts. After dealing with the spoils of war, Hobert began to review the battle that took place in Mist Town. Recalling it now, Hobert still felt a bit of lingering fear. The combination of Mad Mage and 0 to 70 was quite formidable. Even though most of 0-70 inches S attacks had little effect on the Black Hound Spirit Beast, the battle was once very intense. Hobert used 2 deprivation amulets and 1 deception amulet to give the Black Hound Spirit Beast an advantage. If it weren't for that luck-stealing amulet, the battle would have lasted much longer, perhaps until the next Crimson Moon arrived, at which point the direction of the battle would become completely uncontrollable. Finally, Hobert couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, during the Great Smog incident, it was the Black Hound Spirit Beast that dealt with the Mad Mage. If it had been Ox Demon King, then I wouldn't have been able to get out of Mist Town. After reflecting on the battle, Hobert left the country of disorder. He yawned and stretched vigorously. Back in the bedroom, Furs had not yet woken up. She sat up in bed. "You're back. I didn't expect you to be out all night. You didn't encounter any danger, did you?" Hobert was startled. "I did encounter danger. Didn't you worry about me?" "I did worry. I worried so much I woke up at 6 o'clock. Hobert walked towards the bed, taking off his clothes. 6 o'clock, no, I must punish you with a return sleep. Around 10 o'clock, Longtail Island. Angus and his team handled an extraordinary incident, and the team drove the carriage back to the governor's mansion. Angus remained silent throughout the return journey. Today's extraordinary incident made him very certain that the Mountain God Church had begun to test the new rulers. This matter must be reported to the Lord as soon as possible to prepare for an extraordinary battle to curb the arrogance of the Mountain God Church. Angus was very confident about this extraordinary battle. He was currently Sequence 5, with 4 Sequence 6 subordinates, and several Sequence 7 and low Sequence subordinates. There were 26 extraordinaries deployed on Longtail Island who obeyed Angus's orders. He could also use 5 Sequence 2 sealed artifacts, as well as several Sequence 3 sealed artifacts. Angus himself could even obtain the right to use a Sequence 1 sealed artifact by praying to the Creator. Moreover, he could also receive support from 3 churches and the military. Therefore, Angus was not afraid of the Mountain God Church and even regarded them as walking merits. As soon as he got off the carriage, a member of the Special Operations team rushed out in a panic and said, "Captain Angus, someone is looking for you." Angus frowned. "Why are you so flustered? What's wrong?" "That team member, the Patriarch, is here." Angus's mouth fell open, and for a moment he was also flustered. "Is the Patriarch here to punish me? After all, I brought a large number of family members to settle in Jeffrey City, but we never said we were cutting ties with the family." Angus quickly entered the door. His experience as a captain during this period had helped him quite a bit. After walking a dozen steps, he had calmed down considerably and said to the 3 members beside him, "You go to the Lord's Manor, you go to Backland, and bring the Lord here as soon as possible. You go find Mr. Archibald and explain the situation here to him in detail." Angus's composure quickly calmed his 3 subordinates, who immediately set off in different directions. In Backland, Hobert had just finished his return sleep with furs when he received news from Longtail Island. He slapped his forehead. He had just fought a Sequence 3 in the early morning, and now another Sequence 3 was here. It was around 11 a.m. when Emperor Hobert, dressed and having kissed furs goodbye, arrived at Longtail Island. At the governor's mansion reception hall, he met the Patriarch of the Tudor family, or more accurately, the Patriarch of one of the 3 current branches of the Tudor family. His name was Barnet Tudor, an old man with graying hair, a clean-shaven face, and no beard. Barnet was dressed like a Backland gentleman, meticulous and very strict. Archibald, looking serious, sat opposite Barnet, and the atmosphere was somewhat heavy. Angus and other Tudor family members stood to the side or in the corners. Upon seeing Hobert arrive, everyone collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Hobert smiled at Barnet and said, "Old gentleman, welcome." Before Barnet could speak, Hobert continued to Angus, "Have the kitchen prepare a lavish lunch." "No need." Barnet's voice was somewhat sharp and very authoritative. "I heard that everyone who ate at your restaurant before lost all their savings and had to go to other islands to make a living. That's a slander against me." Hobert said seriously. There was still one manor owner who wasn't greedy and knew how to respect the dignity of others, and he received the reward he deserved. Barnet glanced at Hobert, then said to the Tudor family members, "You all may leave. Angus, stay." Hobert, however, did not ask Archibald to leave. After Hobert entered the room, Archibald immediately stood up and, with great discernment, stood behind Hobert. Barnet noticed this and was secretly a little startled. He had just felt that Archibald possessed a Sequence 3 level aura, and although his state was somewhat strange, the level was there. Yet, this extraordinary, who was at Sequence 3 level, was extremely respectful towards Hobert. After Hobert sat down, Barnet suddenly sighed and said, "I've seen the current residences of the Tudor family members, and to be honest, they're quite good." Around the end of June, the families of the Special Operations Department had just moved into the new buildings constructed for them. Hobert smiled and said, "This is what I should do. I'm very curious, how will you treat these Tudor family members in the future?" Barnet stared at Hobert. Angus, beside him, breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, their conversation wasn't so confrontational, and the Patriarch didn't immediately come to demand an explanation. Hobert spread his hands. "My father is a member of the Tudor family. Of course, he is now a ruin upper house Mahet, a chaos hunter." He said this intentionally. After all, Christine felt there was no future in the Tudor family back then, so she went out to make her own way. And now, Christine is a Sequence 3. Barnet's expression, as expected, was not very good upon hearing this. Hobert continued, "Of course, I won't mistreat members of the Tudor family. Moreover, my territory needs enough official extraordinaries. I think they will have good development prospects here with me." Barnet said in a sharp voice, "If you have such a plan, you can discuss it with me." As the patriarch, I would definitely support you. But you used despicable means to win over family members, creating sharp conflicts within the family. Angus became nervous. What was inevitable had come. The so-called despicable means was actually criticizing Hobert for recruiting a large number of people from the family without the patriarch's permission. Hobert first stated seriously, I have no intention of reporting to anyone on how my territory develops. Then he smiled and said, I've long heard that some family members need to find jobs for their livelihood. I have suitable jobs for them here, and they just need these jobs. Hobert's first sentence emphasized his principle, Old man, my territory is my domain, and no one should try to dictate what happens on my land. The subsequent words were a diversion, rephrasing his previous, poaching, as an employment relationship. Barnett looked at Hobert coldly. Young man, I'm not senile yet. Hobert picked up a banana from the table in front of him, and while peeling it, he said, Old gentleman, as the patriarch of an extraordinary family, you naturally need sufficient wisdom in management and handling affairs. Then you should understand a very simple truth, people follow their interests. He took a bite of the banana. I can provide better opportunities for family members. Why would you hinder their better future? Angus at this moment really wanted to praise the Lord a few times. When it comes to the art of language, one must look to a lawyer. In my opinion, it was clearly a matter where the Lord was in the wrong, yet with the Lord, it became a frank and open matter, in line with human nature and the trends of the times. Barnett was also slightly stunned, but he quickly said, You should know, I have the right to take all the family members back. Take them back to do what? Lock them all up. Barnett opened his mouth but still said nothing. Managing a family is completely different from managing a company. In a company, everything can be done according to rules and regulations. But managing a family is different, there must be kinship, and there must be rules. Even trying to be perfectly fair can lead to resentment from everyone, and the balance is very difficult to strike. If he really locked up all these family members, Barnett might only be able to maintain his patriarchal authority through force in the future. He suddenly shook his head and smiled. You will be a good leader. Hobert placed the eaten banana peel on the table. It's not just because I'm eloquent that you have such an evaluation, is it? The sudden compliment made Hobert cautious. No, I'm not blind, Barnett said. Just look at what you've done in the South Colson region and on Longtail Island, and you'll know that you are trying to subvert the operating rules of modern society. Hobert was slightly stunned. This old gentleman was the first person to openly point out the endeavor he was undertaking. Even the Backland nobles who had withdrawn from Longtail Island hadn't realized this, or rather, they simply didn't care about these things. Barnett smiled and continued, and from my observation, you are someone who deeply understands the process of events, neither hasty nor impatient, and you know the secret of waiting. He sighed. Why have I not been waiting? The family had no future centuries ago. On one hand, it was difficult to acquire new extraordinary characteristics, and on the other hand, as the number of family members increased, the family's remaining assets could hardly allow everyone to live a relatively comfortable life. So, from the moment I became patriarch, I have been waiting for someone who could change the family's current situation. Angus, beside him, was slightly surprised, as if he was meeting this patriarch, whom he had previously considered stubborn and unfair, for the first time. Then he understood why the patriarch had asked him to stay, apparently hoping that he would listen to his innermost thoughts. This also surprised Hobert. Previously, his impression of Barnett came entirely from Angus and others, and in the previous extraordinary characteristic transaction, Hobert's impression of this patriarch was not good. But now, Hobert could confirm that Barnett's description of the Tudor family's current situation was largely true, and his inability to change the status quo was also a fact. Hobert took a deep breath. As you said, I might be an opportunity for the Tudor family. You should increase your support for me. I came precisely to tell you this. Barnett said, I will send more family members in batches to assist you, until the entire Tudor family moves to the South Colson region. This not only greatly exceeded Angus's expectations but also somewhat surprised Hobert. However, considering the Tudor family's gambler mentality, Hobert felt that this action was not unexpected. Members of this family have always been known to throw all their assets into the gamble once they seize an opportunity. Hobert sighed. If Barnet had remained strong and opposed, things would have been easier to handle. But on second thought, how could a fool become the patriarch of an extraordinary family? Then, what followed would definitely be a tug-of-war negotiation. Just as Hobert expected, Barnet then said, however, as a condition, the extraordinary power in your territory must be dominated by the Tudor family, and the family's opinions must be sought for personnel promotions and welfare, and so on. Hobert leaned back in his chair and smiled. I think you might have some misunderstanding. I cooperate with many extraordinary forces, such as the extraordinaries of the Trentsust family. He said somewhat indifferently, even among the Tudor family, my relationship with the other two branches is closer than with your branch. One of those two branches even has an angel whose condition isn't very good. Logically speaking, they are more qualified to lead the extraordinary forces. And the other branch has completely pledged allegiance to me, they are now in Byam, entirely following my orders. The so-called, them, actually refers solely to Raft. Barnet did not insist. Then for the extraordinaries of our branch to be promoted, the family must have the final say. Actually, it was he, the patriarch, who wanted to have the final say. This was his true purpose. He couldn't care less about the affairs of the two Tudor family members who had taken the aliases Tony and Pound. Hobert spread his hands. This is very unreasonable. All the resources are provided by me, but whether an extraordinary is promoted is not up to me. He smiled and said, you can seek out territory yourselves and establish rule. Barnet pondered for a moment and then said, don't underestimate the heritage of an extraordinary family. I know you can provide some extraordinary characteristics to members, but what about the next step? Can their highest achievement only be to become a Sequence 5? I have already prepared a law enforcer, extraordinary characteristic for Angus. Hobert smiled and said, as long as he doesn't make major mistakes, digests the punishment night potion, and I have a need, I can let him get promoted first. Additionally, I also obtained a main ingredient for a law enforcer. Not only Barnet was stunned, but Angus was also stunned. He had been somewhat worried that his current position would be jeopardized after the family began to strongly support Hobert. Now he felt at ease, feeling that his long-standing loyalty had received its due reward. After more than 10 seconds of contemplation, Barnet said, in that case, you won't get the family's full support, and I will recall some members. It's a pity, I originally thought this was a good opportunity for cooperation. You might not understand one thing yet, Hobert said seriously, do you think I'm managing Longtail Island and South Colson for myself? He suddenly said to Angus, tell me about the process for obtaining a Grade 1 sealed artifact. Yes, Angus said. The process for obtaining a Grade 1 sealed artifact is to hold a ritual of bestowal to the Creator. First, prepare an altar, draw the symbol representing the Creator, light 3 candles. The more Barnet listened, the more alarmed he became. He had, of course, heard of the Creator and knew that Hobert had the background of the Creator. But he hadn't expected that the Creator didn't sound like an evil god at all. It could even bestow a Grade 1 sealed artifact upon Angus when needed. Hobert smiled and said, old gentleman, you can go back and consider this matter, but what I want to tell you is that my current authority is limited, and the resources I can mobilize are also limited. But very soon, I will be able to mobilize some demigods and extraordinary families loyal to the Creator. At that time, the power of the Tudor family will be dispensable to me. More precisely, when Hobert is promoted to Sequence 2, or merely Sequence 3, those families friendly to the Creator will naturally gravitate towards Hobert. Barnet fell into deep thought. Angus thought that after becoming a demigod, he would have many demigod colleagues, which made him somewhat excited. Archibald, on the other hand, wondered if his status would diminish once Hobert could command demigods. How should he express his loyalty to the Creator? After waiting for half a minute, Hobert suddenly said, "Old gentleman, do you know the main members of the royal family when Blood Emperor was in power?" Barnett was slightly stunned. "Of course, I know. The family has always had picture albums passed down." "That's even better." Hobert stood up. "To make you understand the current situation better, and to let you meet the caliber of the people I'm cooperating with." Then, he said in ancient Hermes language, "Messenger." A space in the reception room suddenly became illusory, and a coffin floated out from the spirit world, standing before everyone. Hobert pointed at Barnett and smiled at the messenger. "Let me introduce, this is Mr. Barnett, one of the current patriarchs of the Tudor family." Barnett knew at a glance that this coffin was unusual, which reminded him of some records in the family's inherited notes. He quickly stood up as well. Hobert then said to Barnett, "This is Ms. Beverly Hather Tudor." Barnett was a little surprised. "Your Royal Highness." He was somewhat uncertain, because according to the family's notes, this princess had died in battle. Hobert asked the messenger, "Can you let him see your face?" "Of course, I'm not afraid of being seen." With that, the coffin lid slid upwards, revealing the scene inside, a beautiful lady in a classical court gown, appearing to be only in her 20s, with a pale complexion and a faint smile. Her smile looked playful, and her eyes held a hint of rebelliousness and flippancy. On her left hand was an exquisite metal crossbow, and on her right, a wooden stick still adorned with fresh leaves. Upon seeing her face, Barnett immediately knelt on one knee. "Your Royal Highness, you are not dead after all." The messenger said, "I am dead, otherwise why would I be lying in a coffin?" Barnett was stunned again, momentarily unsure how to respond. Hobert, however, stared at the coffin lid in a daze. "I remember it was a flip top before, I didn't expect it could be a slide top." Then he smiled and said, "Ms. Beverly, I apologize for calling you here so abruptly, but Mr. Barnett here is very eager to meet you." The messenger looked at Hobert, then at Barnett, her eyes shifting. "A new era is coming, this is an opportunity for the Tudor family." As she spoke, she extended her index finger and made a "1" gesture towards Hobert. Hobert first marveled at the messenger's intelligence, having already roughly understood why she was invited. Then Hobert also understood that her gesture meant, this counted as one instance of help she provided. Previously, when the messenger detected Amon's avatar invading Tony Manor, to prevent Tony Manor from falling, the messenger asked Hobert to hunt Amon's avatar. At that time, the messenger promised to provide Hobert with 3 instances of help within her capabilities. Hobert immediately nodded to the messenger, indicating no problem. Barnett, kneeling on the ground, did not see these exchanges. He said with some trepidation, "I will obey the princess's command and seize this opportunity to make the Tudor family great again." The messenger nodded. "It's good that you haven't forgotten this mission." The Tudor family aligning with Hobert was also something the messenger wished to see. After speaking, the coffin lid slid down and closed, and the messenger returned to the spirit world. Barnett remained kneeling for about half a minute, slowly recovering. For the past 6 months, he had turned a blind eye to Hobert's poaching efforts, solely to gain the moral high ground and add leverage to today's negotiations. But unexpected situations followed one after another. Hobert's eloquence, or rather his shamelessness, exceeded his expectations. Subsequently, the resources Hobert could mobilize were even more beyond his expectations. Of course, what surprised him most was this princess. He had seen the royal family's portrait album left by his family. In it, besides the wise and mighty Blood Emperor, the most eye-catching figure was this princess. The notes left by family members lamented the princess's death more than once. If Princess Beverly was Hobert's partner, then what was there for him to negotiate? It was like 2 parent companies had already agreed on a partnership. What was there for a branch manager like him to discuss? After Barnett was surprised that the princess was not dead, he realized that Hobert was definitely the hope of the Tudor family, and it was absolutely right to put all his chips on Hobert. However, what he found a bit hard to accept was that he, as the patriarch, would not have much decision-making power in this matter. After reluctantly accepting this fact, Barnett slowly stood up and sat opposite Hobert. At this moment, Hobert appeared more amiable. If you intend to stay out of it, then at most I will recruit a batch of Tudor family members. But if you also want to get involved, you have to pay something. In the future, members of the Tudor family will obey my commands in their work, but in their lives, it won't hinder their sense of identity with the Tudor family. Barnett gave a wry smile. I understand. As I said before, I will send the extraordinaries of the family to you in batches. Hobert, however, said, more important than that is to announce the faith of the Creator to them. There are no rigid requirements for the faith of the Creator, but they must know whose power they belong to. In fact, Hobert currently didn't have such a large demand for extraordinaries. In Hobert's view, Angus's team was already a bit bloated, and it would be better to wait until they were needed. Barnett nodded, then suddenly asked, what is your law enforcer extraordinary characteristic? It was a roll of reddish-brown parchment, about half the size of a palm. Seeing it was like seeing a sacred constitution. Hobert had obtained this from Archibald's marionette. At first, he didn't know the name of this main material. Some time ago, he specifically consulted Christine, the crystal of the striped tiger. Barnett sighed. It seems this is indeed the arrangement of fate. Then he said, the family happens to have another main material, as well as the corresponding auxiliary materials. If you need them, I can send them all over. However, I have a condition. Those who advance with these materials must be members of the Tudor family. Hobert nodded and smiled. No problem. Another demigod under his command +1. Barnett offering the other main material was equivalent to his surrender to Hobert. Hobert once again asked the kitchen to prepare lunch. This time, Barnett did not refuse. North Continent, a desolate valley in the central plateau. On both sides of the valley, there were many dilapidated houses, seemingly uninhabited for a long time. In the center of the valley, there was a bottomless cave. From the cave, a terrifying cry suddenly erupted, like the roar of a beast, yet not quite. Entering the cave, one first saw many rooms built on both sides of the cave, carved into the rock, creating one living space after another. At this moment, the people living in the cave were devoutly prostrating themselves towards the interior of the cave. They worshipped and prayed. Unseen by these believers, in the deepest shadows of the cave, there was a humanoid monster. She had the structure of limbs and a torso, but sometimes two more legs would grow, and sometimes the extra legs would disappear, only for a pair of wings to sprout. The monster's head sometimes grew ox horns, sometimes deer antlers. In short, her entire body seemed to be constantly changing. The only constant was her face. Exquisite features, mature and beautiful, it was April. At this moment, her face was cold, devoid of any emotion, as if she had no feelings whatsoever. She let out another inhuman cry, but she seemed completely unaware of it, her face still indifferent. At this time, April's consciousness was already blurry. She felt as if she was in a thick fog where she couldn't see her hand in front of her face, forgetting where she was, what she was doing, and even who she was. Mother. A familiar address appeared in April's ear, and she still looked around, searching for the child she would never abandon, even in death. Mother. The voice appeared again, and the surrounding mist suddenly began to roll. April seemed to remember something, seemed to realize something. Mother. Tears streamed from April's eyes. Through the days and nights of fighting madness, loss of control, and the erosion of evil gods, what kept her going was that child with the chubby little mouth, bright, pure eyes, and a smile that could melt hearts. Mother. April had waited for this address for a very, very long time. Suddenly, the mist dissipated, darkness covered her vision, and she regained consciousness. Seeing her current appearance, she used all her strength to rein in her spirituality and all the mutations. Finally, she returned to her normal state. Looking at the black jade in her palm with the pattern of a dove and a vase, April showed a loving smile. But then, she put away her smile, put on her robe, and went to the outside of the cave. The worshipping people seemed to realize something and became even more devout. Even Spike, with his mustachioed upper lip and somewhat dazed eyes, came out of his room, You actually succeeded. April smiled. Of course. I told you before, I am closer to the mother goddess than you. Time came to Monday, and it rained again in Backland that day. In such weather, Backland became even brighter, because the fog was completely dispersed by the rain. As soon as Hobert arrived at Military Intelligence Section 9, Chunas came over. Since there are no cases today, let's go out and play some cards. Before Hobert could refuse, Chunas added, General Emilius and Lieutenant General Miller are at the club today. They were the main military shareholders of the Earl of Light factory. Hobert thought for a moment, then nodded, all right, let's go. The two chatted casually as they took a carriage to the East Byam Veterans Club. Halfway there, the sky suddenly cleared. Backland, under the sun, was wet and spotless. Chunas looked outside and said, honestly, I haven't had such a good view in Backland for a long time. The storm is above, is that the sun? I almost forgot it was round. Hobert laughed obligingly. You are a humorous gentleman. Arriving at the club's card room, they indeed found General Emilius, with his neatly combed hair, and Lieutenant General Miller, with his wine-red hair, in a private room. The four exchanged simple pleasantries and then sat down to play, Fight Evil, with one person as a substitute, and the stakes starting at £1. During the card game, Hobert learned the reason for being called there today. General Emilius, who had just been appointed Minister of Defense, and Lieutenant General Miller of the General Logistics Department, used their influence to approve the procurement plan for installing electric lights in military camps. This was a significant order, not only for the military camps around Backland, but for all fixed military camps nationwide, which would gradually install electric lights. This was also the reason Hobert wanted to form his own interest group. These important figures could secure, national-level, orders for the light bulb factory. What exciting news! Hobert was already pondering how to expand production. After a second or two, Hobert suddenly realized, sorry, I haven't handled business of this scale before, I don't know what percentage is common now. Hobert was asking about the kickbacks. Even shareholders would definitely want kickbacks, otherwise, what would be the point of them running around busy? How much are the dividends? Chunas, who was standing nearby, explained, 10%. If he were discussing such a business with nobles, Hobert's question would have been too direct, but when dealing with military personnel, being occasionally direct wouldn't offend them. Moreover, it was 10% for General Emilius and Miller each. Correspondingly, if Hobert's quote was higher than the market price, the two of them would turn a blind eye when approving the relevant documents. Hobert nodded, preparing to give Chunas some benefits when this round of transactions began, provided, of course, that he was still alive. After the transaction was completed, Lieutenant General Miller left early due to other commitments. The remaining three continued to play, evil fighting. Hobert realized his card skills were truly terrible. With a starting bet of £1, he had already lost over £100. Emilius couldn't help but smile. If you ever need money, you can call Hobert to play cards. Hobert laughed along. I'm afraid I'll lose all the light bulb factory's assets playing cards. Amidst their laughter, Emilius suggested playing a round of Texas Hold'em. As the general said, this form of entertainment, which tested observation, judgment, and acting skills more, was better suited for Hobert. For a time, the three were evenly matched and thoroughly enjoyed themselves. It was unclear who initiated the demigod's pressure first, but while playing cards, the three were also engaged in a spiritual confrontation. When Colonel Gale, Emilius's subordinate, entered the card room, he immediately felt as if his chest had been struck by a heavy blow. Mahet, the Mahet, who entered with him, clutched his heart, goddess. Then he rolled his eyes and fell straight to the ground. Fortunately, Colonel Gale caught him. Hobert and the other two then reigned in the majesty emanating from the demigods, then exchanged smiles. Their spiritual contest just now led them to the conclusion that their strengths were roughly equal. This changed Emilius's and Chunas's perception of Hobert. Previously, although they didn't say it, they always felt that Hobert was benefiting from Christine's influence and didn't have much ability himself. Now, they were first convinced by Hobert's power, so the Earl of light bulb factory might genuinely have been founded by Hobert, rather than at Christine's command. Emilius and Chunnas, of course, wouldn't say things like, sorry. In the end, Hobert smiled and said, I was too engrossed in playing cards just now. As he spoke, he used a healing art on Mahet. Mahet regained consciousness but needed some time to recover. Colonel Gale composed himself and said to General Emilius, General, it's settled. Don is willing to go to the South Continent. Hobert was slightly stunned. Don. Is that Klein? The arms deal to the South Continent. Then Hobert smiled and sighed, time flies so fast. It's already July in the blink of an eye. Note. At noon, Hobert, Emilius, and Chunnas had lunch at the club. The three then took carriages to their respective tasks. After returning to Military Intelligence Section 9, Hobert once again began to slack off, arriving at South Colson and finding Furs at Green Meadow Manor. The two exchanged smiles, lay on the bed, chatted, and waited for the Tarot Club to begin. At exactly 3 o'clock, their vision was covered by gray fog, and they appeared on opposite sides of the mottled bronze long table. Good afternoon, Mr. the Fool, Justice. Audrey's clear voice rang out as usual, which had become an unchanging part of the Tarot Club. After greeting, Hermit, Catalia was about to speak when she saw Mr. the Fool tap the mottled bronze long table twice with his knuckles. The dull sound made the Tarot Club members tense up. This meant Mr. the Fool had something to say. Audrey judged in her heart, anything Mr. the Fool emphasizes at the beginning must be a big deal. The Fool, Klein looked around and smiled slightly. Eamon recently arrived in Backland, a clone. The son, Derek immediately recalled an unpleasant memory. Blasphemer, Eamon. Magician, Furs looked at Hobert. 2 or 3 months ago, the creator had just hunted Amon's clone in the Rosted Archipelago. Now Amon's clone has appeared in Backland. Could it be that he found some clues and tracked them to Backland, or is he simply looking for Hobert? Emperor, Hobert, on the other hand, sighed inwardly. Last week, Klein also had a very fulfilling time. He must have seen Amon's clone from afar, or obtained relevant clues. If it were a direct encounter, Mr. the Fool would definitely be wearing a monocle to the gathering at this time. Then he thought again. No wonder he agreed to the arms deal to the South Continent today. That must be an opportunity to go out and hide. Audrey, however, was a little worried. Eamon. Angel of Time, Eamon, how did he appear in Backland? I've always heard about the battle in the Rosted Archipelago as a story. Only when Amon's clone appeared in Backland did I deeply realize that he was a figure who existed in myths and also in reality. She asked, Respected Mr. the Fool, can I find a way to inform the church about this? Inform the church. Hobert smiled. Miss Justice, you are definitely a devout follower of Mr. the Fool, a qualified Tarot Club member. Klein had considered this matter, but at the same time, he realized that the church might not be able to capture all of Amon's clones, and Amon's clones might very likely trace back to the informant through the fact of their discovery. The risk was too great. So Klein simply said in a calm tone, Don't mind him. The hanged man, Alger felt a mixture of reverence and sudden realization, don't mind him. As long as it's not Amon's true body appearing, it won't cause any major problems for Mr. the Fool. Mr. the Fool emphasized this matter at the beginning, the purpose should be to make us a little careful. Audrey also interpreted the meaning as, this is just a small matter. Hobert, however, resisted the urge to twitch his mouth. You've put on a show again. Furs was still a little worried about Hobert, so she asked, Respected Mr. the Fool, what does Amon's clone want to do in Backland? Klein deliberated on his words, looked around, and smiled, to find you all. Hobert pinched his forehead, masking his discomfort. You are the fool not belonging to this era, you are the god of showboating. He paused and then thought to himself, when it comes to showboating, I only admire the fool. He can showboat twice with one thing. No, that's not right. Actually, everyone was too cooperative and provided the opportunity for the second round of showboating. As Klein expected, Audrey had already connected that statement to, "Don't mind him," and began to associate accordingly. Amon's clone is here to find us, but we don't need to mind him. This means that under Mr. the Fool's protection, we don't need to be afraid of being discovered by Amon. Alger also made a related association. According to the intelligence previously obtained from Emperor, Mr. the Fool and Amon are adjacent sequences. Is Amon trying to find Mr. the Fool through us? Is this a game between deities vying for the position of the Old Ones? Catalia didn't know about the information regarding adjacent sequences. She just recalled, the creator had hunted Amon's clone once before in the Rostad archipelago, and now Mr. the Fool knows about Amon's clone in Backland. Will he also organize people to hunt him? Furs breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that he's not just targeting Hobert. The moon, Emlyn and the sun, Derek, a beat later, understood the meaning of Mr. the Fool's 2 consecutive statements and praised Mr. the Fool in their hearts. Seeing that the members of the Tarot Club had become alert to Amon's clone, Klein, like in previous gatherings, leisurely watched everyone, signaling that the gathering had officially begun. Catalia stopped her internal guessing. Respected Mr. the Fool, this time there are 3 new pages of the diary. After the diary was materialized, Mr. the Fool's reading session began. Klein's gaze swept across the diary. The content of this diary was quite varied, with descriptions of the Twilight Hermit Club, conjectures about the abyss, and even a mention of encountering a small chapel that worshipped the ancient sun god. The priest in the chapel was a gentle and reserved middle-aged man, dressed in a simple white robe, with a light golden beard that almost covered the lower half of his face, and clear, childlike light-colored eyes. After reading the 3 pages of the diary, Klein pondered for a few seconds. The diary in his hand disappeared, and then he looked at Hermit. Catalia bowed her head and said, "Respected Mr. the Fool, I want to know, where is the final resting place of Emperor Rosal's mind and spirit? On that small island, or in the depths of the starry sky?" Klein recalled a diary entry he had seen a long time ago, on that island. The primitive island that caused Grimm's death and surprised the Emperor. It seems the Emperor attached great importance to this island in his later years, even, mysterious Queen, Bernadette had some inkling. Then he thought again, why would Bernadette associate it with the depths of the starry sky? The Emperor showed too many things beyond his time, so his daughter suspected him of being an alien. Klein pondered for a moment and smiled, neither. Catalia chewed on Mr. the Fool's answer, suddenly a little unclear about the true meaning of that question. Hobert, however, realized, is Bernadette tentatively searching for Emperor Rosal's last tomb? Other members were either bewildered or had various interpretations of this Q&A, and for a moment, the hall fell silent. Finally, Klein, shrouded in gray fog, said, "You may begin." Hobert cleared his throat and said, "Mr. the Fool just mentioned Amon's clone. I think, as a member of the Tarot Club, I have an obligation to briefly describe the previous battle against Amon's clone." Everyone's eyes lit up. Klein, I didn't expect my reminder to lead to such crucial information. Audrey also sighed. What's happening today? Is the Tarot Club really going to war with Amon's clone? Catalia then asked, I will participate in the exchange of this information. How much do you plan to offer? Hobert smiled. Free. He thought to himself. Just kidding, my net worth has suddenly soared to several £1,000,000 now. And I just finished a business deal worth hundreds of thousands of pounds this morning. Why would I care about your few £1,000s? Note: in the original work, it was actually September, but to allow some time for the subsequent plot to unfold, the author advanced it by more than a month. However, this does not affect the parallel relationship with the original timeline, because in the original work, it directly skipped from June to September. The author just didn't skip this time, asterisk. Let me first describe my feelings about that battle. Hobert said, first, Amon's power is terrifying. Under the attack of his extraordinary abilities, I could barely form coherent thoughts. Of course, after your thoughts are stolen, you won't react immediately. When I reviewed it later, I found that all my thoughts were stolen for a period at the beginning, or rather, I had no secrets during that time. If it weren't for the miraculous item bestowed by the Great, the Creator, in advance, Amon's avatar might have stolen all my memories, including the memories of attending the tarot club. He spread his hands. I even forgot to pray to the Creator, or the Fool. Everyone almost gasped in unison. This ability sounded terrifying. Klein, behind the gray fog, sighed. Fortunately, I only got clues about Amon's avatar through the Erode's magic mirror. If I had brushed past him and he had stolen even a single thought, he might have discovered my secret. The hanged man, Alger, on the other hand, felt a chill for the Emperor. Even a demigod was utterly powerless. If anyone below a demigod encountered Amon, even escaping would be a luxury. Magician, Furs felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, Hobert is a dependence of the Creator, otherwise I might have lost him forever. Even if he appeared before me, it might not be the real him. Justice, Audrey also felt a lingering fear. I didn't expect the previous hunt to be so dangerous. Hobert only mentioned it briefly before, giving me the impression it wasn't very difficult. Fortunately, Hobert is fine, and fortunately, the Creator had foresight. The most rational was Hermit, Catalia. The abilities of the thief pathway are very difficult to deal with at the high sequence. To fight, you always need a plan, at least a thought. But these thoughts and plans would be stolen, and you might even forget that the person in front of you is an enemy. This is truly terrifying. The moon, Emlyn, realizing it later, thought, if I met Amon, wouldn't he know that I am the one chosen by the ancestor? I am the winner of this blood race competition. He must be very envious. Hobert continued, so I said before, the best way to deal with Amon's avatar is to pray to the Fool, if you still remember to do so. And parasitism, or anything like that, is not such a terrifying ability. His other terrifying ability is to steal other people's destinies and place them on himself. I mentioned this ability before, but you might not have fully experienced it. The situation we encountered was with the general manager of the Rusted Archipelago. He was referring to Mr. Valentine. Using a title like the head of the Tony family would be too specific in information, and it didn't seem to have much to do with the Creator. After fooling Barnett yesterday, Hobert seemed to have opened up a new world. He could completely ask the messenger to recruit the Tony family when needed. Hobert could feel that the messenger really wanted the Tudor family to get closer to the Creator, and he seemed to have a very good relationship with the Tony family's angel, who was not in a good state. It would be most suitable for the messenger to recruit them. It's just that Hobert doesn't need that much extraordinary power right now. Recruiting them early would actually be a burden. But this did not prevent Hobert from classifying them as the Creator's forces when bragging. Emlyn was a little surprised. Ancestor bless, I hope I don't encounter Amon, otherwise my perfect life will definitely be targeted by him. The general manager of the Rusted Archipelago had his destiny stolen by Amon's avatar. Hobert continued, he always used various excuses to avoid praying and reporting to the Creator, which made it impossible for anyone to discover this matter. For a long time, the entire Rusted Archipelago's power was serving Amon's avatar, and even I didn't notice anything unusual when I met him. If I hadn't later recalled that the meeting felt a bit off, it might have only been discovered when the Creator proactively assigned tasks to the person in charge of the Rusted Archipelago. Catalia nodded slightly, indicating understanding. Even for a regional manager, if the deity had no instructions, they wouldn't constantly pay attention to him. Only the hidden sage was an exception, but it was more about actively imparting knowledge than paying attention. Everyone listened intently as the Emperor continued. Afterwards, we investigated and found that the whole incident began because a companion in the Rusted Archipelago misused a Sequence 1 sealed artifact from the thief pathway, which attracted Amon's avatar. So, if any of you know of a Sequence 1 sealed artifact of the thief pathway, or an extraordinary of that pathway who is a demigod or above, you must be careful. Amon has a habit of collecting extraordinary characteristics of the same pathway. Who knows, he might come knocking one day. Klein, behind the gray fog, had an urge to cover his face. My neighbor has a demigod of the thief pathway parasitizing a mouse, and because I often go to church, I often meet my poet classmate. This is very much like treading on the edge of danger. The others were all recalling the Sequence 1 sealed artifacts and demigods of the thief pathway around them, but Alger quickly realized the ridiculousness of his thoughts. Haha, what am I thinking? I haven't even touched a Sequence 1 sealed artifact yet, so why am I even worried? Everyone had similar thoughts to Alger, realizing the scarcity of Sequence 1 sealed artifacts, and after a knowing smile, slowly shook their heads. Hobert continued. After discovering the problem, the hunt for Amon's avatar began. What I want to tell everyone is that the 7 orthodox deities all dislike Amon, so praying directly to a true god has a chance of getting some help from a certain deity. However, before that, one must first show enough goodwill and respect to that deity, and furthermore, that deity must also have enough goodwill towards our faith. This needs to be adapted to local conditions. Under the guidance of the Creator, I received the help of secret power from the Black Knight goddess. After the operation began, the battlefield formed a secret world, which effectively prevented Amon's other avatars from coming to support. Everyone was stunned upon hearing this. Klein thought to himself, I wonder if I would receive similar help if I prayed to the goddess. He thought carefully. He had always been respectful enough to the goddess. Now, more importantly, what was the goddess's attitude towards the fool? Audrey smiled slightly. I didn't expect such a strategy. If Hobert hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have thought of it. Then she thought again. I wonder if I would get any reward if I reported Amon's news directly to the goddess. But Audrey immediately changed her mind and gave up the idea. At that time, the church's extraordinaries would definitely come to verify the source and authenticity of the intelligence, which would be very troublesome, and might even expose my participation in the tarot club. Catalia was slightly stunned. This method is the first I've heard of. To be precise, it's the first time I've felt that deities also have emotions like dislike. I've always thought they were aloof and indifferent beings, but in the Emperor's words, they seem to have some personal emotions. Well, they should, after all, even the ancient sun god had a personality. So the second step is to prepare enough, overwhelming power. Hobert said, and it's best to prepare as much power as you have. Because Amon's avatar is extremely cunning, and this cunning not only deceives strangers, but even those familiar with him are not spared. One of our angels, being very familiar with Amon in the 4th epoch, was tasked with planning this battle. However, what was unexpected was that some of Amon's main body's actions in the 4th epoch were actually to deceive acquaintances during battle, and as a result, Amon's avatar's power far exceeded expectations. The Creator had to personally intervene to turn the tide. Klein nodded lightly. That sounds very much like something Amon would do. Then he realized, the components of the Creator's subordinates are very complex. There are guards who once served death, and angels who are very familiar with Amon. How did these people come together? But then Klein realized, it's also possible that they were the Creator's subordinates from the beginning, but were sent to death, or sent to monitor Amon. Little Sun previously only thought Amon was terrifying and always pondered how to avoid him, never thinking of fighting Amon head-on. Now, hearing the Emperor recount the battle, he was also very excited. So, Amon, no, Amon's avatar, can be defeated, but one must be careful, otherwise it's easy to fall into his trap. Furs, on the other hand, sighed. I only knew that Angus was a member of the Tudor family, and that team, including Elliot and others still training in Jeffrey City, came from an extraordinary family in the South Continent. I didn't expect the Creator to also have subordinates familiar with Amon. But thinking about it, it's reasonable. The Creator can even accept people from the Gnostic Society, so having these strange subordinates is not surprising. Ultimately, those 3 angels and several saints, utilizing the advantage gained by the Creator, eliminated 2 angel-level avatars and over a dozen saint-level avatars of Amon. Hobert said, this is the beginning and end of this war. Klein smiled faintly. No wonder you were so generous with time worms. It turns out you eliminated so many avatars. Alger, on the other hand, was somewhat startled. This battle was equivalent to annihilating a large secret organization. Although thinking this way might be a bit one-sided, the results achieved were indeed significant. Catalya calmly analyzed. I have to say, if Amon's avatars are concentrated, they are a terrifying force, but this is also a drawback, because these avatars have single abilities, so if the method is appropriate, they can easily be wiped out in one fell swoop. Haha, my thought is truly arrogant. Audrey then asked curiously, Mr. Emperor, what about the person in charge of the Rosted Archipelago whose destiny was stolen? Was he rescued? Hobert shook his head. No, it is said that after his destiny was stolen, he would enter a state similar to secret, where no one could see him or hear his voice. He would gradually lose all contact with the real world, and then die a painful death in solitude. Everyone was surprised, and at the same time felt that this ability was too malicious. Hobert then said, as for those companions who were parasitized, a batch of them were rescued. The ones who died basically didn't die at the hands of Amon's avatar, but rather at the hands of their own people. The parasitized individuals kept inciting everyone during the battle, which resulted in friendly fire. Fortunately, the main battlefield's fighting ended quickly, so it didn't cause too many casualties. At this point, the other members had a complete understanding of the war's full scope. Immediately after, they all began to ponder what countermeasures they should take if they encountered Amon. However, their thoughts ultimately led to a unanimous answer. Aside from prayer, there was nothing they could do. After a few seconds of silence in the Grand Hall, Klein manipulated the world to ask Hobert, do you have confirmed intelligence regarding the Mother of the Sky and the Night Country? Mother of the Sky, Night Country. Everyone looked curiously at the world, then at Emperor. They felt that just hearing the two titles made them sound very powerful. Catalya and Alger, among others, knew about the Night Country, but had only seen fragmented records. Furthermore, she hadn't heard of the Mother of the Sky, so she was very curious about the relevant intelligence. Hobert nodded, I have obtained some confirmed intelligence. Do you want to hear it yourself, or should everyone listen together? Under everyone's expectant gazes, the world said, everyone listen together. Of course, everyone should listen together, so it would be easier to crowdfund. Hobert nodded, all right, the reward is the detailed method for making talismans with time worms. As detailed as possible, I haven't made talismans before. Klein immediately manipulated the world and said, deal. Little son raised his hand slightly, Mr. World, can I get a method for making talismans with time worms? What price do I need to pay? Klein paused slightly before having the world say, your chief should know the specific method. What he lacks now is an existence to pray for power. Derek was slightly stunned, I understand, thank you for your answer. Hobert then said to the others, as for everyone else, if you wish to join the transaction, you will need to provide me with assistance when I need it. The value of this assistance will not exceed £1,000. Klein was slightly taken aback. What new game is this? Furs, however, suddenly recalled the Justice League gathering Hobert held 3 or 4 months ago when he returned to Backland. At that time, the extraordinary characteristics and potion formulas Hobert provided were paid for by the other members in the form of tasks. Is this method now being used in the Tarot Club as well? Audrey thought to herself. Just yesterday at dinner, Father mentioned Hobert's net worth. It's hard to imagine that Hobert has rapidly accumulated several £1,000,000 in wealth over the past month. However, very few people know the inside story, and Hobert has no intention of making this public, so no one knows this legendary story. But I am very clear that Hobert uses help to settle rewards because he simply doesn't lack these few £1,000s. Audrey's idea was correct. Hobert genuinely wasn't short on money now. But if this intelligence were completely free, it would be like disrupting market rules, and over time, everyone might even take it for granted, not considering it as help given to them. That's why Hobert decided to settle with help. If he needed their help in the future, he could just directly approach a member, without owing them a favor. Even if such help wasn't needed, the other members would still consider it a debt, only that the creditor wasn't in a hurry to collect. Audrey, knowing the inside story, was the first to state, this method of transaction is equivalent to bartering or exchanging intelligence for some of our resources or abilities. I am willing to pay the reward in this manner. The others also expressed their willingness, as there was no need to spend money on this intelligence now, and they could repay the debt in their preferred way later. Of course, they would be willing to accept this transaction method. After agreeing on the reward, Hobert began, do you all still remember the ancient god, destruction magic wolf? Good that you remember. First, please ask Mr. the Fool to materialize a stone statue for me. After Klein, who was seated at the head, nodded, Hobert materialized the stone statue of the Mother of the Sky that was in the Misttown church. It generally presented a female human form with a beautiful face, but two beast legs grew from its ribs and waist respectively, covered in short, thick, hard black fur. At the foot of the statue, souls slept one by one. Seeing this stone statue, the other members felt both sacred and eerie, wanting to worship it yet also wanting to stay away. Alger even thought of Black Night Goddess, but he felt this thought seemed somewhat blasphemous. Hobert continued, when I saw the four beast legs of this stone statue, I immediately thought of the description of the destruction magic wolf. After consulting relevant material, I confirmed that the destruction magic wolf indeed had beast legs very similar to those on the statue. In the corresponding descriptions, the destruction magic wolf had 8 legs, which also corresponds to the statue, as the statue also has 2 arms and 2 legs. So I speculated, could this Mother of the Sky be of the same race as the destruction magic wolf? The knowledgeable Catalya finally recalled, Mother of the Sky. Is that the belief discovered in the Hornassus Mountains? The other members all looked confused and puzzled. Hobert nodded, yes. Oh, right, I haven't told everyone why I'm explaining the origin of this stone statue yet. He glanced at the world, and seeing no objection from him, he explained, last week, Mr. World and I conducted a joint operation and discovered this stone statue in an ancient church. At that time, based on our discovery, we found clues related to the Night Country and the Mother of the Sky, but there were not many records of this, neither in ordinary historical materials nor in the extraordinary world. Mr. World was very curious about this, which is why he entrusted me to investigate the Night Country and the Mother of the Sky. The other members slowly nodded, encountering such an extraordinary ruin, they would certainly investigate it as well. Audrey thought, the cooperation among Tarot Club members has been very frequent lately. A month ago, Hobert, Mr. World, and Mr. Hanged Man conducted an exploration, and unexpectedly, last week, Hobert and Mr. World collaborated again. Klein had the world nod, which was an affirmation of Hobert's description and an approval of this method of description, explaining the circumstances without revealing key information. After all, breaking into St. Samuel Cathedral's Channy's Gate was not something glorious, and certainly couldn't be spread as his glorious deed. Catalya and other members were very curious about their exploration experience and process, but since Emperor had no intention of elaborating, they didn't press him. Alger said, I remember a long time ago, I mentioned a piece of intelligence in the Tarot Club. The Night Country was annihilated by the Church of the Night Goddess. Audrey also recalled the intelligence Mr. the Hanged Man had announced at the time, gaining a more concrete understanding of the Night Country. Yes, but we'll get to the annihilation part a bit later. Hobert continued, I verified my previous speculation with the Creator and received a positive answer. The Mother of the Sky is indeed a descendant of the destruction magic wolf. And I also received a very astonishing piece of news. We'll talk about that news later. Let's first discuss the Mother of the Sky and Antigonus. They are the daughter and son of the destruction magic wolf, both naturally born mythical creatures. The Mother of the Sky is the older sister, and Antigonus is the younger brother. Antigonus. Catalya asked, is that Antigonus who was active in the 4th epoch? Exactly. Hobert gave a definitive answer, he was also the ancestor of the later Antigonus family. Everyone was stunned, not expecting this great noble from the fourth epoch to be a descendant of the destruction magic wolf. Alger wondered, could the angels, or rather, the great nobles, active in the fourth epoch all be traced back to the second epoch? Audrey also sighed, such a background is very surprising. I originally thought that after the second epoch, ancient magical beasts with a tendency towards madness had basically become extinct. I didn't expect them to become great nobles in the fourth epoch. Emlyn had similar thoughts, and he sighed, this is the extraordinary world. Some creatures are just as long-lived as vampires. Derek realized, the influence of the ancient god descendants who ruled the land in the second epoch is indeed so profound. Hobert gave everyone a few seconds to reflect, then continued, based on some fragmented clues I obtained, I have basically reconstructed the birth and demise of the Night Country. After the fall of the destruction magic wolf, the Mother of the Sky and Antigonus fled to the North Continent, hiding in the plateau region of the Hornassus Mountains. Later, in order to stabilize their state, they cautiously developed some believers on the plateau, and as the number of believers increased, the Night Country gradually formed. And from the paths of the Mother of the Sky and Antigonus, the religious beliefs of the Night Country can be explained. Hobert explained, in an archaeological study concerning the Night Country, historians discovered that the people of this nation all believed in the Mother of the Sky, but their concept of death was very strange, believing that relatives could be resurrected after passing away. Therefore, in this nation, when someone passed away, the deceased's body would be placed in their home, awaiting the resurrection of their relative. What historians found difficult to understand was that, according to some mural records, those who had died truly were resurrected. If interpreted with extraordinary knowledge, this process is not difficult to understand. Based on some of Antigonus's abilities, it's not hard to determine that these deceased individuals weren't truly resurrected, but rather became Antigonus's marionettes. Klein was the most surprised. Antigonus, one person, no, one wolf, could control marionettes on the scale of a small country, or rather, a city. Justice, Audrey asked, Emperor, is the Night Country not very large? Or rather, are there rarely any deceased there? The one who answered this question was, the world, or rather, Klein, who had graduated from the history department. According to the ruins found on the mountaintop, the Night Country had at least one city that could accommodate tens of thousands of people, as well as corresponding villages and towns. Audrey frowned. Then there should be many deceased, shouldn't there? Of course, the number of deceased each day might not be large, but for a country of this size, the cumulative total would be immense. The Emperor, Hobert pondered how to answer before saying, I mentioned earlier that Antigonus was born a mythical creature, which means he was an angel from birth. And angels, in ancient times, were called subordinate gods. They could already perform many feats that we would consider miracles. Or to put it more simply, after reaching sequence 2, one becomes even more like a god, possessing unimaginable power and abilities. For example, they can manipulate tens of thousands of puppets. The Hanged Man sighed with emotion. If he were a general, he could launch a medium-scale war using only his own puppets. The other members had similar thoughts. In their view, this was more like a miracle. It was the first time they had felt that an angel could display such miraculous power. Klein was more concerned. Why does he need so many puppets? Hobert weighed it in his mind and decided to keep this secret for now. After all, this wasn't the lawyer pathway, nor was it the promotion ritual for the adjacent arbitrator sequence 1. Moreover, it was information that would be very strange for a lawyer pathway demigod to know. So he lied. I'm not very clear either, but considering that Aemon needs to use his avatars to stabilize his state, does he also need a large number of puppets to stabilize his state? Klein nodded slightly, feeling that this method of stabilizing one's state was quite good. He sometimes worried about the future when he would need believers to stabilize his state. Because this meant he would have to establish his own church and develop his own influence. If this problem could be solved with puppets, that would be ideal. Catalya asked, So, some miracles that are difficult for us to understand might actually be things that those angels or gods are forced to do. Could this concept be used to explain the hidden sage's behavior of pursuing extraordinaries to impart knowledge? Hobert also didn't know how to answer this question, perhaps. Catalia slowly nodded. Then a new question arises: why does the hidden sage pursue us to impart knowledge? Can he solve the problems he encounters in other ways? Audrey, on the other hand, sighed. I still can't imagine what it would be like for a city of tens of thousands of people to be controlled by one person's will. Would those people perform the same actions and say the same words? Goddess, living in such a city, how could the residents of the night country believe that such a bizarre thing was their loved ones being resurrected? Through Justice's description, everyone seemed to imagine that bizarre scene. In a city, some residents' actions and language were normal, while a portion of the residents, regardless of gender, age, or youth, performed the same actions and spoke the same words. Hobert smiled. This might be the help brought by divinity. I'm not clear about the specific operation, but we can speculate. Could it be that after designing a personality, life, and identity for a puppet, one only needs to connect the spiritual thread, and not manage it, and the puppet will operate according to these designs on its own? Klein, sitting at the head, suddenly looked at the world, sitting opposite him. At this moment, he seemed to see the world, revealing a strange smile. But soon, he breathed a sigh of relief. He was just scaring himself. That's just a puppet. Klein comforted himself. As long as it's a puppet, the spiritual thread is under my control, and it's impossible for it to do anything beyond my expectations. Audrey, on the other hand, exclaimed, unbelievable. Alger, however, said, perhaps this is the power of a god. He lowered his head and glanced at the head of the bronze long table. Catalia made a similar movement. Both of them knew that this question could be answered definitively by the fool. But they didn't dare to look directly, only daring to glance at the mysterious gray fog. The fool seemed unaware of their gazes and offered no explanation. They also didn't dare to ask, as they couldn't fathom the thoughts of a god. Asking such a question might offend Mr. the Fool. At this moment, the moon, Emlyn suddenly asked, excuse me, can an extraordinary of this pathway imbue puppets with life? I mean, can they make puppets move on their own? Klein quickly had the gray fog shield him. He was afraid everyone would see the fool twitching his mouth. Hobert also slapped his forehead. This idea is quite bizarre. Emlyn saw that everyone's expressions were a bit strange, but he didn't feel there was anything special about his question. We're just having a discussion, aren't we? That's right. Catalia seemed to understand something. I think probably not. She explained. I heard that to make a puppet, one needs to control the other party's spiritual thread, and puppets don't seem to have spiritual threads. Even the sun, Derek understood. Mr. the Moon likes puppets. Aren't those things only played with by children? Although Silver City was scarce in resources, it did have the concept of toys. However, playing with toys after starting school would lead to being ridiculed by classmates. Emlyn's disappointment was evident. That's truly a shame. Originally, Klein wanted to tease him, saying that after a diviner reached high sequence, they could imbue some items with spiritual threads, but he thought about it and decided not to say it. What if Emlyn really asked him to give life to his puppet in the future? He was truly afraid he would turn this guy into a puppet, lest he do something disrespectful to life. After the moon's interruption, what was originally a serious and eerie discussion could no longer be serious or eerie. Hobert cleared his throat and continued. The Creator, said that around the early 4th epoch, Antigonus advanced to sequence 1 and then began to be active on the North Continent. This connected with information I had previously obtained from other channels. Antigonus first pledged allegiance to the Solomon Empire, and later supported the Tudor Empire. His colleagues should be familiar to everyone, Mr. Dorr, Aemon, and Adam. Suddenly, the mysterious night country became connected to the history everyone knew well. Hobert continued. What I'm going to say next has little to do with the Night Country, or the Mother of the Sky, but it is a secret anecdote about the Tudor Empire. This was also one of the reasons Hobert asked each of them for £1,000 worth of help. As for the source of this information, Hobert explained it this way. This information comes from the notes of a member of the Tudor family, and its credibility is quite high. No one had ever doubted the source of the Emperor's information. Hobert's statement was purely due to a bit of guilt. He said, Adam and Aemon helped Antigonus become an angel king. This process was truly incredible. The other members, including the fool at the very top, straightened their backs. This was the specific method to become an angel king. When the emperor previously speculated on how to become an angel king, everyone showed great interest. Even if they didn't have the opportunity to become an angel king, it didn't stop them from being very eager to hear how to become an angel king. But last time, only a general idea was given. This time, there would be specific operations. Of course, the one who most wanted this information was Klein. After all, it was the method for the diviner pathway to become an angel king. Everyone held their breath and looked at the emperor, only to hear him say, first, they captured a demigod from the Solomon Empire. Adam performed deep hypnosis and corresponding memory transplantation, making the other party believe that he was Antigonus. Then, with Antigonus's cooperation, Aemon stole his identity and fate. Antigonus then used his corresponding abilities to combine the identity and fate in Amon's hands with the experimental subject. That demigod from the Solomon Empire began to live in Antigonus's state and, after a period of time, actively attempted to accommodate the uniqueness of the diviner pathway, but ultimately failed and lost control. Antigonus then released his previous abilities, allowing his identity and fate to return to Amon's hands. Aemon then ended the theft and returned them to their original owner. In this way, Antigonus successfully accommodated the uniqueness and became an angel king. Everyone was silent for a few seconds, and then their questions came thick and fast. First, Audrey asked, Adam can perform memory transplantation. This is truly unbelievable. She had originally thought that if Adam wanted to go unnoticed by everyone, psychological suggestion would be enough to make everyone not notice him, which was already a terrifying ability. But she hadn't expected Adam to once again refresh her understanding of a high-sequence spectator being able to actually transplant memories. Just imagine, this is an ability that can turn one person into another. A crude concept immediately emerged in Audrey's mind. A and B are enemies, A and C are friends. A asks Adam to help him get revenge, so Adam transplants C's memory to B. Then A has two friends, and the enemy's personality disappears. Just thinking about it sent a chill down her spine. Hobert vaguely replied, I'm not very clear about this either, but as I said before, the channel for this information is quite reliable. Adam should possess such an ability. Derek suddenly asked, I wonder if Adam can preserve the memories of the deceased and then transplant them into another person. This could be a form of resurrection in some sense. He first thought that it would have been good if there had been a way to preserve his parents' memories earlier. Emlyn, however, said, you should ask this, transplanting the memory of a dying person into a young person. This should be a form of resurrection in some sense, right? These two sentences are the end of the input, and the output is completed. Furs felt that this was very similar to the concept of some science fiction novels, so she asked, then the question is, who is the living person, the dying person or the young man? Emperor Hobert suddenly clapped his hands. This is the ability of an angel king. As ordinary extraordinaries, we should not use common moral views and consciousness to think about these things. Because this will only consume our energy, and the final result of our thinking will be of no use to us at all. I suggest that the discussion of this question ends here. Perhaps when everyone has enough divinity, these problems will no longer exist. Other members either nodded or gestured their agreement with their bodies. This question seemed to be very difficult to resolve. Alger then asked, Didn't we just say that a person whose fate has been stolen will be cut off from all ties with this world? Is it because Antigonus is a sequence one that he was not harmed in this regard? Emperor Hobert also found this question difficult to answer. He pondered for a moment before saying, I think Aemon did something, or perhaps a sequence one can last longer without fate. He only remembered that this incident happened this way, but the use of extraordinary abilities within it could only be explained by speculation, and before this, Emperor Hobert had not made any corresponding speculations. Catalia then asked, where did Antigonus's uniqueness come from? That was a uniqueness, not a potato found everywhere on the roadside. Emperor Hobert did have an impression of this. There are two pieces of information regarding this. One was picked up when the destruction magic wolf fell. The other information indicates that it was due to the extraordinary characteristic aggregation law that Antigonus encountered the uniqueness of that pathway. Emperor Hobert spread his hands. Both of these statements are reasonable, and I have not found any clear records. I don't know which one is closer to the truth. Everyone also realized that this was, after all, something that happened more than 1,000 years ago. If Antigonus himself had not left corresponding records, or if informed individuals had not left corresponding notes, it would indeed be difficult to reconstruct such details. Finally, Klein, manipulating the world, said, why did they do this? I mean, does every pathway need to do this to become an angel king? Or can this effectively avoid madness and loss of control after accommodating uniqueness? He was afraid that Emperor Hobert had not understood. So he explained again, what I mean is, if it's just to avoid losing control, wouldn't it be simpler for Aemon to steal the loss of control when it occurs? Adam could also give some psychological suggestion to Antigonus to maintain a certain level of sanity when he loses control. In fact, asking this was somewhat risky, as the fool seemed to be the true god of this pathway, and as a dependence, he did not know why this was. But this information was very important, and Klein had to get a clear answer. Moreover, the fool would not tell his dependents all the information about the pathway, so asking this way was not a big problem and was worth the risk. I understand what you mean. Emperor Hobert said, they clearly have simpler, more practical methods, so why did they make things so complicated? The world nodded, indicating that he meant the same thing. Emperor Hobert pondered for a moment and could only vaguely guess, I'm not very clear about the specific reason, but I suspect that accommodating uniqueness also requires a certain ritual, doesn't it? He spread his hands and said, although accommodating uniqueness is not a true advancement, the risk should not be small. It makes sense to use a ritual as an aid. Klein slowly nodded. This guess also made a lot of sense. Then he asked again, why did Aemon and Adam help Antigonus? Was it just to enhance the strength of the Tudor Empire? Thinking about it, these two brothers did a lot of things in the Fourth Epoch, seizing Medici's opportunity to become a god and helping Tudor establish his empire. Only today did he learn that they even helped Antigonus accommodate uniqueness. I think it should be for two reasons. Emperor Hobert said, first, Antigonus should have had a deal with Tudor, and it was Tudor who asked the two brothers for help. Second, Aemon was willing to help. First, at that time, besides Mr. Dor truly supporting Tudor, other great nobles basically had no choice but to support Tudor. For example, Adam and Aemon, we previously traded information about the death of the ancient sun god. Everyone should understand that the two brothers would certainly not support Trensused, who was favored by the six gods. It is said that Aemon and Solomon seemed to have some conflict. I don't know what the specific conflict was, but the two brothers certainly would not support the Solomon Empire, which was clearly at a disadvantage and constantly looking for an escape route. Ultimately, they basically had no choice but to support the Tudor Empire. There was also another great noble, Tamara. As far as I know, she betrayed Trensused because she suffered unfair treatment from the six gods, and could only defect to Tudor. So, would Tudor promise to help Antigonus accommodate uniqueness in order to win over the wavering Antigonus? The world let out a muffled indicating that he thought the emperor's guess was very reasonable. Audrey thought to herself, is this the politics of the extraordinary world? It's pretty much the same as the methods used by politicians today. Well, or rather, whether or not it involves the extraordinary, the methods of competing for interests are largely the same. Alger crossed his arms. The Emperor's guessing process has given me a more concrete understanding of the situation of the Tudor Empire in the Fourth Epoch. Speaking of which, the struggle of the four emperors doesn't seem as complicated as imagined. Catalya, on the other hand, noticed Tamara, whom the Emperor mentioned. Besides the transaction with the Emperor, I have also seen some fragmented records about this family elsewhere. It sounds like this family also has many stories. Let's talk about the second reason. Emperor Hobert said, Aemon was also very willing to conduct this experiment. After all, he and Antigonus are from adjacent pathways, and he also hoped to participate in the process of this pathway accommodating uniqueness, to observe the process of accommodating uniqueness. As for Amon's purposes, such as using this experiment to test the awakening level of celestial worthy, diluting and resisting celestial worthy's consciousness, these are very secret pieces of information and are not suitable for Emperor Hobert to disclose at this time. Klein, behind the gray fog, always felt that Aemon wouldn't be so kind. After all, Aemon was born with uniqueness, so what was there to observe? But he couldn't quite put his finger on Amon's specific purpose. At this moment, Emlyn, who did not know the relevant information about the Fool's Pathway, suddenly asked, did Antigonus finally become a god? Audrey was slightly surprised, feeling that the Moon's question was disrespectful to Mr. Fool, but then she remembered that Mr. Moon had not yet joined the Tarot Club when Emperor Hobert announced Mr. Fool's Pathway, so he might not have known about this at all. Alger couldn't help but secretly glance at the gray fog above. Mr. Fool, could he be Antigonus? After all, this great noble of the Fourth Epoch seemed to have completely disappeared after the Blood Emperor fell, and no one knew if he was still alive. Catalya, realizing that the atmosphere in the hall was a bit stiff, observed the son, who rarely concealed his emotions, and then, through some recollections, roughly concluded that Mr. Fool and Antigonus were from the same pathway, but she wasn't certain. Emlyn also noticed that the atmosphere was a bit off. Is there something wrong with my question? Nothing is wrong. Emperor Hobert smiled and said, Antigonus did not succeed, and he could not succeed. Emlyn was slightly taken aback. Why do you say that? Emperor Hobert pondered for a moment, because he could not obtain all the extraordinary characteristics needed to advance to a true god. Alger immediately understood what the Emperor meant. Mr. Fool is not Antigonus. Precisely because Mr. Fool possesses some key extraordinary characteristics, Antigonus had no way of succeeding. Audrey had similar thoughts, and at the same time, she thought, perhaps for unknown reasons, Mr. Fool lost most of his extraordinary characteristics while in slumber, and then, by chance, Antigonus obtained a part of them. When Mr. Fool awakened from his slumber, he reclaimed those extraordinary characteristics. Then she thought, so, Mr. Fool is the destruction magic wolf of the Second Epoch. She didn't continue thinking, because this idea was too blasphemous. Furs speculated, was Amon's help to Antigonus in accommodating uniqueness a way of opposing Mr. Fool of the adjacent pathway? As long as Antigonus became stronger, Mr. Fool, who was in slumber at the time, would become weaker and would not pose a threat to Aemon. Catalya, through the Emperor's vague answer and her previous speculation about Mr. Fool's state, was already certain that Mr. Fool was the true god of the diviner pathway. At this time, the Fool Klein still didn't give any reaction to everyone's discussion. He knew that he should give some reaction at this moment, but because he also didn't know the specific situation of this matter, he didn't dare to give too clear a reaction. Finally, he decided that it was better not to react. When the members dared to discuss the Fool directly, he would just step in and give them a warning. Finally, he breathed a sigh of relief. Emperor Hobert seemed to know some inside information, but now was not the time to ask about it, or rather, it was fortunate that he knew some inside information, which gave the Fool a space to exist. Otherwise I would have thought, is this Antigonus's palace? Emperor Hobert thought to himself, Brother Fool, I can only help you this much. The rest is up to you. Emlyn realized that the atmosphere in the hall was still a bit off, so he didn't continue asking. Emperor Hobert quickly skipped this topic. After the Blood Emperor fell, Antigonus also disappeared. As for the Night Country, as everyone knows, it was destroyed by the Church of the Night Goddess. At the same time, the Creator also told me a surprising piece of news. The Black Night Goddess is actually of the same race as Antigonus and the Mother of the Sky. The Fool, Klein and the other members took a few seconds to react before showing their surprise. Especially Klein, a follower of the goddess, and, Justice, Audrey, they felt this was complete blasphemy against a deity. But then they remembered that these messages came from the Creator, and they fell silent. After their initial surprise, the other members felt that this was an acceptable fact, as they already knew that the god of knowledge and wisdom was once a giant dragon. But they were still surprised. Could the origins of the deities all be traced back to the second epoch? I was also very shocked when I heard this news, Hobert said. But then I felt it was quite logical. After all, the destruction magic wolf is said to have mastered both the sleepless and diviner pathways. Moreover, when we traded information about the ancient gods, we mentioned their subordinate deities. Among the subordinate deities of the destruction magic wolf were Salinger, the god of the undead, and Ammonizes, the goddess of darkness. I just learned that this goddess of darkness is the later Black Night Goddess. So, Ammonizes is the true name of the Black Night Goddess. Klein only now realized that his past experience as a Night Watcher gave him a very unique feeling towards this deity. He hadn't felt anything when he heard the true names of other deities before, but hearing the true name of the Black Night Goddess felt incredibly blasphemous. He wished he could immediately forget the name, but it lingered in his mind. Alger began to recall the names of the subordinate deities traded earlier. At the time, he hadn't paid much attention to them, but now it seemed that after the ancient gods fell, their subordinate deities played a significant role in the third and fourth epochs. As far as I know, 4 of those subordinate deities later became gods: the current god of war, the god of knowledge and wisdom, and the Black Night Goddess, as well as the fallen underworld emperor. Catalya, however, realized, when the Creator was besieging Amon's clone, he asked the emperor to pray to the Black Night Goddess, and as a result, received help from this deity. And the Creator knows so many secrets about the Black Night Goddess. These two deities must have been very familiar with each other before, right? So, can the origin of the Creator also be traced back to the second epoch? Audrey also thought of this. Do the Black Night Goddess, the Creator, and the Fool all know each other? Have they formed a broad alliance? This made Audrey feel a little better, because in her eyes, these 3 deities were all gods full of justice and should inherently be on the same side. Klein also belatedly realized that the Creator and the Black Night Goddess might have known each other before. Then he suddenly realized this was an opportunity for the Fool to speak, otherwise it would be very strange for the members to discuss the Fool's pathways so much just now, while the Fool had remained silent. So Klein, sitting at the head, smiled and said, "Your discussion reminds me of some things." Everyone looked towards the head of the bronze long table, but as for what exactly the Fool recalled, he didn't say, but this was enough to make everyone draw their own conclusions. Audrey sat up straight. I knew it, Mr. Fool and the Black Night Goddess must know each other, but Mr. Fool seems to have only recently awakened from his slumber last year, and may not have fully recovered his memories. Alger also nodded with an, "I understand," expression. Perhaps Mr. Fool didn't know Antigonus at all. After all, Mr. Fool was in slumber at that time. Furs also firmed up her previous guess. Aemon helping Antigonus was clearly to prevent Mr. Fool from suddenly awakening, but unfortunately Antigonus still couldn't succeed, or rather, Mr. Fool's arrangements before his slumber meant that no extraordinary of the same pathway could replace his position as a true god. The moon, Emlyn also pondered inwardly. No wonder the blood ancestor asked me to attend this gathering. Mr. Fool must have recalled some things about the Black Night Goddess. Since he knows a subordinate deity from the second epoch, there's no reason he wouldn't know the blood ancestor, one of the ancient gods at that time. Hobert smiled slightly and thought, the fool, seemed to say something, and yet said nothing. But this sentence was just right, this crisis public relations move is good. At this moment, the son, Derek, who didn't have a strong sense of identification with the 7 orthodox deities, suddenly said, "Mr. Emperor, if the Black Night Goddess and the Mother of the Sky are of the same race, why did the Black Night Goddess destroy the Night Country?" Everyone was stunned. Right, since they were of the same race in the second epoch, shouldn't they help each other? How could the Black Night Goddess simply destroy the Night Country? Hobert took a deep breath, considered for 2 or 3 seconds, and then said, "I have a conspiracy theory speculation here. Since the Sun has asked about this, I'll share this speculation with everyone. If you don't agree with my view, that's fine, just consider it a story." Everyone held their breath and looked at the Emperor. Klein guessed that what the Emperor was about to say was very likely negative information about the Black Night Goddess, or negative information fabricated by others. It is said that after the Blood Emperor fell, the Church of the Black Night Goddess even pursued Antigonus, Hobert said, seeing that everyone didn't quite understand what this news implied, so he further explained. If the Church of the Black Night Goddess attacking the Mother of the Sky can be understood, after all, the Mother of the Sky was an angel of the sleepless pathway, and attacking her was to obtain her extraordinary characteristic to further strengthen the Church's power. But the question is, why did the Church of the Black Night Goddess also pursue Antigonus? Was it just because Antigonus supported the Tudor Empire? Then why didn't other churches, like the Church of the Black Night Goddess, pursue him so relentlessly? To this day, they still attach great importance to the descendants of Antigonus and related cases. Was it just because Antigonus was one of the deities of the Night Country, and after destroying the Night Country, they feared his revenge? Only then did everyone understand why the Emperor emphasized this point. It was indeed a bit illogical. And everyone also heard that although the Emperor kept saying, "Church of the Black Night Goddess," he was referring to the Black Night Goddess herself. Klein first recalled the series of cases triggered by the Antigonus family's diary, and the Church of the Black Night Goddess indeed attached high importance to such cases. Then, based on his previous experience as a keyboard warrior, he speculated, could the Black Night Goddess have some huge secret that she feared Antigonus, a member of her own race, would reveal? This time, Hobert didn't give everyone time to speculate but continued straightforwardly, "So I heard such a conjecture. In the divine war that happened in the second epoch, when the ancient god Lilith fell, she dragged down 2 other ancient gods, the Strange King and the Destruction Magic Wolf, to be buried with her. That is to say, in that battle, the ancient god Lilith's opponents were 2 other ancient gods. How did she make 2 ancient gods perish with her? Before this, regarding this divine war, I also found a related piece of information. It is said that Antigonus once personally witnessed the blood of the destruction magic wolf spraying onto the goddess of darkness. This information seems to be a specific description of that divine war. But everyone, think carefully, why would the blood of the destruction magic wolf specifically spray onto the goddess of darkness? Everyone seemed to have thought of something, but they always felt they dared not think further. Could it be that the goddess of darkness helped the ancient god Lilith to complete the process of being buried together with the destruction magic wolf? Hobert asked. Otherwise, the goddess of darkness would have been more likely to deal with the subordinate deities of the ancient god Lilith. Why would she suddenly appear on the battlefield of the 3 ancient gods? Audrey immediately said with some agitation, "Impossible. It's absolutely not like that. Perhaps she just went to help." Klein, however, already felt that the truth might be like this, the reason being very simple. With a true god existing in the same pathway, to become a god, one either jumps to an adjacent pathway or backstabs the deity of that pathway. And the Black Night Goddess encountered a very tragic situation at that time. Not only was there a true god in the sleepless pathway, but there were also deities in the warrior and corpse collector pathways. So, to become a god, there was only one way. Klein breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't find this shameful. If it were him, he would do the same. Firstly, because the ancient gods had limited sanity, such a superior was terrifying. Secondly, it was a matter of survival. In an era where ancient gods would fight at the drop of a hat, even angels didn't have complete security. Alger broke out in a cold sweat. I seem to have a chance to become a god too. Haha, what am I thinking? After leaving the tarot club, will I be struck by lightning and turned into charcoal? Catalya, however, smiled. Backstabbing among deities. If I hadn't joined the tarot club, how would I have learned this information? Derek at this moment deeply understood Miss Justice's feelings. Based on her previous performance, she seemed to be a follower of the Black Knight goddess. In the previous tarot club meeting where the death of the ancient sun god was discussed, Derek had also lost his composure like Miss Justice. Some things are like this, until you are touched by them, you don't realize their importance in your heart. Audrey also realized her lapse. Sorry, I mean. Hobert, however, suddenly said, if the facts are truly as speculated, I think the Black Knight goddess did the right thing. The other members were all stunned. In the second epoch, humans were a race arbitrarily slaughtered and enslaved by the ancient gods. Although we call them ancient gods, I believe they should be considered enemies of humanity. Hobert said righteously. From a human perspective, it was not wrong for the Black Knight goddess to obtain the opportunity to become a god from such ancient gods. Moreover, as far as I know, the Church of the Black Knight goddess was one of the earliest secret organizations to protect humans. How early? Perhaps the only contemporary secret organization was the creator of Silver City, which is the Church of the Ancient Sun God. So it is undeniable that the Black Knight goddess protected many humans as far back as the second epoch. Miss Justice, do you think she did the right thing? Audrey fell into a long silence. She felt her understanding of justice had changed again. Before this, she was very averse to the view of not caring about the process, only caring about the result, but today she realized that caring too much about the process could also bring a considerable psychological burden. So after a few seconds, Audrey breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, I think you are right. Hobert smiled. Congratulations, Miss Justice, you have not lost yourself in the labyrinth of universal values. He put away his smile and continued, let's continue. Perhaps because the process of the Black Knight goddess becoming a god had some conflict with the magic wolves. To prevent retaliation from the magic wolves, she targeted other magic wolves, such as Antigonus and the Mother of the Sky. This also explains why the Mother of the Sky and the Black Knight goddess are on the same pathway, but the Mother of the Sky, as a member of the same race, is not an angel of the Church of the Black Knight goddess. It also explains why, in the fourth epoch, Antigonus successively pledged allegiance to the Solomon Empire and the Tudor Empire, always standing in opposition to the Black Knight goddess. Quote, Catalya leaned back in her chair and smiled slightly. Although Emperor has repeatedly said that this is a conspiracy theory, guess, it is a very logical conjecture. The truth is often this simple. Alger also sighed in his heart. Among the current 7 gods, 4 already have dark histories. The godhoods of eternal blazing sun, God of knowledge and wisdom, and Lord of storms all came from their betrayal of the ancient sun god. Among them, God of knowledge and wisdom had betrayed twice, once betraying the dream dragon in the second epoch, and again betraying the ancient sun god in the third epoch. He took a deep breath and continued to ponder these blasphemous thoughts. Today, I learned that the godhood of Black Knight goddess is also very likely to have come from a betrayal. What about the god of war and Earth Mother? And the god of steam and machinery? How did their godhoods come about? Will there be similar stories? After Emperor finished speaking, Klein suddenly felt relieved. The truth is often hard to accept, but whether you accept it or not, it is still the truth. Then he manipulated the world and asked, why did Mother of the Sky appear in the Church of the Night Goddess's cathedral? The other members all looked at the world. What? Mother of the Sky also appeared in the Church of the Night Goddess's cathedral. Alger immediately thought, when Mother of the Sky found it difficult to defeat Black Knight Goddess and couldn't escape, did she simply pledge allegiance to the Church of the Night Goddess? This contradicts Emperor's earlier speculation. Hobert pondered for a moment and said, did you notice that it seemed to have no intelligence? Klein understood Hobert's meaning. That's a sealed artifact. What? Mother of the Sky became a sealed artifact of the Church of the Night Goddess. Even Catalya and Derek, who felt a sense of detachment from the Orthodox churches, found it somewhat unbelievable. But thinking about it, it seemed reasonable. Mother of the Sky might have formed a sealed artifact upon its death. Hobert neither nodded nor shook his head at Klein's words, because it was not just a sealed artifact. Alger, on the other hand, smiled and thought, this is the fate of the loser. In his opinion, didn't Kvetua also become a sealed artifact? Audrey and Furs always felt a bit uncomfortable somewhere deep inside, but they couldn't quite pinpoint where the discomfort lay. Hobert finally concluded, Night Country ultimately perished, Mother of the Sky became a sealed artifact, and Antigonus's whereabouts are unknown. Everyone fell silent again, savoring the information they had just exchanged. After more than 10 seconds, Klein again manipulated the world and asked, what is Cheritu's purpose? The other members were slightly startled. Cheritu. Immediately after, everyone thought of the Cheritu family from the fourth epoch, and Catalya and Alger also thought of the connection between the Cheritu family and the secret order. This made Alger sigh. What kind of ruins did they encounter in their exploration last week? How could it be related to so many big figures in the extraordinary world? I've also done some investigation on this. Hobert said, do you want to hear it yourself, or do you want everyone to hear it? This time, Klein ignored everyone's expectant gazes. I'll listen by myself. Cheritu is different from Antigonus. Antigonus is, after all, a figure from the fourth epoch, but that Cheritu might have lived only a little over 100 years ago, and this might involve some secrets of the current diviner pathway. Hobert nodded. Okay, in the future, I might ask you for a favor, but the total value of this favor will not exceed 2,000 pounds. The world nodded. No problem. So, under everyone's disappointed gazes, Klein, sitting at the head of the table, established a private communication space between Emperor and the world. We have previously exchanged relevant information. Hobert said, the Cheritu family also needs to be talked about starting from the fourth epoch. It is said that the ancestor of the Cheritu family, well, let's call him Cheritu for now, and the one we met in the cathedral we'll call Little Cheritu. Klein thought of the white-bearded old man and felt that the name, Little, didn't seem to have much association with him, but in terms of seniority, he was indeed, Little Cheritu. Hobert continued, it is said that Cheritu pledged allegiance to the Solomon Empire because he hoped to obtain another sequence one extraordinary characteristic. However, that extraordinary characteristic had not yet been found when he died in the Four Emperors' War, and his extraordinary characteristic was captured by Antigonus. Hearing this, Klein thought to himself, so, Antigonus had gathered two sequence one extraordinary characteristics and the uniqueness at that time, which was already an angel king only one step away from becoming a true god. He frowned. Two sequence one extraordinary characteristics have already surfaced, and both were once with Antigonus. I don't know if Antigonus has fallen now, or what state he is in. In short, the whereabouts of these two sequence one extraordinary characteristics are currently unknown, and where is the last sequence one extraordinary characteristic? Klein smiled bitterly in his heart. Hobert thought that sequence one extraordinary characteristic was with the fool, so neither Antigonus nor Cheritu had any hope of becoming a god. Only the fool himself knew that if he had even one sequence 4 extraordinary characteristic, Mr. Fool would not do such a dangerous thing as stealing notes from the bottom of St. Samuel Cathedral. At this moment, he suddenly thought, the clue to that sequence 1 extraordinary characteristic that Solomon, or rather true creator, had Cheritu pledge allegiance to, wouldn't it be the third sequence 1? The more Klein thought about it, the more he felt this was possible. After all, during the Solomon Empire era, Antigonus had already pledged allegiance to the Solomon Empire as a mystic servant. So this sequence 1 extraordinary characteristic was obvious and didn't need to be searched for. Later, Antigonus became the angel king of that pathway first, so Cheritu would even less likely harbor designs on him. Therefore, what Cheritu wanted to obtain must be the third sequence 1 extraordinary characteristic, and with 2 sequence 1s, he would also become an angel king to be able to contend against Antigonus. Hobert saw Klein deep in thought, so he waited until Klein's contemplation seemed to end before continuing. Little Cheritu is interesting. I heard that he seemed to have an accident during his promotion to sequence 3, disappearing from the 4th epoch and directly appearing in the 5th epoch. Klein was slightly startled and manipulated the world to ask, was he sealed somewhere then? Sealed for hundreds or thousands of years? Hobert shook his head. I'm not very clear on the specifics. It is said that he felt as if he had traveled from the 4th epoch to the 5th epoch overnight. The world let out a hoarse laugh. What a strange encounter. He thought to himself, does this count as transmigration? Hobert continued, the main reason we know some information about Little Cheritu is because after he successfully promoted to an angel, he invested in Rosal. In some of Emperor Rosal's notes, we occasionally see some descriptions of Little Cheritu. Klein behind the gray fog, so that's how it is. With such a source of information, Klein was even more convinced by what Hobert said. Hobert continued, according to some clues we found, Little Cheritu seemed to have obtained the Antigonus family's notes in order to be promoted to sequence 1. Regarding this point, Klein had seen it in Rosal's diary, and he also knew that Rosal had helped steal the Antigonus family's notes from the Church of Steam and Machinery. Only to hear Hobert say, do you still remember our previous transaction about a member of the Antigonus family? Among the members of that family, there was a demigod, and it was speculated that their ancestor might have been sealed in the Hornassus Mountains. I verified this information with the Creator, and the Creator's answer was that if Antigonus was not dead, he should be there. It's just that his current state is unknown. When it came to high-level information about the diviner pathway, Hobert had to speak as vaguely as possible, because just like the empty shell the Creator, if he spoke too detailed, the fool would easily be exposed. Klein recalled some of his previous divinations, and he could now be very certain that Antigonus should be in the Hornassus Mountains, in a dilapidated palace. Then he could also confirm at this time that the whispers he heard during each advancement were influenced by Antigonus. At the same time, Klein only then realized that Hobert had concealed some information in the previous transaction about Night Country and Antigonus. He couldn't help but think, perhaps he wasn't too sure about the authenticity of these messages, so he didn't make them public. Of course, it could also be because Hobert felt these messages involved Mr. Fool and didn't dare to make them public to everyone. Regardless of the reason, Klein felt that these £2,000 were well spent, and he would have no problem paying the money immediately. Hobert continued, I speculate that Antigonus is indeed in the Hornassus Mountains, and perhaps that Antigonus family's notes have a subtle association with Antigonus. Of course, it's also possible that this notebook contains the hope of promotion to sequence 1 that Little Cheritu needs. I need to state again that most of what I'm about to say are my guesses. I only have fragmented information, and these fragments can only be filled in with guesses. The world let out a muffled, Hobert's conjectures had always been meticulous. Even knowing they were guesses, Klein was willing to listen, because before the truth was known, Hobert's conjectures were very close to the truth. Hobert continued, anyway, Little Cheritu should have arrived at the Hornassus Mountains and obtained a sequence 1 extraordinary characteristic. And this extraordinary characteristic, I believe, was the one Antigonus seized from Cheritu back then, because due to the outbreak of the Four Emperors' War, Antigonus never had time to accommodate this extraordinary characteristic. Under the pursuit of Black Knight Goddess, he fled with this extraordinary characteristic to the Hornassus Mountains, and was severely wounded or simply sealed there by the goddess. During Little Cheritu's promotion to Sequence 1 in the Hornassus Mountains, he was detected by Black Knight Goddess. Klein was startled and manipulated the world to ask, detected by Black Knight Goddess? Yes, after all, that's Night Country, and our mist town that we escaped from is also there. If he promoted there, Black Knight Goddess would naturally detect it. Hobert speculated. Perhaps Little Cheritu was detected by Black Knight Goddess as soon as he entered the Hornassus Mountains, which is why he had no choice but to promote there. Klein suddenly thought of the palace they saw when they came out of Mist Town, could Antigonus and little Cheritu be in those palaces? Hobert continued. So the goddess intervened with little Cheritu, and the specific process of the intervention is unknown, but my understanding is that a part of little Cheritu's personality was sealed in Mist Town. I remember you saying that Cheritu's promotion failed and he turned into a wriggling mass of maggots, possibly because his personality was incomplete, causing the promotion to fail. This seal by Black Knight Goddess may have lasted for over 100 years, until we released a part of Cheritu's personality a few days ago. Of course, much of the above is my speculation, for reference only. Klein, surprised, manipulated the world to ask, Antigonus possesses a uniqueness and might be difficult to kill, but for the Black Knight Goddess, little Cheritu shouldn't be hard to deal with. She can even split his personality and seal it. Why didn't she just kill him? Also, if we release Cheritu's personality, won't that disrupt the Black Knight Goddess's plan? Hobert scratched his head before saying, regarding your first question, I don't know the specific reason, but I've heard that high-sequence extraordinaries of this pathway seem very difficult to kill. Klein suddenly understood. It's not that they are difficult to kill, but that they can revive. If the Black Knight Goddess killed them, they would revive. And it's very likely they would use their revival to escape the Black Knight Goddess's control. So, the goddess only sealed them. This should be the best way to deal with them. Hobert breathed a sigh of relief. He knew from Klein's expression that he had understood, so there was no need to explain in too much detail. He said, as for the second question, I don't think we need to worry about that at all. That's Mist Town, the Black Knight Goddess's prison. If she doesn't want to release someone, I don't think we could release them no matter how hard we tried. As for what purpose there is in releasing Cheritu, that's not something we should consider. The world was silent for a few seconds before saying, after leaving Mist Town, I divined Cheritu's current situation again and found that he seemed to have returned to normal, disappeared from his original location, and I can no longer divine his whereabouts. Even with the aid of the gray fog, he couldn't divine it. Klein suspected it was due to his low sequence, which limited the power he could mobilize. However, even if his sequence increased, it would likely still be difficult to divine Cheritu's whereabouts. That was a sequence 1 of the diviner pathway, and his anti-divination ability must have reached a terrifying level. Hobert nodded. He should have his own things to do and won't have time to seek revenge on us for a while. Mainly on you, right? Klein thought to himself, you were the one who threatened to scatter his ashes. I didn't say anything. Hobert then said, the 20,000 pounds I promised you earlier will be given to you by sacrificing to the fool later. Klein was startled and made the world ask, you're making a move so quickly. No, I'm advancing this money to you first. It will still be some time before it can be used. Klein suddenly asked, are light bulbs quite profitable? Hobert nodded, they made a lot of money, but also cost a lot. I've invested all the money in other cities. Klein then said, as if making an announcement, I'm going to the South Continent soon. It's time to go out and relax. Hobert spread his hands and said, staying in Backland for too long can get boring. Then he added, write to me if anything happens. Okay. Klein had the world say, I need to borrow the tyrant card for a bit. What compensation should I pay? Hobert didn't ask why he needed to borrow it, only saying, I'll lend it to you for now. We can settle it all later. Then he added, oh, by the way, the creator agreed to let me trade this blasphemy card with you, but the compensation is an extraordinary material at the sequence 3 level. Given that you don't currently have the strength to provide such compensation, I can lend it to you first, and we can discuss the specific transaction after you advance to a demigod. Good. The two ended their private conversation, and the trading session continued. The world's gaze turned to Furs. I have a commission. Furs was slightly taken aback. A commission for me? I've been. Don't be so quick to refuse. Klein manipulated the world to say, help me contact the Abraham family. I hope to get information about the spirit world's Kaldor city from them, most importantly its location. Catalya had some understanding of Kaldor city. Why was the world suddenly looking for this mysterious spirit world city? Was it the fool's instruction? Hobert, on the other hand, thought to himself, no wonder he wants to borrow the tyrant card from me. He plans to use the method of summoning himself to collect the extraordinary materials needed for his sequence 4 advancement. The other Tarot Club members were unaware of what city the world was looking for and could only remain silent. Furs pondered for a moment before saying, "No problem, I'll help you inquire." The world asked in a flat tone, "How much compensation do you need?" £500, Furs said with a smile, "If you get the information I need, an additional £300. Klein manipulated the world to say, "Deal." No other members initiated new transactions, so this Tarot Club meeting moved to the free exchange segment. As soon as this segment began, Alger asked the Sun, "Have you investigated the matter of the former chief's tomb?" Little Sun responded somewhat shamefacedly, "No, I've been constantly assigned patrol missions during this time and haven't had any free time to investigate." Alger was not surprised by this. He asked somewhat strangely, "Why don't you ask friends you have a good relationship with for help? You don't have to tell them the real purpose. You can break the whole thing down into small, inconspicuous tasks and have them collect information on different aspects separately. This way, nothing will be exposed, and they won't be dragged into danger." Derek was silent for a few seconds, then said somewhat ashamed, "I don't have any friends." Actually, he originally had some friends when he was taking general education classes and during combat training, but after Derek bore the secret of the Tarot Club, he gradually drifted apart from these friends without realizing it and had little interaction. The last time someone visited his home was Dark Regents, who was corrupted by the true creator. Alger was choked by the Sun's answer and took a breath before rephrasing, "That's not good. You can't save Silver City by yourself. You must unite a group of people and have some friends who can help you at critical moments." Derek said with some apprehension, "But that will make them suspicious." Alger suddenly said seriously, "Being suspected is always better than being killed. Silver City is at a dangerous crossroads. You must think carefully about what needs to be done. Such things cannot exist without sacrifice, and there will even be a lot of sacrifices. Do you want their sacrifices to be useless, or very valuable?" Everyone quietly listened to the Hanged Man's advice. Hobert and Furs and other members sighed. The Sun, at his age, should have been a carefree teenager, but in Silver City, he had to bear such heavy burdens. Only Emlyn thought to himself, does he even need to choose? Does this guy think he himself has the ability to solve the problems of the God-forsaken land? Even true gods can't do that. At this moment, Derek's heart was full of struggle and pain. He realized that his previous actions seemed to have indeed been problematic. Alger did not persuade him further, the rest he needed to figure out himself. No one else offered comfort, because at this time, no words would have a comforting effect. The hall was silent for a few seconds. The world suddenly looked at Miss Justice. "Can you treat more severe mental illnesses now?" Audrey's spirits lifted, and she eagerly replied, "Yes." "Mr. World, do you have a friend who needs treatment?" Klein sighed silently and made the world smile. "No, I need treatment." After last week's operation with Hobert, Klein, while reviewing, realized that although Hobert seemed a bit reckless, his mental state was very good. So Klein examined his own mental state. It wasn't a problem not to examine it, but once he did, he found that his mental state was not very healthy. The entire magnificent palace suddenly fell silent. Alger and Catalya both knew that Mr. World was the mad adventurer Gehrman Sparrow, but they had never thought that he already had a relatively severe mental illness. Hobert also sighed silently in his heart. "I've long noticed that Klein puts too much psychological pressure on himself and has become somewhat reclusive. However, I also know that there's only one way to solve this problem: avenge the captain." Audrey was somewhat taken aback as she carefully observed the world, then recalled the world's previous words and actions. "Mr. World, according to my observations, you shouldn't have a relatively severe mental illness. If it's just mild anxiety, it can be alleviated and recovered through self-regulation and self-relaxation, without the need for treatment." The world smiled and said, "I'm just making an appointment now. If similar symptoms appear in the future, I hope to receive timely treatment. Audrey considered for a moment before saying, no problem, but I might need a friend to take me for treatment. I hope you're mentally prepared. She planned to have Hobert use travel to take her to the appointment if needed. How luxurious. Even seeing a doctor required a demigod escort. If she weren't a tarot club member, the house call fee alone would be a huge expense. The world whispered, understood. Everyone then shared some interesting anecdotes they had encountered last week. When no one else spoke, Klein announced the end of the tarot club meeting. On Queens Avenue, in Earl Hall's luxurious villa. After Audrey returned to the real world, she looked at the ceiling, lost in thought for a long time. The goddess is actually of the destruction magic wolf race. In the minds of other believers, a god is a god. This is a symbol, an emblem. But through several transactions at the tarot club, Audrey knew that gods were once extraordinaries. However, in her subconscious, all true gods should be human. Before, when she learned that the god of knowledge and wisdom was a giant dragon, Audrey was only slightly surprised and didn't feel much about it. At today's gathering, when it involved the Black Knight goddess she worshipped, she truly realized the seriousness of this issue. Audrey slowly got up and stretched. The racial issue could be put aside for now. The Black Knight goddess's means of obtaining her divine position made Audrey feel blasphemous just thinking about it. She couldn't help but shake her head with a smile, thinking to herself, this reminds me of something Hobert said before, some things are better left unknown. At the time, I just thought he was complaining. I could see many of his thoughts through my observation, but today I realized that he was actually reminding me to use my mind-reading ability with restraint. Knowing too many things isn't always a good thing. Thinking of this, Audrey put away her smile. Looking back, Hobert has repeatedly described in our conversations that this world is not black and white. He has always wanted me to notice this, to mature as quickly as possible, but I focused on other things. Hobert suddenly yawned as he saw the familiar roof. Under the warm sun, he felt lazy all over, and with his loved one by his side, this met all the conditions for a nap. However, he couldn't sleep today. He yawned again, set up an altar to receive the bestowal, and obtained the method for making talismans using the time worm. This knowledge also appeared directly in his mind, he only needed to recall it for it to immediately surface. Furs also struggled to get up. I need to write a letter to my teacher. Hobert finished tidying the altar, but found her lying down again. Why aren't you writing anymore? I'll lie down and brainstorm first, and then get up to write once I've got my ideas together, Furs said, yawning. Oh. Hobert began packing up to return to Backland, put on his coat, and took a few documents about Longtail Island that Furs had given him, as well as 3 coconuts. Finally, he picked up his cane. When he looked at Furs again, the young writer, who was supposedly brainstorming how to write her letter, had already fallen asleep. Hobert smiled helplessly, kissed Furs's forehead, and then used travel to return to Backland. He arrived at the study, and just as he had sacrificed £20,000 in cash and the tyrant card to the fool, his butler, Doffus, reported, "A Mr. Leonard wishes to see you." Hobert was startled and immediately stood up. "Take me to him." Soon, in a small reception room, Hobert met Leonard, who had black hair, green eyes, an outstanding appearance, but a somewhat casual and unrestrained demeanor. He smiled and said, "It seems the light bulb factory business is very busy." "It's all right, probably not as busy as yours." Hobert smiled and said, "You seem to have urgent business with me. Why didn't you send a messenger to me?" "Because the matter I need to discuss with you is extremely confidential," Leonard said with rare seriousness. Hobert understood his implication and asked Doffus to leave. After the door was closed, he asked, "What is it?" Leonard was still a little uneasy. He took out a silver dagger, set up a spiritual wall, and then whispered, "I discovered a big secret today." Hobert thought to himself, could it be that he found out I had entered the Chinese gate? On the surface, he calmly said, "What is it?" "That requires you to come to me in person. Klein is not dead." Leonard's expression at this moment was very complex, with relief, surprise, and confusion. Hobert was very surprised. How did I forget about this? So, you've already gone to Tingen City to dig up the grave and come back. Leonard took a deep breath. When I came to this conclusion, I was as surprised as you. Hobert hemped, but thought to himself, actually, our points of surprise are not the same. Leonard continued, this morning, while I was reviewing old cases, I obtained a photo of the so-called Detective Sherlock, taken not long after he arrived in Backland. I coincidentally found that his appearance was very similar to Klein's. So I mentally removed the glasses and beard from the person in the photo, and he was at least 80% similar to Klein. I immediately re-investigated Detective Sherlock's landlord. This great detective only made a very simple disguise when he first appeared. Haha, Leonard suddenly let out an excited laugh. Unless Klein has a twin brother, it's really hard to convince me that it's not Klein. At the same time, the timing also matches. Sherlock appeared a week after Klein's sacrifice, and Sherlock also appeared in the Lannerwusi case. There was also the subsequent capping case, and the Backland Smog event, all of which involved him tracking Ince Zangwill. Leonard clenched his fists excitedly, finally concluding, Sherlock is Klein, and he has been searching for Ince Zangwill. He has never forgotten to avenge the captain. Hobert also began his performance at this point, saying as if he had just realized, you mean, Klein isn't dead? No, he's more likely to have been resurrected. Leonard said, I was present during the autopsy, he was already dead then. Before the case of the descent of the evil god's child, I had already discovered that he seemed to have ties with a secret extraordinary organization. He must have desperately wanted to avenge the captain, so he sacrificed something important as a price to be resurrected. Leonard looked at Hobert with a serious expression. Let's go to the cemetery in Tingen City together to confirm. Goddess above, you're not going to dig up Klein's grave, are you? Hobert smiled bitterly in his heart. Goddess above, this guy actually came to invite me to dig up a grave with him. Thank you very much for thinking of me for such a good thing. Leonard took a deep breath. How can one be at ease without confirming this matter? Hobert pinched his forehead. You're right, I'll go have the butler book train tickets right away. Don't you have a sealed artifact with travel ability? Leonard was a little surprised. And you're still taking the train? Hobert smacked his lips. This news is too shocking, it's making me a bit confused. Leonard nodded. Understandable. When I first came to this conclusion, I almost tripped while walking normally. Oh, and please ask Mr. Butler to bring some shovels and spades and other tools. Hobert, feeling a bit helpless, could only get the tools and use travel to take Leonard to the cemetery in Tingen City. After taking just 2 steps in the cemetery, Leonard suddenly stopped. Hobert glanced at the tombstone in front of Leonard. It was old Neil's grave. He sighed inwardly. I saved him twice, but still couldn't save him. Immediately after, Hobert reminded Leonard, not everyone has a chance to be resurrected. Some people, once dead, are dead. Leonard nodded. I know. Soon, the two arrived at Klein's grave and began to dig. At this time, there were still many people in the cemetery mourning deceased friends or relatives. They were somewhat surprised to see these 2 young men digging a grave. It was broad daylight. They couldn't possibly be grave robbers, could they? Soon everyone reacted. After a hasty farewell to their friends or relatives resting in the cemetery, they quickly left. As they left, they didn't forget to glance back at the 2 young men, who were still diligently digging. Many people decided to call the police immediately. Because there was no mound, Hobert and Leonard quickly dug down to the burial chamber. The coffin inside was open, and the somewhat old wooden coffin was empty. Hobert sighed. The scene of pulling Klein out of his grave before, helping him to emerge, was still vivid in his mind. It's as I thought. Leonard's grip on the shovel slowly loosened, and he looked at the coffin as if muttering to himself. It seems your guess is correct. Hobert reached out and closed the coffin. However, I think we should keep this a secret. Leonard also came back to his senses. You're right. So the 2 men filled the grave pit again and returned to Backland before the police arrived. In the Earl's mansion's reception room, Leonard took a sip of the now cold tea and suddenly said, "I know where to inquire about Klein's whereabouts." Of course, it was to find Don Dantes. He now strongly suspected that Don must know Klein. Leonard looked at Hobert. "I'll be going to the South Continent with Miss Daly's team soon. If I get any news of Klein, how should I tell you?" "Write a letter," Hobert said. "My messenger is quite capable, and we've also signed a contract, so you don't have to worry about the contents of the letter being leaked." "All right." Leonard stood up to take his leave. Hobert added, "Oh, and please contact Miss Daly for me. Tell her I have something I need to meet her about, preferably before she goes to the South Continent, so I can have a chat with her." "No problem." After seeing Leonard off, Hobert shook his head and smiled. He truly hadn't expected to participate in the process of grave digging himself. Not to mention, it was quite exhilarating. After all, he was digging the fool's grave. Returning to the study, Hobert felt a surge of emotion. Leonard was going to the South Continent, and Klein was also going to the South Continent. This meant that Ince Zangwill's death was not far off, and it also meant that Klein would have the opportunity to advance to a demigod. He paused, then thought, "If Klein writes to me for help, I will immediately join the battle. After all, I also really want to punch that old bastard." Although Adam would be encountered, he was only there to retrieve 008, so he would essentially act as a spectator in this event, with no real danger. Moreover, he could also take this opportunity to talk with Adam. The only thing Hobert was concerned about was whether he should tell Miss Daly the truth. This was something Hobert had been undecided about before today. With him participating in the battle, Daly would certainly not die in the fight, but he couldn't guarantee Daly's state after avenging herself. It was only during the grave digging just now that Hobert made up his mind to tell Daly the truth and let her choose what to do afterward. The next day, Tuesday, Hobert first received good news. The Manor's research laboratory had achieved a major breakthrough. Firstly, in the research on the conversion of electrical energy and sound energy, experiments had achieved multiple successes, and the method of conversion between the two had basically been found. In other words, the world's first telephone was born. Additionally, significant breakthroughs were made in plastic research. Researchers found additives suitable for plastic, and it can now be made sturdy and durable. This is the best choice for battery casings, as it is non-conductive and corrosion-resistant, making it more suitable than the hard rubber currently in use. All these breakthroughs began on Friday night of last week. After attending a banquet hosted by a man named Don Dantes, the two researchers suddenly recalled some long-forgotten inspirations and felt they should experiment with these ideas. So they conducted experiments overnight, and it turned out that their inspiration led them directly to the correct experimental results they had been painstakingly seeking. Upon receiving this news, Hobert immediately awarded the relevant researchers bonuses ranging from £100 to £3,000, and also mused that his 3-time worms were truly worth it. The achievements in plastic speak for themselves. It's a material completely different from metal and wood, with wide-ranging applications. It doesn't rust, doesn't need painting, and is very light and durable. As for the telephone, it was an epoch-making invention. From the moment the first telephone was born, it meant that the speed of information transmission suddenly increased many times over. This change was enough to transform the entire era. Also, in the morning, Hobert received a letter delivered by Miss Daly via messenger, inviting him to meet at St. Samuel Cathedral at 2 in the afternoon. If he hadn't seen Leonard yesterday, Hobert would have suspected he was being lured into a trap if he had suddenly received such a letter. At 1:55 p.m., Hobert used travel to arrive at a street near the cathedral and then strolled into the church. Miss Daly, with her emerald green eyes, blue eyeshadow, and blush, giving her a seductive beauty, was already sitting on a pew in the church, seemingly having just finished praying. "Long time no see." Hobert also smiled. "Long time no see. I heard from Leonard that you were looking for me." "That's right." Hobert didn't sit down at all. "May I invite Miss Daly to my lord's manor?" I have something I need your help with." Miss Daly stood up and smiled. "If I didn't know you were already married, I'd think you were looking for an excuse to ask me out." As the two walked out, Hobert asked, "Have you been busy lately?" "I've been busy traveling to all the major cities in ruin," Miss Daly smiled. "Recent newspapers have been reporting a lot about light bulbs, which are a brand new product." She said, "I've done experiments, and some very weak spirits are even afraid of electric light." Hobert was slightly stunned. There's such a thing. That was something he hadn't expected. Miss Daly nodded. "According to our research, electric light is very similar to sunlight." Hobert, who had walked to a secluded corner, leaned on one arm and smiled. "Perhaps I should contact the Eternal Blazing Sun Church to see if they have a need for electric lights." Miss Daly linked arms with Hobert. "It seems I've introduced you to a big business opportunity." At this moment, the space in front of them became illusory, and Hobert stepped forward, leading Miss Daly into the spirit world. A minute later, they appeared in the study of the South Colson Lord's Manor. The courtyard where the study was located had been damaged during Hobert's battle with the Aurora Orders, Black Knight, and had just been rebuilt. Furs was already waiting there. "Hello, Miss Daly." Miss Daly smiled. "Hello, Countess." Furs knew this was Hobert's friend, so she said, "Just call me Furs." Hobert took a teacup from his pocket. "I'm not inviting you to drink tea, this is a magical item." He said, "This magical item can change your appearance. In a moment, you'll need to change your appearance, preferably so much that no acquaintance can recognize you." Then Hobert said to Furs, "Please help Miss Daly choose a dress with local characteristics, preferably without any backland style." After speaking, Hobert left the study and waited in the main hall of the front yard. Miss Daly, in the study, asked Furs somewhat strangely, "What exactly does Hobert want with me?" She had thought that Hobert's territory had encountered ghosts or other monsters, and he needed her abilities to help. Furs smiled. "I don't know either. Hobert only told me to help you change clothes." In fact, when Hobert came in the morning, he had briefly told her the gist of the matter, but Furs also felt that now was indeed not the time to tell Miss Daly the truth. Miss Daly smiled. "If you weren't here to help me change clothes, I'd think Hobert had some ideas about me." Ah! Furs was stunned. Wasn't Miss Daly from Ruin? Why did she speak as openly as those Ruin people in the colonies? After changing clothes and altering her appearance, the two came to the front yard to find Hobert. Hobert nodded with great satisfaction. "Good, if you hadn't come with Furs, I almost wouldn't have recognized you." Then he said, "Miss Daly, next I will take you to meet an acquaintance. Perhaps you've longed for him, or perhaps you've already forgotten him. But no matter what, in order not to disturb his peaceful life, please be sure to control your emotions." Miss Daly smiled. "You brought me here so mysteriously just to meet someone." "Yes, please follow me." Hobert used travel to bring Miss Daly to the rooftop across from the Special Operations Department. At this time, it was not long before the afternoon class, and Elliot and other team members were going to the classroom in twos and threes. The scorching sun was at its most intense at this time, and although Hobert and Miss Daly were no longer afraid of heat and cold, being directly exposed to the sun was still very uncomfortable. Just as Miss Daly was about to ask a question, she saw a familiar figure appear on the street. Miss Daly rubbed her eyes, thinking she had seen wrong. Looking closely, it really was that person. She suddenly felt cold all over, and her whole body went limp and weak. Was this another illusion? Another dream? If it was a dream, she hoped it would be a long one, because she hadn't dreamed of him lately. She was so lonely, she was so sad. Had he forgotten her in the underworld? Otherwise, why wouldn't he even appear in her dreams anymore? Miss Daly took a few deep breaths and was about to reach out and call out to him, but Hobert said from the side, "I told you, it's best not to disturb his peaceful life." Only then did Miss Daly see that he was smiling and chatting with a street vendor, and as he chatted, he lit a pipe, no longer as strict as before, nor as cold as before. After chatting for a while, he checked his pocket watch, bid farewell to the vendor, and entered the courtyard with the sign, Special Operations Department. He casually greeted a few people in the courtyard, occasionally stopping to say a few words, and finally, he entered a classroom. The students who had already arrived in the classroom immediately stood up, and he, with a smile, began to tell them something. That smile was cheerful, sincere, not at all like the bitter smiles he always showed when he was in Tingen City. After watching for a long time, Miss Daly finally asked, Can I go closer and have a look? She could feel that Dunn had a new life, and he loved his new life very much. Of course, Hobert said, but you have to wipe away your tears first, and control your emotions. Only then did Miss Daly realize that tears had already streamed down her entire face. After wiping away the tears with her handkerchief, she waved her hand between her chest and abdomen, and an illusory door seemed to open there. A small, tiger-headed ghost, about the size of a palm, poked its head out from the illusory door. Miss Daly grabbed the ghost and pressed it to her chest. In an instant, Miss Daly's appearance changed somewhat. Her face turned pale, not like a living person. Her whole demeanor also seemed to change, as if she had suddenly lost all emotions and feelings. Only then did Hobert lead her from the rooftop to the Special Operations Department. Currently, the Special Operations Department in South Colson is mainly the second team. Angus's first team has all been transferred to Longtail Island. After chatting with Helen, who came over when she heard the commotion, Hobert led Miss Daly to the classroom and sat in the back row. Everyone in the classroom also saw the Lord enter with an unfamiliar woman, but Hobert waved his hands repeatedly to everyone as soon as he entered the door, telling them to continue listening to the lecture, so no one stood up. Dunn also nodded at Hobert and continued his lecture. As I just said, this is your last class. Regarding occult knowledge and how to deal with some common cases, I have already covered everything before. In this last class, let's talk about the spiritual perception ability. The relevant theoretical knowledge I have already explained before, so I will not repeat it here. What I want to tell everyone is that an extraordinary spirituality is quite sensitive. When you coincidentally encounter the target or clue you've been searching for, you have a certain probability of feeling it. Even if her manifestation is unfamiliar to you, even if she looks very different from the clue you are pursuing. Elliot, sitting below the podium, was slightly stunned. Teacher Dunn used the wrong word. It should be it, and not she. Dunn lectured for more than half an hour, then had Hobert come to the stage to speak. Hobert stood up, first said a few grandiloquent words, and then began to talk about practical matters. You will be members of the third team of Special Operations. Yes, this is a team specially formed for you. You will be stationed on Longtail Island with the first team, but you will be stationed at the eastern port, which has not yet begun to be developed, but after you move in, the construction work there will begin. There will be casinos, extraordinary auction houses, and real estate development. Your work will be very arduous. The class finally ended after 4 in the afternoon. The students all went back to pack their luggage, and they were going to have dinner with Teacher Dunn in the evening. Hobert took Miss Daly back to the Lord's Manor study, and only then did Miss Daly pull out the ghost she had previously kept in her chest and re-imprison it within her body. At this point, Miss Daly's emotions had stabilized and she had calmed down. She looked at Hobert and couldn't help but smile. I didn't expect you to play such a big joke on me. Hobert spread his hands. You should know better than I that if the Church of the Black Knight Goddess knew Dunn was alive, they would definitely send people to arrest him, and I would not be spared. I might be forced to break with the Church of the Black Knight Goddess. I don't mean to blame you. Miss Daly said. I am very grateful to you, truly, very grateful. Hobert took a deep breath. Although, based on your reaction, my question seems a bit redundant, I still have to ask. Do you want to come to South Colson and live with Dunn? Daly did not immediately answer Hobert's question, but looked into Hobert's eyes. I need you to answer 2 questions for me first. Hobert sat beside Daly. Speak. Why are you helping Dunn? Daly asked. According to my investigation, you only met Dunn a few times when you were in Tingen City, yet you are willing to take such a big risk to help him. Hobert leaned back in his chair and smiled. I didn't expect you to have investigated me. As a friend, I will not reveal your secrets to the church, Daly said seriously. But as a Red Gloves, of course I need to have a comprehensive understanding and evaluation of you. Hobert spread his hands. All right, that's your job after all. He crossed his legs. As you can see, Backland has always been shrouded in mist. In fact, not only Backland, but the entire human world is shrouded in the mist of humanity and madness. But there are always some lights that can pierce through the mist and shine on the dim earth. Dunn is that light, so I will save him. Don't ask for details. If you ask for details, it's, do you believe in light? Daly slowly nodded, noncommittal about this answer. Then how did you resurrect Dunn? Are there any side effects? Mainly, she felt that Dunn seemed to have undergone a drastic change in personality, which made her wonder if it was really Dunn. She had dealt with many cases where people tried to use evil gods to resurrect their family members, only for tragedy to strike. The process of her getting to know Hobert and the extraordinary cases she handled involved Mr. and Mrs. Henry trying to resurrect her son, which resulted in their son becoming a zombie and the couple dying during the ritual. When Captain Dunn died, I asked the Creator to preserve some of his flesh and blood, as well as his extraordinary characteristic and spirit body. Regarding this, Hobert told the truth. Later, I met an ancient alchemist and asked her to refine a body using Captain Dunn's flesh and blood. Then, using the extraordinary characteristic as a medium, the soul and flesh merged, forming the current Dunn. It can be said that both the body and the soul are almost identical to Dunn himself. Even he himself marveled that he felt no discomfort whatsoever. Oh, and it also helped him with his hair loss problem. During the previous pollution incident at Backlung Manor, Daly and Leonard already knew that Hobert was a favored one of the Creator, so he could openly state the help provided by the Creator to Daly. Hobert picked up the teapot, intending to pour Daly a cup of tea, but realizing the tea had long gone cold, he put the teapot down again. As for side effects, one life stone needs to be consumed each year. But don't worry about this, I have a good relationship with the Earth Mother Church, and I'll take care of the life stone. Also, Captain Dunn's current state is almost impossible to lose control, but it is also very difficult to advance. He finally said, when Captain Dunn first woke up, I asked for his opinion on whether to resurrect. At first, he indeed had no intention of resurrecting. It wasn't until I mentioned that the people in the South Colson area were being persecuted by some secret organizations and desperately needed someone to help me train a group of decent official extraordinaries that Dunn decided to stay and help me. After living in this picturesque town for a long time, Dunn gradually fell in love with it, and his temperament also seemed to have undergone some changes. However, I think that's a change for the better, at least he knows how to enjoy life now. Daly fell into a long silence, and after about 2 or 3 minutes, she said, just now I still felt that as long as he was alive, it would be fine, but suddenly I eagerly hoped that I could also live here. She asked Hobert, do you think Dunn can accept me? Hobert spread his hands, that's between the two of you, I can't give you any advice. As a friend, I can only help you say goodbye to your previous life and stay here if you want to stay in South Colson. I'm willing to stay, Daly said immediately. The previous parting of life and death made Daly cherish this opportunity very much. Even if she still couldn't be with Dunn, being able to see him often was enough for Daly. Aren't you going to ask me how I'll make you stay? Daly smiled. Do I look that untrusting of you? Hobert chuckled. Yes. That night, after Dunn finished dinner with his students, on his way home, he saw Hobert on the dark street. Is that Daly? Hobert smiled helplessly. When he heard the content of Dunn's lecture, he knew that Dunn had used his spiritual perception to determine that it was Daly. Sorry, I brought her without saying hello to you. No, I should thank you, Dunn said. I've thought a lot about things during this time, especially about relationships. My previous behavior was like a coward. Hobert, however, said, I can probably guess your mentality at the time. After all, you are engaged in a job where you could die at any time. In order to avoid the sadness of those who are alive, you dare not express your emotions too much. There's nothing cowardly about it, it's just that you've seen too many partings of life and death, and you don't want the person you love to suffer that kind of pain. Dunn did not refute, but remained silent for a long time before asking, is she doing well? She has been seeking an opportunity to avenge you, Hobert replied. I brought her to see you after learning that her next revenge operation carried a great risk. Dunn gave a bitter smile. However, she has other plans now, Hobert smiled. She plans to go back and complete her last mission, then say goodbye to her past life, and move here to live with a new identity. Dunn looked at Hobert's back. Thank you. Hobert didn't look back, but showed a brilliant smile. You're welcome. The next day, Hobert, who was in Backland, learned that Klein, Leonard, and Daly had taken an airship to the South Continent. Of course, they didn't know each other's identities, it was just a coincidence that they hitched a ride with the military. Not long after they went to the South Continent, Leonard first asked a messenger to send a letter to Hobert. The content of the letter was simple. He had contacted Klein and found clues about Zangwill, and they were pursuing them separately. Hobert replied, I also hope to participate in this revenge. If you find any trace of Zangwill, write to me immediately. That afternoon, Klein sent another letter to Hobert, also stating that he had found clues about Zangwill, and if he got his exact whereabouts, he asked Hobert to provide some help. Hobert replied, if you don't call me to ambush Zangwill together, it means you don't consider me a friend, and I'll beat you every time I see you. If the situation is urgent, pray to the Creator, if not, write to me. After sealing the letter, Hobert summoned Klein's messenger, Renee Tinicol, wearing a black dress and carrying 4 heads, who arrived from the spirit world. After Hobert gave her the letter, he said, the cost of this letter will be paid by the recipient. Renee's 4 heads said, you, indeed, are friends, also, frugal. South Continent. When Klein learned that Hobert had chosen cash on delivery, he was completely stunned. After paying the messenger 1 gold coin, he muttered to himself, did I not write clearly enough in the letter? Sending a letter requires paying a gold coin. Hobert in Backland has also been very busy recently. In addition to continuously implementing his investments, he has also been receiving new orders. These new orders all came from his shareholder group. Especially on July 12, the large light bulb that had been lit for 43 days in Order Square went out. The middle class once again set off a wave of ordering light bulbs. It had been lit for 43 consecutive days. This gave them great confidence in the quality of the Earl's light bulb. At the same time, the residents around Order Square felt very unaccustomed to it, and the entire square became dim again. So on the evening of the 13th, when Hobert was invited to a small ball hosted by Earl Hall, the mayor of Backland proposed the idea of installing electric streetlights around Order Square. Other councillors and nobles attending the ball also expressed their willingness to promote the relevant construction plans. Some councillors even said that they would strive to facilitate the installation of electric lights in their departments. In the future, Earl's Light will receive a continuous stream of orders for streetlights and the installation of electric lights in government departments. This is the advantage of having a shareholder group. Such government construction orders will come to them automatically. At the same time, a shareholder reminded Hobert that someone was already counterfeiting light bulbs and asked him to find a way to prevent counterfeiting. This reminded Hobert, this matter is very serious and must be handled properly. After finishing the main business, Audrey, dressed in a light green long dress, looking youthful and beautiful, complained, since the Earl's Light started operating, you've become the star of every banquet. It's become very difficult to even say a word to you. Hobert smiled. I actually want to make similar complaints, but that would be a bit irresponsible. After all, so many people have invested in Earl's Light, and I have to be responsible for their interests. Audrey first nodded in understanding, then whispered, let's go out for barbecue again sometime. I've had the chef make many kinds of barbecue recently, but none of them are as delicious as yours. No problem, Hobert readily agreed. I've been wanting to have a meal like that recently too. Let me think. I seem to be quite busy recently. How about Saturday night? Good. After agreeing to enjoy a meal together, the ball quickly ended. The next day, Hobert announced something that shocked Backland, and even all of Rouen. In the Backland Morning News, Hobert published the following announcement. In order to alleviate the urgent demand for light bulbs, factories interested in producing light bulbs and wires can purchase the manufacturing process for light bulbs and wires from Earl's Light for £1. This basically amounted to publicly disclosing the manufacturing process for light bulbs and wires. For a time, factory owners throughout Backland couldn't sit still and rushed to spend money to purchase 3-year patent usage rights. It didn't matter whether they made light bulbs or not, the priority was to get the technology first. Many shareholders of Earl's Light also expressed their incomprehension and went to the Earl's mansion to question Hobert, but Hobert refused to see anyone. Hobert even declined all invitations to banquets, balls, and salons. Many speculated that Hobert regretted making the light bulb technology public, while others guessed he was brewing a new business plan. In reality, Hobert was preparing to receive Jonathan and others. They were ready, just waiting for the next blood moon to gather and launch their uprising. At that time, they would directly pray to the Creator and, after the blood moon ended, immediately flee to South Colson. The remaining forces of the Gnostic Society would pursue them at any time, and the Witch Church would not let the matter rest. Hobert, of course, would not place these ticking time bombs in South Colson, which he considered his foundation. So, over a month ago, Hobert had Corwin dispatch people to build wooden houses on Shipyard Island, intending to temporarily settle Jonathan and the others there first. If an extraordinary war broke out, it wouldn't damage the cities and towns that had been so painstakingly built. As for the Witch Church's attack, that wouldn't be so easy to resolve. Hobert was preparing to use this opportunity to see if he could trick the Witch Church, to get revenge for the Backland Smog event. There was a personal grudge involved. After all, Hobert had been beaten badly by Despair Witch Panethea back then, and he had always held a grudge about it. Although that Despair Witch had been killed by him, he still had no good feelings towards the Witch Church. Of course, the more important reason was that the entire Backland, and even the Tarot Club members, might have already forgotten the tens of thousands who died in the Great Smog. But Hobert had never forgotten. That street strewn with corpses, the despair of people struggling before their death, remained vividly clear in Hobert's mind. At that time, Hobert made up his mind that he must do something for those who died in the Great Smog, otherwise, he wouldn't know why he bothered to become stronger. Having the power to resist in the apocalypse was a significant motivation, but Hobert didn't want to become like those extraordinaries from secret organizations, losing all human warmth, after gaining too much divinity. After the Backland Smog event, Hobert permanently listed George III, the Witch Church, and the Aurora Order in his list of enemies. But as someone who had received outer Confucian, inner legalist education, Hobert deeply understood the principle that a gentleman's revenge is never too late, even after 10 years, so he had not acted for over half a year. Now Hobert felt the time was relatively ripe, so it was naturally time for revenge. Or rather, when he decided to accept Jonathan and them, Hobert already had a series of plans. Later, encountering the Tony family and the complete allegiance of the Tudor family made this plan gradually more secure. The only question now was, if the Witch Church was pushed too hard, would the original witch intervene? Regarding this question, Hobert still decided to pray to the Black Night Goddess and the Earth Mother before acting, to prevent the original witch from truly descending upon South Colson. As for the remuneration for these two deities, Hobert believed that if it was just to prevent the original witch's descent, a Grade 1 sealed artifact could be offered. Hobert currently had 10 sealed artifacts of this level, so paying would be stress-free. If anyone were to directly confront the original witch, Hobert would unhesitatingly sacrifice 0 to 70 to express his determination to fight the Witch Church to the end. It was the night of July 15. Hobert, holding the sleeping Furs in his arms, was just about to think about Longtail Island when his spirituality suddenly sensed something and he looked out the window. The crimson moon was rapidly turning redder. This was the signal for Jonathan and the others, uprising. Furs's spirituality was also stirred. She sat up abruptly, her mature and beautiful body exposed before Hobert. It's the blood moon. That's right. Hobert had already risen, quickly put on his clothes, and picked up his cane. I need to go prepare quickly. I can't stay with you. After speaking, he quickly kissed Furs's forehead and disappeared from the Green Meadow Manor bedroom. Furs also quickly tidied her hair, put on a nightgown, and was ready at any moment to pray to the Creator. Hobert didn't go far, arriving at the Lord's Manor study. Just as he instructed his butler, Alan, to proceed according to the previous plan, he heard prayers coming from the country of disorder. To ensure this day went smoothly, Hobert had previously instructed butler Alan on who to invite to manage the situation, what preparations to make, and so on. However, Hobert, of course, would not tell Alan the entire plan, only what Alan needed to do. Entering the country of disorder and sitting on the Iron Throne, Hobert indeed saw 3 unfamiliar stars appear in the pool before him. Hobert immediately extended his spirituality to the first unfamiliar star, where he saw Jonathan praying to the Creator. The Gnostic Society had a custom. When they realized a blood moon was about to occur, Jonathan and other demigods, as well as travelers, would quickly use travel to gather their family members as much as possible. Only by doing so could the original witch effectively protect them during the blood moon. In the beginning, when they didn't do this, many family members received no protection during the blood moon. Hobert could roughly guess the reason behind this. Each time the blood moon's ravings were blocked, it took some time. If it were a righteous god, they would be able to protect hundreds of people simultaneously. But the original witch's condition was very poor, and some of her abilities couldn't compare to righteous gods, so she could only protect a limited number of people. For extraordinaries of other pathways, achieving this would be almost impossible, but for members of the Abraham family, it was not difficult. Firstly, extraordinaries of this pathway all have high spirituality. As soon as the crimson moon changes, they can perceive it, especially middle sequence extraordinaries like Jonathan, who can sense it even before the blood moon begins to form. Afterwards, they would immediately begin to transport family members. A traveler could bring 2 people into the spirit world at once, and Jonathan could bring 10 people into the spirit world. As for sequence 6, they generally would have recorded several travels in advance to use at this time. Therefore, it wouldn't take much time for Gnostic Society members within a certain area to gather. The preparations Jonathan had mentioned earlier involved relocating family members with uprising intentions to the jurisdictions of the 3 demigods participating in the uprising under legitimate pretexts, and arranging for as many family members as possible to go to South Colson using suitable reasons. Of course, for secrecy, Jonathan only informed the other 2 demigods about the uprising. Others only vaguely knew they were to break away from the witch church, but they were unaware of the specific method. Additionally, several Pain witches who also wanted to leave the witch church were not aware of the details. Jonathan promised to notify them at the time of the uprising. However, for safety, he would certainly notify them only after his own family members had been moved, in case there were people loyal to the witch church among them. Thus, Hobert saw through true sight that there were dozens of Abraham family members around Jonathan. To give them enough shock, Hobert simply made the figure of the Creator appear above their heads. The crimson moon gradually turned blood red, and the ravings seemed as if they could appear in their ears at any moment. Jonathan, surrounded by everyone, prayed repeatedly to the Creator, and the surrounding family members were all extremely nervous. Suddenly, everyone's spirituality seemed to realize something, and they all looked up. A solid figure appeared in midair. The figure sat on a throne made of swords, clad in armor emitting a black sacred light, and wearing a crown that also radiated sacred light. Unfortunately, the face of the figure was unclear, only its eyes, flickering with black mist, could be seen. He exuded a sacred radiance, as if he could end all chaos, yet also as if he could bring about absolute chaos. This sight also deeply shocked Jonathan. He had received several oracles, but mostly he could only feel immense pressure and couldn't see any image at all. Therefore, Jonathan's image of a deity was actually very vague. At this moment, he and the other family members realized how majestic and sacred a deity's image truly was. At this moment, a huge sense of oppression surged forward, and an immense majesty awed everyone's hearts. The majestic aura emanating from the Creator made people unconsciously lower their heads and instinctively want to submit. Soon, this sense of oppression disappeared. Everyone looked up somewhat bewildered, and indeed, there was nothing left. Many people suddenly became somewhat hesitant and uneasy, as if they had lost the protection they should have had. After about half a minute, a family member pointed out the window and said, "Look, the blood moon has formed." But they didn't hear any ravings in their ears. "Praise the Creator!" someone suddenly exclaimed. This praise was echoed by everyone. "Praise the Creator!" Hobert used this half-minute to extend his spirituality to the other two stars. Besides making the image of the Creator appear, he also used alter plus distortion to change the density of the spirituality around them, making it insufficient to support the spread of the ravings. As for Furs, since there was no need to display the Creator's image, it only took 2 seconds to free her from the blood moon's intrusion. This blood moon was shorter, lasting only about 20 minutes. Hobert constantly monitored the situation with Jonathan and the others until the blood moon ended, then Hobert returned to the real world. Under Hobert's prior deployment, Alan had already sent people to invite Mayor Corwin and Deputy Mayor Donna, and had organized the corresponding personnel to prepare for the reception. So when Hobert arrived in the front yard, it was already brightly lit. Hobert sat on the chair prepared for him in front of the main hall door. Furs also arrived at this time and sat beside Hobert. At this moment, Jonathan, leading the first batch of Gnostic Society members from the uprising, appeared in the center of the courtyard. Jonathan and 10 other Gnostic Society members suddenly appeared in the brightly lit courtyard. Seeing this, Jonathan first breathed a sigh of relief, which proved that Hobert was prepared. The other members were a little nervous. After all, this was an escape, not a trip. Hobert nodded slightly to Jonathan. "Leave a person in charge and quickly go pick up the others." "All right." Jonathan designated a sequence 6 to temporarily maintain order here, while he disappeared into the void again to pick up the others. Just as these 9 Gnostic Society members were at a loss, Alan had servants bring stools for them to sit on and a table laden with several large teapots and basins of cups, so those who were thirsty could help themselves to water. Family members who had already moved to the South Colson area had also been notified to come. The greetings from their families and Alan's instructions to the servants for their reception gradually eased their tension. Following this, Gnostic Society members arrived in batches, and gradually, family members, including elderly and children, began to appear. Alan then had a table of candies and pastries brought out. More and more family members rushed over upon hearing the news, and the scene became increasingly lively. Until this point, neither the Gnostic Society nor the Witch Church had reacted. The Abraham family's curse is quite special. It doesn't mean immediate death upon hearing it once. If heard only once, it merely makes their condition very poor. The higher the sequence, the worse the condition. A demigod like Jonathan would lose control after hearing the ravings 2 or 3 times consecutively at most, while an apprentice would be fine after hearing it 10 or 8 times. So before this, whenever the blood moon requested the original witch's protection, there were always some who, for various reasons, didn't have time to pray to the original witch or gather to avoid the curse. If the original witch's condition had been good, she might have immediately noticed, "Why are so many Gnostic Society members missing from those requesting my protection this time?" However, her condition had never been very good. As long as those members who had not revolted still prayed to her for protection, and not a single prayer was missing, she would most likely not notice the disappearance of Jonathan and the others so quickly. Even if she did notice, it wouldn't matter. The witch church's interception would clearly be too late. By the time the Gnostic Society members who hadn't revolted left the original witch's protection, Jonathan and his group would have already started relocating the members. Even if they immediately organized people to pursue, they would still be a step too late. Currently, it seems Jonathan and his group have calmly begun relocating the members' families. The witch church should still be unaware of this. However, to be safe, under Hobert's instruction, Donna began to persuade the Gnostic Society members' families to temporarily leave. The reason for persuasion was simple: the enemy might pursue them, and a battle might break out here. Extraordinaries needed to stay and be ready to fight at any time, but it was too dangerous for their families to remain. Everyone agreed, so they let their families leave first, while the extraordinaries remained on high alert. As Angus and Elliot, who had just been promoted to Sequence 5 Inches Chaos Mentor, led their teams to arrive, nearly 200 extraordinaries had already gathered in the courtyard. Hobert organized everyone into orderly positions to prevent any sudden incidents. Next, Jonathan and the others began to pick up the witch pathway extraordinaries who were also participating in the revolt. Their reasons for revolting were similar to Helen's earlier decision to pledge loyalty to Hobert, for their own better development. At this time, the witch church was more like a witch family, controlled by several families connected through marriage and deep-seated interests, who decided how the extraordinary resources within the church were to be distributed. Members of these families, if they had decent qualifications, could easily be promoted to Sequence 5 and even had a chance to become demigods. However, almost none of the witch pathway members of the Gnostic Society had such a background. Like Triss, she came from the Gnostic Society, which is why she was assigned to Prince Edsac's side, a pawn that could be discarded at any moment, and also used to experiment with becoming a vessel for the original witch. The future of the witch pathway members in the Gnostic Society was not very bright. This was the internal conflict within the witch church that Hobert learned could be exploited, and it was also the main reason why that portion of witch pathway extraordinaries wanted to revolt. However, they lacked the same sense of identity as the Abraham family and were full of uncertainty, so they were brought over last. What Hobert and his group did not expect was that after they successively arrived at the Lord's Manor courtyard, mutual accusations and denunciations of others being spies immediately erupted, causing widespread panic throughout the courtyard. Hobert did not immediately order the arrest of the suspected spies, as the specific situation was still unclear, to prevent the real spies from succeeding. "I will send people to investigate thoroughly later," Hobert shouted. "Now, everyone, look this way." Whether through relatives' information or their own conjectures, the rebels in the courtyard already knew that Hobert was one of the key facilitators and main planners of this uprising. Hobert took a box made of an order crystal from furs. The box opened, revealing a crystal ball formed by many insects clinging together. Jonathan and the others' eyes immediately lit up. This was an mystic, extraordinary characteristic. This extraordinary characteristic was the waypoint used by Christine to guide the Augustus family's angel of the Rune royal family during the battle in Feniport City. It was collected by Hobert, who was covering the rear at the time. Later, someone from the Rune royal family inquired about the whereabouts of this extraordinary characteristic, but Hobert told them that the situation was urgent at the time, and he didn't have time to take it away. Because Hobert had rendered such great service, no one asked about this extraordinary characteristic again, implicitly assuming it was lost. Even the Abraham family members who didn't know what it was felt a strong sense of familiarity with this crystal ball and greatly wished to possess it. "Look at this again." Hobert closed the box and took another box of the same appearance from furs. Opening this box, there was a delicate ball of thread inside, like silkworm silk, half pure white and half pitch black, with individual points of light moving rapidly on the silkworm silk. To Hobert, this extraordinary characteristic had a sci-fi déjà vu. The eyes of several pain witch also lit up. This was actually a despair witch extraordinary characteristic. This extraordinary characteristic came from the recently concluded operation in Mist Town. Hobert closed the box again, I'm showing you these to let you know that as long as you are determined to break free from the witch church's control, the Creator can offer you a very promising future. I am also well aware that there must be witch church informants among you. However, everyone has times when they are forced to accept certain tasks. As long as those spies pretend not to have taken actions that harm everyone, I can pretend not to know. Someone bravely asked, Earl, how can we obtain the extraordinary characteristics for promotion? Hobert smiled. Let Helen and the others answer that question for you. Helen and the other members of the second team had all already decided to pledge loyalty to Hobert. They were the first extraordinary force to arrive here to maintain order. At this moment, Helen stepped forward and said, Everyone knows that I have just been promoted to Sequence 5. I worked for the Witch Church for so many years and only received one main material for Sequence 5. I might have had to wait 5 or 10 years to get the chance to become Sequence 5. But after I was assigned to serve Earl Hobert, I participated in only 2 battles and obtained another main material. There was even a colleague who got the chance to be promoted to Sequence 5 in less than half a year. While everyone was surprised, someone else asked, were those battles very dangerous? What battle isn't dangerous? Helen laughed. But no matter how dangerous, the Lord and Lady participated in the battles with us. This surprised everyone, because most of the time, they were cannon fodder. Often, with a single command from the Witch Church, they had to fight for their lives, and only when sharing credit would they see members of the Witch Church. Helen continued, You must have heard about the compensation received by members who died in those 2 battles, right? The Lord not only invites angels serving the Creator to help crush extraordinary characteristics and hand them over to the designated heirs of the fallen, but they also receive a substantial compensation. Everyone had heard about those 2 compensation incidents, as neither the Witch Church nor the Gnostic Society had such compensation. This made everyone realize that the extraordinary team truly received the treatment of official extraordinaries. Helen continued, I can't say anything else, but the promotion opportunities here are absolutely fair and just. She then explained the standards for exchanging and distributing merits. By the end, when everyone learned that the Special Operations Department's second team only had 10 official member slots, they all requested Hobert to increase the number of slots. Hobert then went with the flow, increasing the number of official members to 25, with Helen still serving as captain. After sketching a promising blueprint for everyone's future, their emotions largely stabilized, and the previous confusion and panic disappeared. At this point, Hobert had Helen, Angus, and others take them to Shipyard Island to rest in the wooden houses prepared for them. Hobert, however, took Jonathan and 2 other, door, pathway demigods, as well as 2, Pain Witch, chosen as representatives, to the Lord's Manor's study. Hobert said, Gnostic Society members will definitely pursue us later. Even if they don't pursue, they will certainly send people to investigate. Later, I will go to Shipyard Island with everyone. These 2 days, we must remain vigilant and constantly guard against their attacks. Jonathan said, Half of the Gnostic Society's strength has been taken by me, so there's no need to fear their retaliation too much. The main concern is that they might seek help from the Witch Church. Hobert nodded. I have already made corresponding preparations. If only saints pursue them, there's no need to alarm the Creator. But if they send angels, we will have to pray for the Creator's help. At this moment, Ms. Monica, one of the representatives, said, I once inadvertently heard a piece of news, and I don't know if it's true. It is said that the Witch Church actually has 3 angels. However, 2 of them are in very poor condition and haven't appeared for several centuries. There is another one who seems to have just completed her promotion 20 or 30 years ago, and her condition seems to be better. Hobert nodded. This is a very important piece of intelligence and will be of great help to my subsequent preparations. If the opponent only had 3 angels, then they were stable. He could also use that eye and umbilical cord to summon the power of an angel 1 more time each. Additionally, there were the messenger and the angel from Tony Manor as external reinforcements. Although their conditions were not very good, it didn't matter, the Witch Church's angels were also not in good condition, so they were evenly matched. Even, the Creator, could appear on the battlefield, always ready to launch a sneak attack. The reason for not being the main attacker was that, the Creator, was just an empty shell and could easily be exposed. Even angels in poor condition, after fighting, the Creator, for a while, could clearly discern her state. After a few brief words, the 6 individuals followed the crowd to Shipyard Island. Dozens of wooden houses had already been built here, with over 100 rooms, and all daily necessities and supplies had been prepared in advance. This showed how thoroughly Hobert's side had prepared, making everyone's last trace of nervousness disappear. Earl Hobert had his own wooden cabin. After blowing out the candle, he looked at the island scenery outside the window, listening to the sound of the waves, and felt the digestion of the potion. As expected, the rebellion he instigated clearly accelerated the digestion of the fallen Earl potion. After all, inciting people to rebel is also a form of fallen. Of course, this rebellion had a certain spontaneity, but Earl Hobert played an important role in it. Without his promises and help, Jonathan and the others would not have rebelled. Earl Hobert pondered that if corresponding battles occurred due to this rebellion, the potion might still be digested to some extent, but it would definitely not be as obvious as it was now. Then he sighed, if there were 2 more rebellions like this, especially rebellions involving demigods, the fallen Earl potion might be completely digested. It's a pity that rebellions are easy to plan, but rebellions involving demigods are hard to come by. The situation developed just as Earl Hobert expected. In the early morning, Gnostic Society scouts accurately found Shipyard Island, but they were quickly discovered by Jonathan and the others, who captured them. According to the scouts' confession, 3 scouts came together to investigate, but Jonathan and the others only caught one of them. As soon as they arrived at Shipyard Island, Jonathan and the others made corresponding anti-divination arrangements. The pursuers definitely did not learn their location through divination. Then there was only one possibility: someone among the rebels reported their location, which attracted the pursuers. Jonathan and the others advocated for an immediate investigation, but Earl Hobert stopped him and gathered everyone, saying, as you all have heard, our location has been exposed, and there must be spies on this island. Next, the Gnostic Society and the Witch Church will definitely send people to attack us, but it doesn't matter. Under the gaze of the Creator, we will repel them. This is my last chance for those spies. Before this battle, I still won't investigate who the spies are, but after this battle, if our movements are still exposed to the Witch Church, I will immediately conduct a thorough investigation. I hope everyone can understand. Everyone dispersed with their own thoughts. Earl Hobert looked at the sky. It was already morning, and the sun was about to rise. The Witch Church's reaction made him smile, nothing more than this. At this point, more than 4 hours had passed since Jonathan and the others rebelled, but the enemy's attack had not yet arrived. Although there was the Gnostic Society in between, any news had a certain delay, and it took some time to investigate how much strength had rebelled. But their reaction speed was still too slow. As soon as he returned to his room, Jonathan, along with 2 other demigods, found Earl Hobert. You are too lenient with the spies. Earl Hobert, however, smiled. Those are your relatives or colleagues. It's easy to find problems if you investigate, and then can you really bring yourselves to do it? The 3 demigods looked at each other. In fact, they speculated that the spies were very likely extraordinaries of the witch pathway, and not members of the Abraham family, which was why they advocated for a thorough investigation. At this moment, Monica and another witch also came to Earl Hobert's room, fearing that the Lord would make a decision unfavorable to extraordinaries of the witch pathway. Ha ha. Earl Hobert smiled. I happen to have a deck of cards here. How about we play, fight evil? Everyone was stunned. 6 people, fight evil. But soon they realized that playing cards was just Earl Hobert's reason to appease them, because Earl Hobert always lost, and after losing, he would talk to them about some of his ideas. After a few hands of cards, they all relaxed, even thinking that Earl Hobert was deliberately losing to them, which made them feel embarrassed to win. Earl Hobert's core point in talking with everyone was, keeping these spies to report information was to make the Witch Church send as many extraordinary forces as possible to pursue them, and to strike the pursuers hard while everyone was on high alert, otherwise, their future days would be uneasy. Moreover, they were now fighting on home ground, with a certain degree of initiative. If they couldn't win, they could still run back to South Colson. If the pursuers never came, could they really keep everyone gathered on this island indefinitely? Could they really live in such a state of preparedness forever? Everyone thought about it, and indeed, that was the case. What reassured Jonathan and the others most was that Earl Hobert said he could quickly invite other saints for support. Although they didn't know how many would come, even if only 1 or 2 saints arrived, it should be enough to deal with the pursuers. So everyone no longer had any objections to Earl Hobert's decision and even began to discuss what their organization would be called. There were 187 extraordinaries who defected this time, including 3 demigods, 12 Sequence 5s, and a number of Sequence 6s and Sequence 7s, with nearly half of the extraordinaries being Sequence 8s and Sequence 9s. This was already the lineup of a secret organization that was not very strong, but definitely not weak. Compared to a more rampant secret organization like the Aurora Order only had 5 saints, and its 22 divine envoys were mostly Sequence 5s, with some Sequence 6s and Sequence 7s having special abilities. Currently, the strength of Jonathan and the others was roughly equivalent to 3/5 to 3/4 of the Aurora Order's strength. This was based on past comparisons. After Earl Hobert's 2 strikes, the Aurora Order's current strength might only be slightly stronger than Jonathan and his group, or even similar to them. So it was reasonable for Jonathan and his group to form an extraordinary organization. Jonathan also sought Earl Hobert's opinion on a good name for their organization. Earl Hobert expressed respect for their own opinions. In fact, he hated naming things the most. "Don't ask me, if you ask, I'll just give you a number." Finally, Jonathan and his group decided to call themselves the Council of Knowledge, still outwardly claiming to be the Gnostic Society, continuing to advocate the Gnostic Society's tenets, and criticizing those members who did not rebel for betraying the Gnostic Society's tenets. Currently, the Council, consisting of Jonathan and 4 others, is responsible for handling the organization's daily affairs and allocating extraordinary resources. Their uprising also brought a portion of sealed artifacts and extraordinary materials. With Earl Hobert's consent, these items were kept by the Council, with the aim of fair and just use. Just as Jonathan and the others were happily playing cards, a scream suddenly came from outside. The 6 immediately rushed out of the room. Many people were running towards them in a panic, while others were running out of the cluster of wooden cabins in disarray. Jonathan quickly stopped the running people and asked them what was happening. Earl Hobert, amplify his voice, "Don't run outside. There might be an ambush out there. Everyone come over here. Sequence 5s and Sequence 6s immediately exercise your command functions. Direct the people around you to come over." Although most of the trees outside the village had been cut down, extraordinaries of the Witch Pathway had the ability to become invisible, and perhaps they had already set up an ambush outside. As soon as he finished shouting this, Earl Hobert felt an extremely uncomfortable gaze sweep over him. For a moment, Earl Hobert's left side of his body surged with blood, while his right side felt as if it had fallen into an ice cave. Just as Earl Hobert was about to open the Order Crystal's shield, that gaze disappeared. At this moment, Jonathan also learned the cause of the scream through questioning. It turned out that an extraordinary of the Witch Pathway suddenly screamed in extreme pain, and her hair had turned into a dozen venomous snakes. And that extraordinary had completely lost consciousness, seemingly becoming a puppet of the venomous snakes, and began to actively pounce on others. Everyone was already a bit nervous, and upon hearing the scream, they immediately panicked, leading to the scene that just occurred. Earl Hobert immediately said, "Sidley and Monica, come with me to investigate what's happening. Jonathan, stay here and organize everyone, and guard against enemy attacks. I suggest that everyone below Sequence 6 hide first. Sidley was another demigod of the door pathway. Jonathan felt that Earl Hobert's handling was very reasonable, especially the selection of personnel, which was very appropriate. There were people from the Creator, people from the Abraham family, and representatives of the witch pathway. So he said, yes. Earl Hobert drew his rapier and walked at the forefront, arriving outside the wooden cabin where the extraordinary incident occurred. The door was open, and the three saw a figure with a head full of venomous snakes indeed wandering inside the cabin. Those venomous snakes with colorful scales saw Earl Hobert and the others. They twisted their bodies, and their cold eyes stared at Earl Hobert and the three, flicking their forked tongues at them, looking ferocious and terrifying. The figure also turned around. Her face was now blank, her skin abnormally pale, and her white eyes stared at Earl Hobert and his group. And inside the wooden cabin, there were two people who were almost completely petrified. From their stiff facial expressions, it could be seen that the petrification process must have been extremely painful. The extraordinary with a head full of venomous snakes suddenly opened her mouth and asked Earl Hobert, "Who are you? Who do you represent? Why incite rebellion?" Sidley and Monica's minds seemed to suffer a huge impact, and they both clutched their chests and took a step back. Earl Hobert also seemed to realize something and immediately put up the Order Crystal barrier, because the Gnostic Society's tenets were destroyed by the Witch Church. Because the Witch Church's allocation of extraordinary resources is unfair. Earl Hobert guessed that this was very likely the original witch's gaze projecting over, causing the extraordinary to mutate. Recalling that very uncomfortable gaze just now, Earl Hobert realized that because the original witch was not in good condition, the power she could project was very limited. Otherwise, a normal true god's gaze would either be difficult for Earl Hobert, as a demigod, to detect, or a malicious gaze would immediately turn him into an out-of-control monster. And that gaze was probably only at the angel level, which indicated that the original witch was actually very weak. At first, Earl Hobert thought it was the gaze of an angel from the Witch Church, but after seeing what happened to the extraordinary in front of him, Earl Hobert guessed that it was very likely the original witch. As extraordinaries of the witch pathway and former members of the Gnostic Society, this meant they were likely marked by the original witch. That was a special connection. Even if the original witch was very weak, a single gaze could make the other party completely lose control and suffer spiritual death. Earl Hobert also speculated that the original witch's main body should still be in slumber at this time, and it was just a glance in this direction. Otherwise, Earl Hobert and the other two would not have been able to withstand her questioning. Upon hearing Earl Hobert's answer, all the venomous snakes stood up, flicking their forked tongues, as if they were about to leap over and attack Earl Hobert and his group. The body with a head full of venomous snakes mutated, expanding like a balloon, with the skin of the face covering all the facial features, turning into a blank face. Sidley and Monica, hiding behind Earl Hobert, let out a long sigh of relief. They also seemed to realize who had been questioning them just now. Bang! The extremely bloated corpse suddenly burst open. As the pieces of flesh fell to the ground, they also turned into venomous snakes and quickly slithered around. And that extraordinary was left with a skeleton and a few pieces of flesh, but the venomous snakes on its head seemed unaffected, still bearing their fangs and claws, making attacking gestures towards Earl Hobert and the others. Earl Hobert noticed that the visual impact disappeared, possibly because the power of that gaze was difficult to maintain and the original witch had left. So he removed the shield. Chaos. The venomous snakes slithering on the ground suddenly seemed to lose their sense of direction, going left for a while, right for a while, forward for a while, and backward for a while. All three of them breathed a sigh of relief. The power projected by the original witch was indeed limited, and these vipers were not difficult to deal with. Immediately, the sword in Earl Hobert's hand returned to the size of a normal knight's sword, and he charged towards the skeleton with the viper hair that was bearing its fangs. That skeleton also charged towards Earl Hobert, but Earl Hobert raised his sword and slashed, opening a netherworld gap, from which a black-haired arm immediately stretched out. Earl Hobert was stunned. He had originally thought that the heads of these vipers might have to be chopped off one by one, which would be very troublesome and easily lead to them biting him, so he planned to use the power of the netherworld to suppress their spiritual bodies. He didn't expect that this time, unlike before, instead of many aimlessly grasping arms extending from the netherworld gap, only one black arm emerged. Those vipers seemed to have encountered something they feared, and quickly dodged. The black arm opened its hand and grasped above the heads of those vipers, seemingly snatching away a wisp of black, illusory gas. These vipers quickly began to petrify, and then the entire skeleton also started to petrify. In just 1 or 2 seconds, the vipers on their heads and the vipers on the ground all turned into stone statues. Hobert immediately realized that this black arm had been attracted by the original witch's aura. After grabbing that wisp of aura, the arm, which had clenched into a fist, suddenly turned towards Hobert. Hobert's spirituality immediately sensed danger and he quickly closed the netherworld gap. However, this time the netherworld gap did not close completely as Hobert wished, leaving an arm-thick area. Although the arm retracted somewhat, it still hadn't completely left. Boom! Hobert was about to mobilize the power of the netherworld to suck the opponent back, but a huge sound came from afar. The arm paused, seemed to consider for a moment, and immediately returned to the netherworld, and the netherworld gap also disappeared with it. Too late to inspect the stone statues, Hobert and the other two saw Jonathan and the others under attack, so they quickly went to support them. That huge sound earlier turned out to be a wooden house being overturned by the aftermath of an extraordinary battle. Hobert saw that there were actually 6 demigods attacking. A smile unconsciously crept onto his face. The wait in the middle of the night was not in vain, the fish had finally taken the bait. The reason he didn't clear out those spies was that he hoped the witch church would send many demigod-level forces to pursue them, so he could give them a good beating. Immediately, after Hobert understood the enemy's positions, he suddenly stopped and assumed a praying posture, then immediately came to the country of disorder and threw the black hound spirit beast, the ox demon king, and the overturning sea great sage, which he had prepared long ago, into his star. Although Jonathan and the others were constantly on guard, the enemy's surprise attack still caught them somewhat off guard. The attackers were all saints and sequence 5s. Casualties immediately appeared among Jonathan and the other's subordinates, and Jonathan and another demigod were also beaten without any ability to retaliate. Fortunately, Jonathan saw from a distance that Hobert and his group were coming to support them. Suddenly, everyone's spiritual perception sensed a surging power appear in midair. A gigantic bronze gate appeared there. The huge gate opened, and 3 black figures flew out from within. After the faint black mist dissipated, a gigantic sea serpent appeared on the battlefield. It had a black membrane behind its head, and its illusory black scales looked very thick and sturdy. As soon as it appeared, the rising sun on the horizon was immediately covered by thick dark clouds, and the sky became dim and obscure. Thunder rumbled in the dark clouds, as if a surging power was brewing. Beside the sea serpent, there was also a black monster emitting sacred black light, with a bull's head but a pair of golden antlers. On the other side of the sea serpent, there was also a black figure, but everyone's spirituality issued a warning not to look directly at it, so everyone only felt a surging sense of fear, but no one saw its complete appearance clearly. Jonathan almost laughed out loud. He didn't expect Hobert to invite 3 saints to participate in the battle at once. And these 3 seemed to be at the sequence 3 level. At this time, Hobert also returned to the real world. He gave his rapier to the black hound spirit beast and then commanded, "Kill the enemy's demigods to the greatest extent possible." The 6 enemy saints who came to raid were also a bit confused at this moment. According to their investigations and intelligence, weren't there only 4 enemy demigods? How did 3 more suddenly appear? The situation reversed instantly. 6 against 4, they were sure to win, but now it was 6 against 7, with no chance of victory. Just as the Wanderer and the Eternal Witch, who were commanding this operation, were hesitating whether to retreat immediately, the Black Hound Spirit Beast and its companions had already charged over, each choosing their opponent and beginning to fight. Jonathan and the other 3 demigods also returned to the battlefield, while Ms. Monica commanded the Sequence 5s and Sequence 6s to engage the enemy's Sequence 5s. Earl Hobert, roaming the battlefield, sighed, fortunate that the battlefield was not preset in South Colson, otherwise, by now, many newly built buildings would have been overturned by the battle. At this moment, he seized the opportunity and said to the demigod who was fighting the overturning sea great sage, "Arrogance." The Despair Witch, who was about to escape, felt that she could still hold on for a bit longer, so she charged back to fight the overturning sea great sage. Boom! A muffled thunderbolt struck the Despair Witch. Her body flickered with electric sparks, and she fell into a brief state of paralysis. The overturning sea great sage seized this opportunity and whipped her away with its tail. This sea serpent with savage strength also used the amplify ability. The Despair Witch, while still in midair, already spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Earl Hobert immediately poured his spirituality into 1-109, used flash to arrive in the direction the Despair Witch flew, and then switched to the spiritual body he was hurting, slaughter. He punched out, directly striking the Despair Witch into a horizontal V shape. Crash! The Despair Witch shattered into a mirror, and she herself appeared dozens of meters away. Wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, she immediately entered an invisible state. The overturning sea great sage opened its huge mouth, and an air vortex suddenly appeared in its mouth. Stones the size of heads on the ground were immediately swept up, trees around where the Despair Witch had just disappeared were also uprooted, and even the overturned wooden house flew towards the overturning sea great sage's gaping maw. Seizing this opportunity, Earl Hobert poured his spirituality into 1-107, prohibition of invisibility here. Although it didn't immediately make the Despair Witch visible, she would definitely be subject to many restrictions in her invisible state. A second or two later, the Despair Witch's figure suddenly appeared in midair, but she immediately transformed into a staff and appeared outside the overturning sea great sage's suction range. Earl Hobert made a timely move, distortion. He distorted her intention to escape into a charge, so she once again charged towards the overturning sea great sage, and a gust of wind blew towards the Despair Witch. Puff, puff, puff. In the gust of wind, there was the sound of sharp blades cutting through flesh. The Despair Witch's front was covered with dense, grid-like small wounds. Crash! She transformed into a mirror again, but due to the distortion from Earl Hobert earlier, this mirror substitute was used a little late, and she still had many knife wounds on her body. Earl Hobert stretched out his hand towards the Despair Witch, amplify. The severe injuries on the Despair Witch's body turned into fatal wounds, and these injuries could not be replaced by a substitute, they had to be transferred to a doll. But just as she took out the wooden doll she had made, the water in a nearby pond suddenly seemed to come alive, splashing towards her. The Despair Witch dared not neglect it and quickly rolled to dodge. On the other side, Earl Hobert had already poured his spirituality into 1-107, death. The Despair Witch saw that Earl Hobert's body suddenly became enormous and full of majesty, making her spiritual body tremble uncontrollably, not daring to disobey his judgment. Such an attack was impossible for the Despair Witch to dodge, and she was struck by Earl Hobert's punch. Puff! The Despair Witch once again turned into a wooden stick. This wooden stick immediately exploded, sending wood chips flying. She appeared a dozen meters away, and as soon as she appeared, she fell to the ground, and the doll in her hand also dropped to a distance. Even with a substitute, the law enforcers, death, could only help her bear most of the damage. Already severely injured, she received new damage. The overturning sea great sage flicked its tongue at the Despair Witch. The water wall that had been scattered all over the ground reappeared. This time, the mass of water took on the form of a sea serpent, opening its mouth to swallow the Despair Witch. The Despair Witch wanted to dodge, but she found that her body no longer obeyed her. At this moment, an illusory door appeared in front of her, and an injured mystic appeared beside the Despair Witch. Crash! The sea serpent-shaped water passed through that door, but emerged from other locations. The mystic had also been holding on earlier. After dodging the attack from the water mass, he immediately clutched the wound on his chest and sank to the ground. Meanwhile, the Ox Demon King, using the method of distortion, of distance, immediately pursued. Earlier, the mystic had also used the Phantom Gate to block the Ox Demon King's attack, but what he didn't expect was that the Ox Demon King actually distorted space, opening a hole in the Phantom Gate, and headbutting him high into the air. Among the demigods, the mystic, who was relatively weak physically, was impaled on the antlers by this headbutt. The Ox Demon King had to shake him for a long time before he was flung away. At this time, Earl Hobert stepped forward. He, along with the overturning Sea Great Sage and the Ox Demon King, blocked the escape routes from different directions. A Phantom Gate immediately reappeared in front of the mystic. At this moment, he and Earl Hobert's group were in different spaces, but the Ox Demon King and the overturning Sea Great Sage almost simultaneously used distortion. Their distortion of space immediately riddled this secret realm with holes. This was also why the mystic didn't use travel to leave. As soon as he used travel, the surrounding space would become distorted, preventing him from entering the spirit world. Crash! The overturning Sea Great Sage summoned the sea serpent-shaped water back and poured it into the secret realm. The mystic and the despair which were in the water, and the water pressure became immense, as if it wanted to crush them into meat paste. The mystic laboriously raised his hand and quickly dispelled the secret realm. As the water receded, dozens of fire crows flew towards them almost instantly. In the huge explosion, the two enemies were blown to pieces, devoid of life. Earl Hobert was about to go and besiege the other enemies, but he saw the backs of the other 4 enemy demigods fleeing. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.